Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Using the Guest to Overwhelm the Host. In the land of beast spirits, Qin Wentian killed many monsters and devoured beast spirits, but at this moment, his eyes were extremely solemn. In front of Qin Wentian, a huge beast appeared. This monster was covered with the golden light, 4 meters tall, with a palm as big as a cushion, and could kill a person with one slap. The golden ancient ape, in the 5th heaven, has the golden ancient ape martial star, ranked 3rd in the war beast list, with the almost unsolvable attack and defense, and even more terrifying is that his speed is not slow at all. However, the golden ancient ape was not feeling well at this time, constantly breathing heavily, and the tiny human in front of him could actually hurt him. Qin Wentian's blood was rolling, handsome like a demon, his black long hair danced in the wind, holding the Fangdian painted halberd, he was like a demon war god, invincible. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian, he practiced a demon god transformation, and his strength was much stronger than the last time he came in. Boom! The golden ancient ape trampled the ground, and a crack appeared on the ground. His huge palm swung towards Qin Wentian, more violent than the mountain. Buzz! Qin Wentian seemed to have the wings of Kunpeng on his back. His speed was as fast as lightning. Instead of retreating, he rushed in front of the opponent, roared, and his body soared into the air, and the Fangdian Huaji burst out. Roar! The golden ancient ape roared madly. The huge roar made Qin Wentian's eardrums hurt in his head numb. He also roared, and the palm print roared, and spit out madly into his mouth. The Fangdian Huaji collided with the opponent's other palm, making a terrifying sound. The man and the beast started fighting again. The earth collapsed madly, and the surrounding birds and beasts all retreated. The crazy battle lasted for half an hour. The golden ancient ape was scarred, and Qin Wentian was not feeling well either. His internal organs were shaking. This was because he had been using the advantages of the 9 heavens Kunpeng art to dodge the battle and did not confront the opponent head-on. Puff! Finally, Qin Wentian seized an opportunity, and stabbed the opponent's eyes with his Fangdian Huaji. The roar shook the sky, and the golden ancient ape went berserk. Qin Wentian retreated and began to fight. After about an incense stick of time, the golden ancient ape finally couldn't hold on and was killed by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian naturally devoured the beast spirit without hesitation. Qin Wentian was quite excited and continued to look for prey in the beast spirit land. Finally, he encountered the 5th-ranked red blood lightning eagle in the war beast list. Qin Wentian pretended to escape and was even injured by him to show weakness. Only then did he seize the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill this monster beast, and then left the beast spirit land with satisfaction. After devouring many beast spirits, the demonic temperament on him became stronger, especially when using the demon god transformation. Outside, the people of the Emperor Star Academy welcomed the arrival of the strong men of the Kangwang Palace and took them around the academy. However, they didn't know that the purpose of the Kangwang Palace was not to stroll around, but to first understand the entire Emperor Star Academy and see where the most likely place to hide the secrets of the Kangwang was. In the void, a white crane flew over. Mo Qingcheng came to deliver medicine for Qin Wentian today. Although Qin Wentian has gradually recovered and seems to be no different from a normal person, his heart was injured after all. It would be more perfect if he could recuperate with medicine after the repair. Grandpa! The white crane landed on the ground. Mo Qingcheng couldn't help but show a puzzled look when she saw that old Gu was accompanying a group of people. She was naturally clear about Grandpa's status in the Imperial Star Academy. He actually received these uninvited guests in person. Qingcheng, come and meet the seniors of Kangwang Palace. Old Gu smiled at Mo Qingcheng and reminded her in words to prevent Mo Qingcheng from saying anything inappropriate. Kangwang Palace. Mo Qingcheng was shocked. She had heard of this force, but it was a transcendent force in the outside world. Junior Mo Qingcheng greets all the seniors. Mo Qingcheng bowed to the crowd. The people of Kang Palace looked at Mo Qingcheng, especially the young men. Their eyes were burning, scanning Mo Qingcheng. They didn't expect that the small Chu state could have such a beauty. It was amazing. Even in their Kangzhou city, there were few women who could compare with her. What a beautiful person, I wonder if you are married. A middle-aged man from Kang Palace said with a smile. Qingcheng is under 18 years old and has never been married. Old Goose said politely. Haha, it's almost time to look for someone. Mo Qingcheng, how is your cultivation? The middle-aged man asked. The first level of Yuan Fu. Mo Qingcheng was quite unhappy, but still responded. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. He was less than 18 years old, in the realm of Yuan Fu, and had such a beautiful face. It was really good. Thinking of this, he glanced at Yu Qingfang beside him. Yu Qingfang naturally understood his father's intention, and seeing Mo Qingcheng's face, he was indeed moved. Miss Qingcheng, I am Yu Qingfang. Yu Qingfang said with a smile, and he was very elegant. Such a scene made the people of Emperor Star Academy feel shocked. Old Gu wanted to help Mo Qingcheng and Qin Wentian, but Yu Qingfang spoke at this time, and his meaning was self-evident. In Chu State, although there were many outstanding people who had a crush on Mo Qingcheng, because of Mo Qingcheng's identity and background, she was unwilling, and who dared to mention it. But Yu Qingfang was different. He was from Kangwang Palace, so he naturally didn't care about Mo Qingcheng's background in Chu State. Mo Qingcheng nodded to Yu Qingfang, but didn't respond, secretly cursing herself for coming at the wrong time. Haha, you young people go and chat, it's boring to accompany us here. The middle-aged man next to Yu Qingfang was his father. He said with a smile, and Yu Qingfang was naturally happy. He stepped forward and smiled at Mo Qingcheng and said, Miss Qingcheng, let's go for a walk. Mo Qingcheng was naturally unwilling in her heart and didn't respond. Qingcheng. At this time, a figure came over. Mo Qingcheng turned around, a gentle smile appeared on her face, and she winked at Qin Wentian who was coming over. Qin Wentian had noticed the situation here just now. He also saw Yu Qingfang, and his heart was chilled. He had stepped into the land of beast spirits and knew that Yu Qingfang was from the King Palace. Seeing that he seemed to want to pursue Mo Qingcheng, Qin Wentian felt a little uncomfortable. Qin Wentian had never felt this way before. Why are you here? Qin Wentian walked to Mo Qingcheng, stretched out his hand, and actually pulled Mo Qingcheng's little hand, causing Mo Qingcheng's little hand to tremble. A hint of shyness flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she knew Qin Wentian's intention, so she let him pull her, and smiled softly, I'm here to bring you medicine. This scene was seen by others. The people of Emperor Star Academy were a little worried. They didn't expect that Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng were really close. They didn't know if the people of Kang Palace would blame them. Yu Qingfang naturally recognized Qin Wentian, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Wentian, come and meet the seniors of Kangwang Palace. Old Gu said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, then saluted to the people of Kangwang Palace, and said, Junior Qin Wentian greets the seniors. The middle-aged man glanced at Qin Wentian, and the light in his eyes was sharp. Let's go, he said in a low voice, and walked past Qin Wentian with the crowd, ignoring Qin Wentian directly. Just now he was about to match Yu Qingfang and Mo Qingcheng, but in the blink of an eye, his interest was ruined by a junior, and he naturally felt very embarrassed. As for Qin Wentian, a disciple of Emperor Star Academy, how could he be in his eyes? Brother Qin, we meet again. Yu Qingfang whispered when he passed by Qin Wentian, and then his eyes swept over Mo Qingcheng unceremoniously, causing Qin Wentian to frown, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. When the crowd left, Mo Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, looked at the man holding her hand, and said, Why don't you let go? Feeling the soft and boneless little hand, Qin Wentian was reluctant to let go. He gently pinched it, making Mo Qingcheng's face blush again. Qin Wentian reluctantly let go. Lecherous guy. Mo Qingcheng cursed in a low voice and walked forward, but there was a faint smile on her beautiful face. Like a shy girl, she was in love for the first time. I can't help it. Qin Wentian smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. At this time, he was like an ordinary sunny boy. He caught up with Mo Qingcheng and looked at her pretty face that was deliberately stiff, but it was a bit playful. Qin Wentian couldn't help but be a little crazy, and a little warmth flowed through his heart. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. It was very wonderful, a little nervous, a little warm, and a very beautiful feeling. The people from the King Palace came to hall. Yu Qingfang's father Yu Hanshan sat in the main seat. On both sides of him were people from the King Palace, who were very domineering. The people of Emperor Star Academy were also helpless. In fact, they had contact with Kangwang Palace before. The last time Luo Xianaya's incident was resolved by Kangwang Palace, however, there were also factions within Kangwang Palace, namely Kangwang's direct lineage and non-direct lineage. Now, Kang Wang's direct lineage is getting weaker and weaker, and its voice in Kang Wang Palace is gradually losing. The people who came this time were all non-direct lineage. Jiutian sat in the first seat, and his sharp eyes swept the crowd of Emperor Star Academy, and said, "From today, the Emperor Star Academy's Shang Pavilion and Xian Hall will be temporarily taken over by my Kang Wang Palace. In addition, King Feng, you guys go to Xianmeng Forest for a walk." The people of Emperor Star Academy froze. They had just introduced Kang Wang Palace not long ago, and now, they started to overwhelm the host. "What, is there a problem?" Jiutian saw the people of Emperor Star Academy frowning and said coldly. "No, I just hope it won't affect the normal practice of the Academy disciples." Gu Lao sighed in his heart. Kang Wang Palace was powerful and they couldn't afford to offend it. "Okay, in addition, you take the people from the Kang Palace to other secret places in the Emperor Star Academy." Jiutian spoke again, and the Emperor Star Academy had no choice but to agree. "These people came here, it seems that they want to find something. Go." Jiutian waved his hand, and everyone left immediately. Soon, only Jiutian and Yu Qingfeng and his son were left here. "Father, is it really possible that the secret of the Kang King is here?" Yu Qingfeng asked. Jiutian rubbed his eyebrows, closed his eyes and rested, and whispered, "The Kang King's lineage found some notes of the Kang King in the past, revealing that the Kang King came here several times in the past. There is a great possibility that if we really find it, King Feng, your future will be extremely bright." Yu Qingfeng trembled in his heart. At that time, the Kang King ranked first among the 36 Xiangang Kang Kings of the Great Xia dynasty. His combat power was so powerful that he was invincible no matter how talented the opponent was. Fighting against opponents of higher levels was commonplace. In the end, others discovered that the Kang King Emperor Kang had more than one Yuanfu. For martial life cultivators, the chakras turn into whirlpools, opening up the sea of primordial mansions. There is only one primordial mansion in the body. This is the iron rule of cultivation. However, Emperor Kang broke this iron rule. He has multiple primordial mansions. Having multiple primordial mansions, any martial life cultivator knows what that means. It means being able to accommodate several times the star power of others, being able to breed martial life heavenly forces in different primordial mansions. How can the combat power not be amazing? Chapter 177, A Rage. Many powerful outsiders came to the imperial city of Chu, but they did not interfere with the affairs of the royal family and the Emperor Star Academy. To them, those were insignificant. The people of the Kang Palace made the Emperor Star Academy very upset. Although they promised the Emperor Star Academy that they would not disturb the students, they were not so polite when they searched the academy. The skills and magical powers of the Shang Pavilion were turned upside down, and they even found the entrance to the 7th floor of the Beast Spirit Land. However, the interior of the other two doors had been destroyed, and only the basic magical skills were placed in them. The other party did not find anything unusual. But what made the people of the Emperor Star Academy angry was that those people from the Kang Palace saw some powerful magical powers and took them away directly. What's more, they wanted to demolish the Emperor Star Monument. This place is the symbol of the Emperor Star Academy and witnesses the history of the Emperor Star Academy. At this time, many people gathered in front of the Emperor Star Monument. Ren Qianxing, Gu Lao and others had arrived. Even the old man who Qin Wentian had seen guarding the 7th step of the Shang Pavilion also appeared. They looked at the people from the Kang Wang Palace and said, "This is the hard work of the Kang Wang, and it records the history of the academy. Please show mercy. You should be the current head of the Emperor Star Academy, the descendant of the Kang Wang." Jiutian looked at the old man, his eyes flashing with a ray of sharpness. "That's right," the old man said calmly, which shocked many people in the Emperor Star Academy. This person who looked very inconspicuous and simple was actually the head of the Emperor Star Academy. So, has the head of the Emperor Star Academy always been the descendant of the Kang Wang bloodline? They have been silently guarding the Emperor Star Academy. As for the inside story, it is not something they can know. Di, you should know the purpose of my coming. The Emperor Star Monument must be demolished. Jiutian's eyes were always calm, but there was a sense of unquestionable meaning. Too cruel. The students of the Imperial Star Academy around them were angry, but dared not speak. The Kang Palace and the Imperial Star Academy are from the same lineage, how can they be so excessive? In the distance, Mo Qingchang and Qin Wentian stood together. Mo Qingchang frowned. She was very angry. The King Palace was too much? Miss Qingchen, the Imperial Star Academy can't influence the will of the King Palace. The two are not on the same level. Yu Qingfang looked at Mo Qingcheng with a gentle smile on his face. Every time he saw the girl in front of him, he would feel a different kind of heartbeat. Seeing Yu Qingfang's look, Mo Qingcheng clenched her hands tightly. It was too much? Why don't you go to the King Palace with me, Mo Qingcheng? It's much better than staying here. Yu Qingfang said jokingly, but with a hint of teasing. You are too presumptuous. Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with anger, but Yu Qingfang's eyes turned around. Cold light burst out, staring at Qin Wentian, and then sneered, Brother Qin really thinks this is the land of beast spirits. After saying that, he saw his body turned into a residual image, and the terrifying pressure rolled towards Qin Wentian. He attacked directly without saying a word, and he was still in the Emperor Star Academy, looking down on everything. Of course, Yu Qingfang was confident that he could crush Qin Wentian with his strength. After all, they had seen the other party's strength in the land of beast spirits. Yu Qingfang's palm power slapped out, which was extremely fierce, revealing an indestructible intention, and also contained a terrifying sharp aura, cutting through everything and being able to kill people directly. Qin Wentian's expression condensed, and he slapped out with his falling mountain palm. The two palm forces collided, making a loud noise. Qin Wentian's body was shaken back, and he groaned. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Many people looked over here, and they were all a little shocked. This Yu Qingfang was so domineering, but his strength was so strong that he kept hurting Qin Wentian. The King Palace was as if nothing had happened, and did not take it seriously at all. The aura that Qin Wentian burst out was only the 8th level of the Wheel Meridian. With Yu Qingfang's strength, it would be easy to kill him. But Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked at Qin Wentian. This guy has become smart. Mo Qingcheng knew that Qin Wentian had entered the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian. The attack just now was obviously intentional by him to hide his strength. Otherwise, Mo Qingcheng did not believe that Yu Qingfang could defeat Qin Wentian. Tear it down. At this time, Yu Henshin uttered a cold voice indifferently. The people of Kangwang Palace slapped out with palm power. There was a loud rumbling sound, and the Emperor Star Monument was shattered, and the fragments flew wildly. No. Ruahun saw that the monument of Dashin was shattered, her beautiful eyes were red, and there was a faint bloodlight shining, and she was very angry. The rumbling sound continued, and the Emperor Star monuments collapsed one by one. The people of Kangwang Palace began to check the fragments, but found nothing and left. Miss Qingcheng, go out for a walk when you have time. Yu Qingfang smiled at Mo Qingcheng when he left. Looking at that beautiful face, his heart was pounding. Even if he couldn't be his wife, it would be exciting if he could get her body. Thinking of this, Yu Qingfang's blood surged in his heart. He glanced at Mo Qingcheng, showed a meaningful smile, and then turned and left. Mo Qingcheng bit her lips tightly, as if she had been strongly humiliated, but she tried her best to endure it. There was even a trace of blood flowing out from her red lips. Ruahun walked forward and squatted in the pile of fragments of the Emperor Star Monument. She was absent-minded for a while. Now she looked much more haggard and far less energetic than before. The people of the Emperor Star Academy also stood there in silence, aggrieved and angry, but dared not speak. Qin Wentian watched all these scenes, clenched his fists, and a crackling sound was heard. Looking at Yu Qingfang's back, a terrible cold light flashed in his eyes. That was the killing intent. Reaching out, Qin Wentian grabbed Mo Qingcheng's little hand, which made Mo Qingcheng stunned again. She turned her eyes and smiled sweetly at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian feel moved. Let's go. Qin Wentian took Mo Qingcheng away from here. In the land of beast spirits, Qin Wentian began to kill the monsters again. Even the monsters ranked in the top 10 could not stop him from killing. Qin Wentian came to the top of a mountain. He stopped and stared at the top of the mountain in front of him. There was an extremely strange monster there. It had a dragon head, a lion body, rock wings, black tortoise scales, a snake tail, and unicorn claws. It looked extremely ferocious. Emperor monster. Qin Wentian took a deep breath. The monster ranked first in the war beast list only introduced its form, but not its abilities. Qin Wentian recognized it at a glance. It was the Emperor monster. The Emperor monster's eyes were extremely cold, and his body was shining with terrifying starlight. Those eyes were breathtaking, as if they could affect people's minds. With Feng Bian Huoji in hand, Qin Wentian's body turned into a residual image and rushed towards the Emperor monster. The purpose of his coming to the land of beast spirits, in addition to the trial, was naturally the war beasts ranked high in the war beast list. Now, he encountered the monster ranked first in the war beast list. How could he let it go? The starlight was dazzling, stinging people's eyes. Suddenly, the sky lit up with brilliant light, and the roar shook the heaven and earth. Beside the Emperor Demon, there appeared a number of demon beasts, roaring and madly roaring at the same time. This made Qin Wentian stop in his tracks, and he looked at the scene in shock. Summoning Beast, the Emperor Demon ranked first in the War Beast list, is actually a summoning beast. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. This was simply the War Beast he had dreamed of, but when he saw those demon beasts, Qin Wentian became alert again, his expression solemn. Buzz! The strong wind swept past, and Qin Wentian seemed to have truly transformed into Kunpen. The Fangdian Huoji thrust out angrily, the azure dragon roared, and with a loud bang, a demon beast's body exploded. However, Qin Wentian's body did not stop for a moment, and the vermilion bird style bloomed out. The Fangdian Huoji swept out, and the demon beast roared. 2 days later, Qin Wentian walked out of the beast spirit land with a tired will. He shook his head and felt very uncomfortable. In order to hunt the Emperor Demon ranked first in the War Beast list, he spent 2 days and used various means to finally kill the Emperor Demon and plunder the beast spirit. This harvest also made Qin Wentian particularly excited. Wentian. Qin Wentian was walking in the Emperor Star Academy. A voice came. Qin Wentian looked back and saw Mo Qingchang walking towards this side. The cold face showed a smile. Behind her, Yu Qingfang followed. In the past 2 days, Mo Qingchang has been enduring Yu Qingfang's harassment. Qin Wentian walked to Mo Qingchang and whispered, "Is he always like this?" "Yes." Mo Qingchang nodded, looking a little aggrieved. "Let's go out for a walk." Qin Wentian pulled Mo Qingchang and said with a smile. Mo Qingchang nodded, and the two ran out of the Imperial Star Academy. The people in the academy saw that Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang were so close. Although they were a little jealous of Qin Wentian, they still silently advised this pair of perfect couples, hoping that they could have a good future. Yu Qingfang narrowed his eyes slightly, with the cold light flashing, and watched Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang leave. The people in the King Palace were getting more and more excessive. They turned the Imperial Star Academy upside down, but still couldn't find what they wanted, but the Imperial Star Academy was full of complaints. Yu Qingfang was a bit bored, and sometimes he would go for a walk outside the Imperial Star Academy with a group of young people from the King Palace. However, on this day, a group of blind people actually provoked the people from the King Palace, and the two sides clashed. Moreover, the other side had people from the Yuanfu realm, suppressing the group of people from the King Palace. How could the arrogant young people from the King Palace bear this? They came here to follow their elders to gain experience. In this small place of Chu, someone actually dared to provoke them. It was really courting death. The people from the King Palace slowed down the other side's pace and asked Yu Qingfang to go back and call for help. Yu Qingfang immediately headed towards the Imperial Star Academy, but when passing a remote place, a figure in black blocked his retreat. The man in black lowered his head, holding a spear, and walked forward slowly. "Who are you?" Yu Qingfang stopped and said indifferently. He didn't expect that someone would want to kill him in broad daylight. Yu Qingfang was not stupid. He felt that someone was targeting him. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that someone and he had a conflict? "The one who wants to kill you." A cold voice came out, and the man in black turned into a residual shadow. The spear burst out, and a terrible demonic aura spread out. The spear vibrated, as if it turned into a terrible vortex, containing infinite power. Yu Qingfang looked up at the figure who was attacking. When he saw the owner of those eyes, his heart trembled violently. "It's you." Yu Qingfang raised his hand to attack. The indestructible palm print collided with his spear. There was a puffing sound, and then there was a scream. The spear pierced his palm directly, and then pierced his throat, nailing Yu Qingfang to death. 9th level of the Wheel Meridian. Yu Qingfang's eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. He never dreamed that he would die in the small country of Chu. Chapter 178 Traveling Together. In the Imperial Star Academy, Yu Qingfang's body lay quietly on the ground, with a long spear piercing his throat, nailing him to death. In front of the body, Yu Henshin's body trembled. He couldn't believe, nor did he want to believe that his son Yu Qingfang would be killed during this trip to Chu. His eyes were red, and he was filled with murderous intent. The people of the Imperial Star Academy in the distance avoided him, but they were gloating in their hearts. The people of the King Palace had been so arrogant during this period that they destroyed the Imperial Star Academy. Finally, they were punished. It must be that Yu Qingfeng was too arrogant, so he had a grudge with others and was killed. Investigate, investigate thoroughly. Yu Hanshan roared, and his voice resounded throughout the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian sat in his courtyard, holding a map in his hand, as if nothing had happened. Hearing this roar, he looked up and looked into the distance, his expression calm. If Yu Qingfeng is not killed, Mo Qingchang will not have peace, so he must die. Now, the young boy, in this cruel environment, has gradually become indifferent. As long as someone threatens the people around him, he would rather be a cold-blooded killer. Looking down at the map scroll in his hand, Qin Wentian's finger landed on a place with handwriting on it. This is Yaozhou City in Jiuzhou City. The marked point on the map should be in a vast forest mountain range outside Yaozhou City. Qin Wentian looked at the terrain. The continent is vast and endless. Sometimes a mountain range or forest is larger than a country. For example, the dark forest of Chu State has wrapped the entire imperial city. You can't even explore what secrets are hidden inside. The forest and mountain area marked on this map occupies a huge area. Qin Wentian stared at the marked location again. There, it was a place in a small city in the forest and mountain area, and even marked a specific location in the city. I don't know what secrets Emperor Kang left this map on the 9th floor of Xianxing Pavilion. Wentian. At this moment, a voice came. Qin Wentian looked up at the void, only to see Gulao and Mo Qingchang descending from the void. Gulao, Qingchang. Qin Wentian put away the map scroll and stood up. Yu Qingfeng is dead. Gulao looked at Qin Wentian and said, but seeing Qin Wentian's calm expression, Gulao immediately understood and immediately changed the subject, saying, I have also found out the purpose of King Wang Palace coming to Emperor Star Academy. Why did they come? Qin Wentian saw that Gulao did not continue to talk about Yu Qingfeng's death. The three of them knew it tacitly. Of course, Emperor Star Academy would not investigate it seriously. Qin Wentian was also a little curious about the arrival of King Wang Palace. There are two major factions in the King Wang Palace. One of them is the direct lineage of King Wang. The head of Dai is the spokesperson of this lineage in the Daixing Academy and has a close relationship with the Daixing Academy. The other lineage is the people who came this time. We got news from King Wang's lineage that King Wang may have hidden the biggest secret of his life in the Daixing Academy. Xiaolan of Jiuxian Palace also came for this. The King Wang secret. Qin Wentian's face was stern. Yes, the King Wang secret. No matter what realm King Wang was in, no matter what kind of strong man he faced, he was invincible in the same realm. It was only because of his special cultivation. King Wang cultivated a multidimensional palace. Later, this secret was exposed, and countless strong men in the entire Daxia dynasty began to hunt down King Wang. Before King Wang disappeared, he may have come to the Daixing Academy he created. Multidimensional palace. Qin Wentian trembled in his heart. The practice of a martial life cultivator can only cultivate a Yuan Fu Si. Of course, he knew this. The subsequent Wu Ming Xiangang was also bred from the Yuan Fu. Yes, it may be a heaven-defying technique, and no one knows where it is. Gulao continued, but Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. Map, the map of the 9th floor of Xianxing Pavilion. If it is that map, then Di Yi, who guards the 7th floor of Xianxing Pavilion, should be able to guess something, right? For thousands of years, no one has broken through the 9th floor of Xianxing Pavilion. Could it be that this was King Kang's death order back then? But you don't have to worry about this matter. It has nothing to do with you. I came here to tell you that King Chang wants to go out for a walk. You can accompany her to relax. Gulao said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at Gulao and Mo Qingcheng. Seeing the look in their eyes, how could he not understand Gulao's good intentions? The people of King Wang Palace thought that he was only at the 8th level of the chakra, and that he had been injured by Yu Qingfeng, so they naturally would not doubt him. However, Gulao and Mo Qingcheng knew that he should be able to kill Yu Qingfeng. They should have guessed it, so they hoped that he would leave and not stay in the side of the people of King Wang Palace, otherwise he would inevitably expose his strength one day. Moreover, the departure that Gulao mentioned was probably a temporary departure from Chu State. The Emperor Star Academy was now competing with the royal family, and the King Wang Palace had another visitor. It was a time of trouble. The academy wanted to keep him away from the disputes. In this way, Qin Wentian would not be in danger. Gulao had good intentions. After a moment of silence, Qin Wentian nodded heavily and said, "Okay. Get ready," and set off directly. Gulao patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and left immediately. "I'll go tell my father and my sister." Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng and said, "Well, I'll wait for you." Mo Qingcheng nodded. Qin Wentian spoke to Qin Zhuan, Qin Yao, Fan Li and others separately, and told them that if they wanted to leave, they must remember to let the Emperor Star Academy escort them. After giving all the instructions, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng went out in a low-key manner. They first walked out of the Emperor Star Academy, and then flew away on a white crane. The white crane flew westward, and Qin Wentian stood on the white crane, looking at the imperial city that was gradually going away. His eyes were full of nostalgia and reluctance. The reason why Qin Wentian agreed with Gulao's opinion was that he knew the current situation very well. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the struggle, so he chose to leave temporarily. "I will be back soon." Qin Wentian swore in his heart that there were many people in this imperial city that were hard to give up. He really didn't want to leave, but he had to improve himself. "What are you thinking about?" Mo Qingcheng walked to Qin Wentian and asked in a low voice. "Qingcheng, go back after you send me out. I may have to go to a very far place." Qin Wentian turned his head and looked at Mo Qingcheng beside him, revealing a gentle smile. "We agreed that you would accompany me to relax." Mo Qingcheng looked at Qin Wentian with a grudge. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, put his hands on Mo Qingcheng's shoulders, and said seriously, "I really have to go very far, and I might encounter danger. You don't have to accompany me to take risks." Mo Qingcheng just stared at Qin Wentian without saying a word. The beautiful face so close to him, with a hint of resentment in her watery eyes, made Qin Wentian feel as if a warm current flowed through his heart. Reaching out his hand and moving towards Mo Qingcheng's face, Qin Wentian's heart was beating fast, and he was even more nervous than when he was fighting. Finally, Qin Wentian's palm landed on Mo Qingcheng's face. The crystal clear and soft skin made Qin Wentian's heart beat faster. He looked at Mo Qingcheng's face seriously, as if he was afraid that Mo Qingcheng would be angry. "I'll go with you." Mo Qingcheng still stared at him and just uttered 4 words. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Seeing the resentment and persistence in the other's eyes, he could only nod. "That's about right." Mo Qingcheng smiled sweetly, which made Qin Wentian feel his heart beat faster. It was the first time he saw Mo Qingcheng smile so close. It was too beautiful and amazing. "I haven't taken advantage of you enough." Mo Qingcheng pouted and stared at Qin Wentian again. Qin Wentian then trembled and withdrew his hand, and then sat on the white crane, but he felt sweet in his heart. Only when he was with Mo Qingcheng, he would feel such warmth and sweetness. Mo Qingcheng sat next to Qin Wentian. The white crane flew very fast. The strong wind blew on her body. The handsome boy and the beautiful girl sat together, walking through the clouds, like a fairy couple. "Where are we going?" Mo Qingcheng asked Qin Wentian with a gentle smile on her face. Qin Wentian took out the map and pointed to the marked location, saying, "Outside Jiuzhou City, we will fly according to the track marked on the map. It may take a long time to get there." "Where did this map come from?" Mo Qingcheng looked at Qin Wentian in confusion. "The 9th floor of Xiangxing Pavilion, the map left by Emperor Kang. Your grandfather told us the secret of Emperor Kang. I guess it is very likely here." Qin Wentian pointed to the marked location and said. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes froze. Qin Wentian actually told her the secret of Emperor Kang without reservation. Thinking of this, Mo Qingcheng felt a sweet feeling in her heart and nodded with a smile. She was really happy with such trust. Strong wind blew on the map. After identifying the direction, Qin Wentian collected it. The white crane flew westward, crossing the small towns and villages, mountains and forests below, heading for a distant place. This was the first time Qin Wentian had been to such a distant place since he could remember, and it was also Mo Qingcheng's first time to travel far away. She had never left the state of Chu before. There was a trace of trepidation in their hearts, but also a trace of warmth, because the person they were traveling with was each other. For the first time, the seeds of love sprouted in the hearts of the handsome man and the girl, ignorantly. Chapter 179 Green Fairy. Thousands of miles away from Jiuzhou City, there is a boundless mountain forest area that spans an endless territory. In this endless territory, monsters sometimes fly in the air and roar in the sky. In the early morning, there was a white crane in the void. On the white crane, A handsome boy and a pure and beautiful girl sat on it. The girl's head was resting on the boy's shoulder, and her body was gently leaning against the boy. The handsome boy opened his eyes, but his body did not move, as if he was afraid of disturbing the girl. These two people were naturally Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen. Mo Qingcheng's eyelashes moved, and then slowly opened her eyes. Her crystal-clear eyes flashed, and she quietly moved her head away, with a faint blush on her face. Awake. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng's slightly haggard face, and felt a little distressed in his heart. They took a lot of detours and asked many people on their way to this place. It took more than 20 days. Although the speed of the white crane was faster than theirs, it was only a level 7 monster after all, and its flying speed was still limited. Yet, Mo Qingcheng nodded gently, then looked up and looked forward. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. The endless mountains and forests were endless. If the dark forest was placed here, it would probably be just a corner. Qin Wentian took out the map scroll, looked at the marked location, and then handed it to Mo Qingcheng and said, "We are almost there. Help control the direction of the white crane's flight." "Okay." Mo Qingcheng nodded gently, and the white crane continued to move forward. In this vast area, they actually flew for half a day and still did not find the marked castle. But the direction is wrong. Mo Qingcheng frowned. In such a vast territory, it is possible that the direction is wrong. There are people. Qin Wentian looked into the distance, and saw several monsters flying in the air. Those people also saw the white crane, and the monsters flew over. Those people gradually approached this side, and saw the two people's eyes lit up. The handsome boy and the stunning girl made them unable to help but look at them a few more times. "Are you going to Jiutian City?" the other party asked the two people. "Jiutian City, it really exists." Qin Wentian took a look at the map, and the place marked on it was in Jiutian City. "Yes, how far is it?" Qin Wentian asked. "We are almost there." One of the young men looked at Mo Qingcheng from time to time. Everyone loves beauty, and Mo Qingcheng's face is so beautiful that it completely surpasses his companions. "Hurry up." The woman next to him frowned and was a little unhappy. She was wearing a blue dress, noble and elegant. She was also very beautiful, but compared with Mo Qingcheng, she was naturally dull. Seeing the eyes of several people around her looking at Mo Qingcheng, she was naturally unhappy. "Okay." Several young men seemed to listen to her. The monsters and white cranes flew away, but the young men's eyes were still somewhat lingering. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and glanced at Mo Qingcheng. As the saying goes, beauty is a disaster. A woman who is too beautiful will naturally attract attention. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to bring Mo Qingcheng here. "Are you unhappy?" Mo Qingcheng noticed Qin Wentian's expression and asked in a low voice. "I don't like them looking at you all the time." Qin Wentian smiled and shrugged, "But the eyes are on someone else. I'm afraid I have to get used to it." "You are jealous." Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flashed, and Qin Wentian didn't say anything, which was considered as a tacit agreement, which made Mo Qingcheng feel sweet. "Do you have any clothes with you?" Mo Qingcheng asked Qin Wentian. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. "Show me your clothes." Mo Qingcheng smiled. Qin Wentian was a little puzzled, but he still took out a few clothes. Then, under his stunned gaze, Mo Qingcheng put his clothes on her body, covering her exquisite body, and even tied her long hair together. Then she put a piece of cloth on her forehead, which made her look a little bit out of place, with a bit of masculinity. "How about this?" Mo Qingcheng spread his hands. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng. Although she had a bit of masculinity, her crystal skin and perfect face could not be covered up. However, this out-of-place look was not as stunning as before, and would not attract so much attention. People all love beauty. Mo Qingcheng dressed herself up like this, which touched Qin Wentian's heart. He reached out and held Mo Qingcheng's hand again. Mo Qingcheng and Qin Wentian finally saw the castle Jiutian City marked on the map. When the white crane landed over the city, Mo Qingcheng opened her mouth and showed a shocked look. The entire castle was surrounded by towering mountains. They came in from the gaps between the peaks and looked down. They saw the city made of ancient boulders. It was magnificent and amazing. Of course, the city looked small when looking down from above, but that was only because the surrounding mountains were too vast. This castle was definitely not smaller than the imperial city of Chu. There were many people active in it. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a city deep in the mountains and forests. "Let's go down," Qin Wentian said in a low voice. The white crane landed in the monster mountain city. In addition to many human footprints, there were also many monsters. These monsters were not controlled by human martial artists, but came and went alone. Humans and monsters actually coexisted peacefully. It had to be said that this was a strange city. No wonder it was named Monster Mountain City. Qin Wentian took out the map again. The marked location was in the center of the city. There was a vast palace. No one knew where it was. The secret of the King is not on the Imperial Star Academy, but a map is hidden in the Imperial Star Academy. If there is really a heaven-defying technique of the multiverse palace, what will be waiting for me? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, and walked with Mo Qingqiang in the Monster Mountain City. At this moment, the earth shook, and a violent monster was seen running wildly on the road, and the crowd avoided it. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang turned around, and then saw a violent eagle-eyed lion rushing towards them, trampling the ground with powerful force. On the back of the eagle-eyed lion was a young man, who roared to the front, "Get out of the way!" Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang retreated to the side, and the eagle-eyed lion rushed over. The young man on it had eyes as sharp as a hawk. He glanced at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang, and saw Mo Qingqiang's beautiful face wearing a man's robe. He couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out flames. The strong flames rushed towards Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang, and the two retreated with frowns. The young man had a strange smile on his face, glanced at Mo Qingqiang and said, "If she is a girl, I'm afraid her looks will not be worse than those of the people in Xianqi Palace, and she is attractive." After saying that, he left with a big laugh. When the people around heard the young man's roar, they all looked at Mo Qingqiang. Indeed, although she was wearing men's clothes, her beautiful face could not be concealed. Qin Wentian frowned, but saw Mo Qingqiang holding his hand and said, "Let's hurry up." Mo Qingqiang knew that when he was out, he should keep a low profile. There were so many powerful people here, it was not a small place like Chu State, so he had to be cautious. "I'm sorry for wronging you." Qin Wentian sighed and said, "It was all because he didn't have the strength, otherwise he would never let Mo Qingqiang suffer such a grievance." "Then you should become strong quickly." Mo Qingqiang smiled indifferently, and the two continued to hurry up. When they came to the place in the map scroll, there was a vast palace in front of them. On the outermost arch door were three huge characters, Xianqi Palace. It was the Xianqi Palace mentioned by the arrogant young man on the monster just now. The location marked by Emperor Kang on the map was here. "Huh?" A cry of surprise came out, and several people looked towards Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang. They were the young men and women they met in the air when they came. "It seems that we are destined to go to Xianqi too." The young man saw Mo Qingqiang's disguise, and he knew clearly in his heart, and smiled at Qin Wentian. "What is the Fairy Pond Palace?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. He really wanted to find out what the purpose of the place marked on the Emperor Kang map was. The Fairy Pond Palace is the symbol of the Monster Mountain City. It was founded by the Fairy King Mei 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years of development gradually made the Monster Mountain City develop into a city. The former Monster Mountain City was just an area where monsters were rampant. Now you can see that it is very lively, and there are many beautiful fairies in the Fairy Pond Palace, but they are all very beautiful. The young man smiled and said, "Of course, if you want to compare with her, I'm afraid the fairies in the Fairy Pond Palace will be inferior." He glanced at Mo Qingqiang again, but very obscurely. 3,000 years ago. Qin Wentian murmured. So, he should be from the same era as King Kang. The other party called him the Fairy King Mei. Could it be that King Mei is a transformed monster? Does the Fairy Pond Palace only accept women? Why do so many people come here? Qin Wentian asked curiously. Yes, Fairy Queen Mei only accepts women, and they must be beautiful women. As for why she doesn't accept men, it all started with a rumor about King Kang. At that time, King Kang ranked first among the 36 heavenly beings. He was such a proud figure that countless women admired him, but he had a beautiful human-demon love affair and fell in love with Queen Mei from Yaozhou City at that time. However, for some reason, King Kang later abandoned Fairy Queen Mei, which made Fairy Queen Mei hate him because of love. It was even rumored that she had hunted down King Kang. Until the news of King Kang's disappearance and death came out, Fairy Queen Mei began to live in seclusion in this Yaoshan city. The young man seemed very interested and talked freely, as if he wanted to show off deliberately. He said, "I am Yi Xiang from Yaozhou City. I wonder what your names are." "Qin Wentian, this is my girlfriend." Qin Wentian said in a low voice, not wanting to offend the other party too much, but his mind became active. Fairy Queen Mei really had a relationship with King Kang, which meant that he had not found the wrong place. The place marked on King Kang's map should be here. P.S. I apologize for the late update today. I recommend a novel written by a friend, Destroying the World and Destroying the Gods by Jiutian. Friends who are interested can take a look at it. Chapter 180 Yan Kuangshen. When Mo Qingchang heard Qin Wentian say his girlfriend, there was a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes, and a sweet smile on her lips. Obviously, she also recognized this relationship in her heart. But Mo Qingchang felt strange. She already had someone she liked? If it was a year ago, she would definitely not dare to think about it. Yi Xiong heard this and felt a little disappointed. The reason why he got close to Qin Wentian was naturally because he had seen Mo Qingchang's face. I see. Yi Xiong smiled and nodded, but in his heart he cursed Qin Wentian, this guy with bad luck, and didn't know if he had any background. Thinking of this, Yi Xiong asked tentatively, as for why we came here, doesn't Brother Qin know? Which city in Jiuzhou City did Brother Qin come from? I really don't know. I'm not from Jiuzhou City. Qin Wentian didn't explain too clearly to the other party, and said casually. The reason why the Fairy Pond Palace is called the Fairy Pond Palace is because it has a natural fairy pond, which is of great help to practitioners, especially those below the Xiangang realm. When it was discovered by Fairy King Mei, it caused quite a stir, and many forces wanted to take it for themselves. But at that time, King Kang was such a big figure that all the major overlord-level forces in Jiuzhou City gave him some support, so no one dared to compete with Fairy King Mei. Yi Xiong explained, after the news of King Kang's death spread, Fairy King Mei lived in seclusion here, and many forces made their voices heard. They didn't want Fairy King Mei to enjoy the Xianqi alone. However, Fairy King Mei said that talented young people in Jiuzhou City can come here at any time for tests. Those who pass the tests can practice in the fairy pond. In this way, the major forces gave up. After all, no one wants to offend the demon fairy with a long life. Qin Wentian understood that demon beasts were different from humans. Most demon beasts cultivated very slowly, but their lifespans were much longer than humans. The demon beasts that could transform were of the Xiangang level. As long as they were not killed by humans, they would probably live for 5,000 or 6,000 years. Of course, those forces did not dare to offend Fairy King Mei too much. So, the people here all want to use the fairy pool to cultivate. Qin Wentian glanced at the people around him. It was indeed mostly young men, aged between 16 and 25, and they all had extraordinary temperaments. They must not dare to come here without any strength. Just as Qin Wentian was looking around, a gaze shot towards him from a distance, and then a demonic smile appeared. It was the arrogant man who had just ridden on the eagle-eyed lion. Yi Xiong followed Qin Wentian's gaze and saw that the man's expression changed slightly. He whispered, "He is from the Beast King Palace, the overlord-level force in Jiuzhou City, the half-orc lion leader." Half-orc. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Yi Xiong walked to Qin Wentian and whispered, "The master of the Beast King Palace is a lion king of the Xiangang realm. The Beast King is lustful and has married many human women and given birth to many half-orcs, mixed blood. Their offspring are all half-orc blood. This lion leader is also a descendant of the Beast King." "Boy, what are you mumbling about?" The lion leader looked over here and said coldly, which made Yi Xiong's expression change. He smiled and said, "Just chatting." "Really?" The lion leader glanced at the girl behind Yi Xiong again, moved his tongue, revealing a greedy light, which made the girl angry. The descendants of the Beast King are indeed licentious and shameless. Now they have come to the Xianqi Palace to cause trouble. At this time, in the Xianqi Palace, several girls in white clothes walked out like fairies and came to the crowd. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes were cast over, looking at those figures with veils on their faces, without blinking. It is rumored that the women in the Fairy Pond Palace are all very beautiful, and Fairy Queen Mei will not accept anyone other than a beautiful woman. It seems to be true. Moreover, anyone who has heard the test and can bathe in the fairy pond is also eligible to choose a beautiful woman in the Xianqi Palace as a Taoist partner. Of course, the premise is that the other party agrees. This makes many people's hearts beat. Such rules have never been broken for thousands of years. No one knows why Fairy Queen Mei does this. "Please enter the Fairy Pond Palace." The girl in white led the way, and the crowd followed and stepped into the Fairy Pond Palace. The Xianqi Palace is magnificent. Along the long corridor in the middle, they walked all the way and came to a pavilion. This pavilion is located on both sides of the corridor, one next to another, elegant and unique. On the attic, someone stuck his head out and looked down. Many people showed a cold expression on their lips. These people must be like them, coming to participate in the assessment. It's really a fool's dream. The fairy pond is open once a month, and only 7 people are qualified to bathe in the fairy pond each time. In this month, many people will come to take the assessment. It is not easy to stand out from the crowd. Qin Wentian looked at the Xianxi Palace and was quite surprised. The power created by Fairy King Mei was so beautiful, like a dream. At the end of this long corridor, there was a palace, which was staggered and stepped up. At the top, it seemed that there was a fairy palace standing there. Is Fairy King Mei still there? Qin Wentian thought in his heart. He had already determined that the place marked by King Kang was here, but now he didn't know what to do. Does Fairy King Mei know the secret of King Kang? According to Yi Xiang, it was rumored that King Kang abandoned Fairy King Mei, but Qin Wentian didn't believe it. There might be a hidden secret. Otherwise, what was the purpose of King Kang leaving the map scroll on the 9th floor of Xianxing Pavilion and letting the head of the Emperor Star Academy and the descendants of King Kang guard it? Qin Wentian even had a bold guess that King Kang's biggest secret was probably not left in the palace of King Kang, but was probably given to Fairy King Mei to guard for him. Of course, this was because Qin Wentian had obtained the map scroll of the Emperor Star Academy, so he could make such a guess. When those old monsters saw Emperor Kang and Fairy Queen Mei fighting, they would never think so. Lion King, you are neither a human nor a demon, and you dare to come here. Aren't you afraid that I will make you neither a human nor a demon? A hearty voice came, and Yi Xiang was shocked. He didn't know who was so arrogant and dared to humiliate the Lion King of the Beast King Hall like this. Looking up, Yi Xiang saw a young man in a blue robe. The young man was about 18 years old, with a square face and big eyes, waiting for the Lion King to laugh. Yan Kuangshen. Yi Xiang's expression changed. The people who came here would not be too strong. The young people in Jiuzhou City would come here to bathe in the fairy pool below the 3rd level of the Yuanfu realm, and the most were the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian. With the help of the effect of the fairy pool, they could break through to the Yuanfu realm in one fell swoop, and it would make the Yuanfu pool open up abundant and able to accommodate more star energy. This Yan Kuangsheng is also in the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian. It is not something to be proud of that he has not entered the Yuanfu at his age. There are many Yuanfu figures who are 17 years old in Jiuzhou City. However, after all, people have different ideas about cultivation. If you want to communicate with higher martial stars, you must improve your perception and willpower. Therefore, many people postpone the time of communicating with martial stars in order to make their future smooth, which leads to them starting to practice very late. This Yan Kuangsheng is one of the representatives. He ignored the opinions of outsiders and did not practice after the age of 16. Many people in the Yang family looked down on him, not to mention the colored eyes of outsiders. But Yang Kuangsheng made a big splash and communicated with the martial stars in the 4th heaven in one fell swoop, which shocked the Yang family. They secretly sighed that this Yan Kuangsheng's tenacious character is definitely a person worth cultivating. Sure enough, in the next 2 years, Yang Kuangsheng's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he entered the 9th level of the Wheel Channel. Although it was still later than many people, the double star souls he condensed were all from the 4th level or above, so his combat power was particularly strong, and few people of the same level could compare. His future cultivation would be very smooth. Shi Kui was also a very domineering person. If it was another 9th level person of the Wheel Channel, he would have killed many people, but he was not sure about Yan Kuangshen. Yan Kuangshen, remember your words. Shi Kui said coldly. I'm not afraid of you. Yan Kuangsheng laughed, and a companion appeared beside him. It was a beautiful girl. When Yi Xiang saw her, he showed a very wonderful look. She also came, and she came with Yan Kuangshen. It seems that this trip to Xianxi Palace is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It is said that Yao Xing of Xian'ai sect has also arrived in advance. He is also a very difficult person. Thinking of this, Yi Xiang felt that he gradually lost confidence and was quite depressed. There is an empty sign hanging under the vacant pavilion. Everyone, please choose a place to stay first. It will take a few days before you have the opportunity to go to Xianxi. The people of Xianxi Palace said to the crowd, and everyone dispersed and chose the attic they lived in. Let's live here. Qin Wentian saw that the attic next to him happened to have an empty sign hanging, and said to Mo Qingcheng, "Listen to you." Mo Qingcheng nodded, and then the two took off the empty sign and walked into the attic. There was a living room under the attic and 2 bedrooms upstairs, just right. Walking to the balcony outside the bedroom, Qin Wentian saw Yixiong and the others entering the attic opposite, and next to them was Zhu Yankuangshen. "Boy, where are you from?" Yankuangshen looked over here, and couldn't help asking when he saw Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was 17 years old, with a handsome face, restrained and deep eyes, and a bit of demonic handsomeness, which gave Yankuangshen an extraordinary feeling. "From a very small country, you probably haven't heard of it." Qin Wentian smiled and said, "What about you?" Yankuangshen was stunned, then grinned, and Yixiong opposite said, "Brother Qin, this is Yankuangshen, an outstanding young man from the Yang family in Kangzhou City." Yixiong nodded to Yankuangshen as if to show his goodwill, but Qin Wentian had no idea about the Yang family, and didn't know who Yankuangshen was. "Kangzhou City, the Kang Palace is also there," Qin Wentian murmured. Hearing his words, Yankuangshen was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. What an interesting boy! Although the Kang Palace was extremely glorious in the past, it is now gradually declining. How can it be compared with the Yang family? Yixiong was also speechless. Could it be that in Qin Wentian's eyes, the Yang family was not as important as the Kang Palace? Chapter 181, Entrance to the Immortal Pond. Yixiong looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Brother Qin, although the Yang family and the Kangwang Palace are both in Kangzhou City, they are not of the same weight. The Ouyang family is one of the top forces in Jiuzhou City, and Brother Ouyang is one of the most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Ouyang family. Both of his martial spirits are connected to the martial stars of the fourth heaven." Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly, and he glanced at Yankuangshen. Both of his martial spirits were condensed by communicating with the martial stars of the fourth heaven. He is definitely a rare person. It seems that Jiuzhou City is really a place where dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. Don't flatter me. You haven't even reached the Yuanfu realm at such an old age. What's there to brag about? Yankuangshen said proudly. His voice was calm, and he obviously didn't care much. Yixiong smiled tremblingly, and his tone did have some flattering meaning. "Brother Qin, although you have no hope of competing for the opportunity to bathe in the immortal pool this time, you can still broaden your horizons and gain more knowledge." Yixiong chatted with Qin Wentian again, with a bit of boasting, showing that he was knowledgeable. Seeing Qin Wentian listening carefully, he was even more proud. After chatting for a long time, Qin Wentian returned to his room, but he was still worried about the affairs of the state of Chu. Compared with these people outside, the geniuses of the state of Chu were undoubtedly much inferior and seemed insignificant, but now, he couldn't even settle the affairs of the state of Chu, and although King Kang gave him a map and he found this place, he still had no clues, so he could only take one step at a time. "What are you thinking about?" Mo Qingcheng walked in, and seeing Mo Qingcheng's incongruous appearance, Qin Wentian couldn't help but burst out laughing, causing Mo Qingcheng to glare at him. "I was thinking, if your family knew that I kidnapped you here, would they fight me to death?" Qin Wentian said softly. "Humph, then you can take responsibility." Mo Qingcheng smiled. "Responsible?" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, staring at Mo Qingcheng, making Mo Qingcheng's pretty face flushed, and said, "You bastard." After saying that, he ran away in shame, making Qin Wentian smile happily again. In the next few days, people came every day. Qin Wentian lay on the balcony and looked down. He saw 2 lines of figures walking. The person leading one of the lines was a beautiful woman. When Qin Wentian saw her, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled and called out, "Jin Mengayu." Jin Mengayu looked up at Qin Wentian, revealing a touch of surprise. After she left the beast spirit land, she ordered people to inquire about Qin Wentian's news. She knew that there was indeed a Qin Wentian in the Chu state under the jurisdiction of the Jiutian palace, and he was quite famous. As for more news, she didn't know. "Why are you here too?" Jin Mengayu smiled. "Did the Chu state also know about the existence of the Xianqi palace?" "Same as you." Qin Wentian smiled. It was fate that he could meet Jin Mengayu here. Therefore, Qin Wentian was no longer cold as he was in the land of beast spirits. He seemed very close to her. After all, she had helped him once. In addition, with the 9 swords of life and breath, he thought Gong Yanghang might have something to do with Jin Mengayu. "I'll live here." Jin Mengayu pointed to a loft next to Qin Wentian and then came to the second floor of the loft. Many people came to my Qingyuan pavilion this time. The test of Xianqi Palace is very dangerous. You should come with us this time and take care of each other, Jin Mengayu said to Qin Wentian. In her heart, she wanted to help Qin Wentian. This guy had no power. It would be dangerous for him to come here alone. Since she met him, she would help him. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. He didn't think too much about it. He asked Jin Mengayu, I have something to ask you. Is the 9 Swords of Life the unique magical secret book of your Qingyuan pavilion? I guess so. Jin Mengayu nodded and said, this sword technique is changeable and has the meaning of endless life. I am only good at the basics. But my aunt cultivated to a very powerful level at that time. She was even able to bloom the 9 Swords of Life with the power of divine patterns, and the power was even more powerful. And Qin Wentian's heart trembled. Could it be the lover of Senior Gong Yanghuang? Aren't those 4 divine pattern scrolls carved by Gong Yanghuang's beloved? Why, you also practice swordsmanship? Jin Mengayu asked with a smile. No, just asking casually, your aunt must be very powerful. Qin Wentian said. Well, aunt is not only beautiful, but also very talented. Many people pursue her, but aunt is trapped by love. Jin Mengayu sighed, but then she was stunned. Why did she say this to Qin Wentian? Seeing the gentle smile on Qin Wentian's face, Jin Mengayu smiled bitterly in her heart and turned away. Although this boy has good talent, if he really likes her, she will definitely not agree to him. It's just that they met here and it's okay to help him. Qin Wentian didn't know what Jin Mengayu was thinking. He turned around and saw Mo Qingchang sitting there quietly. We met once before. She may have some connection with Senior Gong Yanghong, Qin Wentian said to Mo Qingchang. Mo Qingchang raised her head and looked at him, smiling lightly, which was very touching. Qin Wentian took out one of the 4 divine runes that Gong Yanghong had given him, which was the scroll of the 9 Swords of Life. Then his heart moved slightly. This divine rune scroll was just a kind of artistic conception, but the divine runes that directly attacked would not be like this. Qin Wentian had obtained divine runes memories before, and even some complicated third-order divine runes. If they could really be used to attack directly, I'm afraid the power would be very strong, right? In Qin Wentian's understanding, divine runes and magical arts have something in common. Qin Wentian's eyes gradually lit up, but then he frowned again. If he wanted to directly attack with the third-order divine runes, although the power would be very strong, it would inevitably consume a huge amount of divine essence. This kind of attack, before he stepped into the Yuan mansion, he could not withstand it several times. Mo Qingchang saw Qin Wentian thinking seriously, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. What was this guy thinking about so intently? I have learned the Great Dream Halberd meteoric style to deal with the fist attack of Xian Palace. However, if I use the divine essence of the sword to derive the attack. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with sharpness. If it could be as expected, even the Yuanfu realm would not be invincible. Looking up, Qin Wentian saw Mo Qingchang looking at him with a smile, and there was a bit of tenderness in her beautiful eyes, which made Qin Wentian's heart warm and suddenly an impulse arose. What are you thinking about? Mo Qingchang still didn't notice Qin Wentian's abnormality. After the voice fell, she saw Qin Wentian hugged her and kissed her on her delicate and flawless face, which made Mo Qingchang feel like being electrocuted and opened her beautiful innocent big eyes. Qin Wentian got up and slipped away. Mo Qingchang reacted and her face instantly turned red. Looking at Qin Wentian who was running away in disgrace, she burst into laughter again, which was beautiful. Qin Wentian returned to his room and never came out. Mo Qingchang occasionally went to see him, but saw him holding the meteorite in his hand and practicing with his eyes closed. At this time, in Qin Wentian's body, the star energy continued to gather and condense into sword-shaped divine energy, all of which were extremely sharp. The sword's attack was very sharp. If his body was full of sword divine energy, the attack would definitely rise to another level, but this was a bit extravagant. Fortunately, he was not so short of meteorites now. In addition, he would create dreams for himself, practice in dreams, and test the results of his practice. On this day, people from the Xianqi Palace came over and invited them. Everyone walked out of the attic and walked along the corridor towards the palace in front. There are so many people. Qin Wentian glanced at the figures walking on the corridor. There were hundreds of them. It's already considered a small number. The Great Xia dynasty is so big, and the immortal pond is very tempting to many people with the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian. Even people from big families will come here. One is to bathe in the immortal pond, and the other is to use it as a crisis training. Jin Mengai whispered beside him. Everyone can come. The immortal pond palace accepts everyone. Qin Wentian asked curiously. Yes, this is the promise made by Fairy King Mei at the beginning. She doesn't have to stop people from coming, but people who are too bad dare not come. They will die without knowing how. Jin Mengai explained again, and Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang nodded. At this moment, Mo Qingchang dressed up again. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she not only dressed as a man, but also painted something on her face, which made her look even more out of place, but she concealed her stunning face very well. The woman next to Yang Kuangsheng and Jin Mengai were also very beautiful. Although not as beautiful as Mo Qingcheng, they were also rare beauties. However, they did not need to hide because they were not afraid of trouble. The people of Xianqi Palace led the crowd to hall. This hall was magnificent. The top of the hall was like a starry sky, with huge stone pillars standing there. The women active in this hall were no rare beauties. The crowd gathered in the hall. In front of them, there was a pool of starry water. This pool of water was extremely beautiful, as if it reflected the starlight. This is the entrance to the fairy pool. It is indeed a magical place. The real fairy pool contains such a huge star power. Many people were amazed. In front of the hall, on the starry chair, a beautiful woman looked at everyone with a smile. Meet the palace master. The crowd saluted to show respect. Many people then looked at the woman next to the beautiful woman, revealing undisguised appreciation in their eyes. She was so beautiful, stunning and extraordinary, without a trace of worldly air. Standing there, it made people feel ashamed. Many women in the crowd felt a little overshadowed. Mo Qingchang's eyes flashed and she said, "She's so beautiful. Finally I found a woman who can compare with you." Qin Wentian whispered in Mo Qingchang's ear, causing Mo Qingchang to roll her eyes at him and said, "But she looks so cold." Yet, Qin Wentian nodded gently. The woman standing there gave people a cold feeling, as if it was difficult to get close to her. Chapter 182 Trial Road Crisis. The age of the palace master of Xianqi Palace is unknown. It is rumored that he is the descendant of Fairy King Mei. As for whether the rumor is true or not, it is unknown. After Fairy King Mei lived in seclusion here, she founded Xianqi Palace and accepted female disciples, passing it down from generation to generation, but outsiders rarely saw her footprints, as if she had really seen through the worldly affairs. The palace master of Xianqi Palace smiled at the crowd and nodded, saying, "If you want to enter Xianqi, you should understand the danger. I wonder which forces are the heroes of the people who came this time." Everyone understood that this was not asking everyone, but just wanted to see which overlord-level people came. Junior Kang's house city, Yang Kuangsheng of the Yang family, the head of the family, asked me to say hello to Fairy King Mei. Yang Kuangsheng took a step forward and said generously, and then the beautiful woman next to her also said, "Feng's house city, Jiang Ting of the Jiang family, meet the palace master." Yang Kuangsheng was generous, but the woman had a faint sense of pride. That was her original temperament, not disrespect to the palace master of Xianqi Palace. "The descendants of the Yang family and the Jiang family, please take a seat." The palace master nodded with a smile. Someone prepared a chair next to him. Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting were not polite. There were several people following behind them, all from their family. Yang Kuangsheng is actually with Jiang Ting. Many people's eyes flashed with strange colors. The Yang family and the Jiang family are both the dominant families in Jiazhou City. The Beast King Palace, the Lion King. The Lion King stepped forward and said indifferently. The crowd understood that these people of the dominant forces were indeed majestic and superior. "Please take a seat." The palace master still smiled. Bing's house city, Wang Xiao of the Wang family. Another young man in white came forward, which surprised the crowd. Someone from the Wang family also came. It seems that these young descendants of the dominant forces regarded the Xianqi Palace as a test for them to compete. If they release their cultivation, they will definitely find that their realms are basically at the peak of the wheel meridian. As for the other people around them, they may be at the peak of the wheel meridian or the Yuanfu. After all, the status of people in each faction is different. Yan Hao, Mu Beifei. A man stepped forward and said. He was wearing a long white robe, which made him look particularly clean and handsome, but there was a hint of sharpness between his eyebrows. The swordsman of Yan Hao. The person who came must be the swordsman of Yan Hao. Tianyao Zong, Yao Sheng. Qin Pavilion, Jin Mengayu. Many people stepped forward, and the palace masters asked them to sit down. The crowd looked at the figures who sat down carefully and couldn't help but secretly remember them, especially those who sat down. They might become dazzling figures in Jiuzhou City in the future. Yang Kuangsheng was very outstanding. Qin Wentian, come here too. Jin Mengayu shouted to Qin Wentian in the crowd after she sat down. The people of Qin Pavilion stood behind her. Qin Wentian was stunned, then nodded gently and walked behind Jin Mengayu. Since Jin Mengayu had spoken, he couldn't refuse her face. Are these two also from Qingzhou City? The palace master smiled at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, as if he was very polite to everyone. They are my friends, from a place called Shu. Jin Mengayu responded with a smile, which made the palace master's eyes flash with a light, and he looked deeply at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. But soon the palace master of Xianqi Palace looked away, smiled at everyone and said, only 7 people can bathe in the Xianqi. I believe you are also aware of the dangers inside. I won't say much, but I hope you will show mercy when you fight. You only have 1 month. Everyone nodded, they naturally understood the rules. Go in, so as not to waste your time, don't bring the monster in. The palace master of Xianqi Palace smiled again, and the crowd was a little excited, and then they all walked towards the entrance of the Xianqi. Let's go. Jin Mengayu stood up and walked down the stairs at the entrance of the Xianqi step by step. Qin Wentian found that it was not pool water, and it would not wet his clothes at all. What a magical place. Qin Wentian showed a look of surprise, and then he and Mo Qingcheng stepped into it. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt a strange force acting on his body. My Yuan Fu. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes changed. Stepping into the entrance of the fairy pool, she found that the Yuan Fu pool in her body seemed to be cut off from the meridians. At this time, they had already stepped into the pool. Qin Wentian and the others found that the stairs were still there, but they were in another space, full of strange starlight, and in front of them, there was a single ancient road. Jin Mengayu looked at Mo Qingcheng in surprise and said, you don't know about the fairy pool trial. Not very clear. Qin Wentian shook his head. Too much nonsense. Jin Mengayu couldn't help but scolded, I don't know you still come here? The Immortal Pond Trial Ground and the Beast Spirit Trial Ground are both one of the 18 trial grounds of the Great Xia Dynasty. There will be a magical power here to seal the Yuan Fu. When entering here, people in the Yuan Fu realm are just like those in the peak of the Wheel Meridian realm. They don't have huge star energy. Otherwise, wouldn't people in the Wheel Meridian realm come here to die? Of course, even if the Yuan Fu is sealed, people in the Yuan Fu realm have practiced powerful magical powers, which is an advantage, but the magical powers they practice may also consume a lot of energy. And here, consuming the energy in your body and not being able to get it replenished from the Yuan Fu is just looking for death. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed. The Yuan Fu was sealed and cut off from the body. I'm afraid it won't be able to fly freely. In this Immortal Pond Trial Ground, the advantages of the Yuan Fu realm were weakened to the minimum. It is said that this Immortal Pond Trial Ground was formed naturally, and with the intervention and transformation of the Immortal Pond Palace, it is more dangerous. It is not so easy to fight for the Immortal Pond. You are really fooling around. Jin Mengayu said coldly. Although her tone was not very good, it must have something to do with her identity, and it was really for his own good. Qin Wentian naturally did not mind too much, so he smiled casually and said, we will follow you. Where is the Immortal Pond? The end of the Immortal Pond Trial Road is where the Immortal Pond is. Jin Mengayu looked at the ancient road, and Qin Wentian found that everyone else had already set off and ran forward, obviously in a hurry. Mengayu, why are you talking so much to him? Let's hurry up. A beautiful woman next to her frowned and looked at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, a little unhappy, and didn't know what Jin Mengayu was thinking. Let's go. Jin Mengayu said coldly, and then the group ran forward at a very fast speed. Qin Wentian looked forward, and he found that the people on the ancient road had kept a distance from each other, being very cautious, especially those who intentionally avoided the Overlord-level forces, and some people had even formed a subtle alliance. This subtle situation made Qin Wentian clear in his mind that there were only 7 places in the Immortal Pond. It seemed that the most dangerous thing on the Immortal Pond Trial Road might still be the human heart. But even so, there were still so many people coming here for the trial. Presumably, these people who came here had a certain degree of confidence in their own strength. Psychedelic forest, be careful. This place will trap us for a while. Qin Mengai looked at the forest in front of the ancient road, and saw the crowd rushing into it one after another, and disappeared in an instant. Follow closely. Qin Mengai looked solemn, and they also stepped into the psychedelic forest. When they stepped into it, many ancient trees appeared, just like a maze. Qin Mengai waved her hand, and the group began to slow down their pace and shuttle through the psychedelic forest, but they found that they could not get out, and they could not even find other people. It's just like the rumors. Qin Mengai said again, the Immortal Pawn Trial Road must be based on the principle of survival of the fittest, and there will be no luck. What should we do now? Someone asked Qin Mengai. Rest where you are. Qin Mengai said, and actually stopped and sat on the grass. The quiet psychedelic forest was filled with a suffocating oppressive force, giving people a gloomy feeling. A rustling sound came out, and Qin Mengai's body suddenly tightened, looking around vigilantly. Soon, a group of figures gradually appeared in sight. They were people from the Beast King Hall, led by Shi Kui. Shi Kui once ran wildly in the Monster Mountain City alone, but he obviously came more than one person. These overlord-level forces are not so stupid as to step into the Immortal Pawn Trial Road alone. Shi Kui's steps were very slow, and when he looked at Qin Mengai, his eyes revealed a glimmer of greed, the greed of animal nature. Qin Mengai frowned and said coldly, Lion King, does the Beast King Palace want to clash with Qingyuan Pavilion? This is not a good idea. Really? The Lion King smiled coldly, and then Qin Mengai turned his eyes suddenly, and saw another line of figures appear. People from the Heavenly Demon Palace, Yao Sheng. Qin Mengai's eyes froze, and his face was ugly. The Beast King Palace and the Heavenly Demon Palace were both the dominant forces in Yaozhou City. They actually joined forces. You can only blame Qingyuan Pavilion for your bad luck. Yao Sheng said grimly, and then glanced at Qin Wentian. Of course, he still remembered this person who had stepped into the Beast Spirit trial site. Run. Qin Mengai whispered, which made everyone's heart tremble. Qin Mengai was very decisive. Knowing that she was unlucky, she was not prepared to fight hard. If she ran, they would not be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. You, capture her alive. The Lion King pointed at Mo Qingchang next to Qin Wentian, and he walked towards Qin Mengai greedily. Run. Qin Mengai shouted, and in an instant, the people of Qingyuan Pavilion ran out on different directions at the same time. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang also ran in a certain direction. Haha. The lion leader suddenly trampled on the ground, and his body flew into the air. With a roar, a terrible sound wave suddenly shook out, and a phantom of a mad lion seemed to appear in the void. When the lion leader's body landed on the ground, his violent fist instantly smashed out, containing terrifying power. The man was dizzy from the sound wave, and when he reacted, the fist had already landed, directly blasting his head. The people of the Beast King Hall and the Heavenly Demon sect moved at the same time and cleaned up the strong men of Qingyuan Pavilion. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang ran wildly in a direction, but saw a group of figures from the Beast King Hall chasing them, and the speed was extremely fast. Qin Wentian saw the Fangyan Huoji in his hand, and his eyes were filled with a terrible cold light. Wentian, try to consume less energy in your body. The road to trial in the Immortal Pond is probably still very long. Mo Qingchang warned from the side, which made Qin Wentian's heart tremble, and he nodded slightly. Now, he really can't try too hard. The road ahead is still very long. This is just the beginning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Gatekeeper. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang were running very fast. There were 5 people chasing him. They quickly moved away from the place where Qin Wentian had just rested. Moreover, he had not stopped yet and continued to run forward. This made the people chasing him look particularly cold. The speed of the 2 people in front of them was not less than theirs. If they were far away from the team and met strong men from other forces, it would not be a good thing for them. People from the Beast King Palace. At this time, a figure appeared in front of them. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang stopped. It turned out to be a Yan Kuangshen. Yan Kuangshen, this matter has nothing to do with you. The 5 strong men of the Beast King Palace surrounded Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang. They glanced around and did not find anyone else from the Ouyang family. They were relieved. However, this Ouyang Kuangsheng was really arrogant. He actually left the team alone. Yet, Ouyang Kuangsheng smiled, folded his hands in front of his chest, and looked like he was watching the fun. The leader of the Beast King Hall had sharp eyes, strange and cold. He glanced at Ouyang Kuangsheng, and then said to the other 4 people, "Kill the man." Okay. The 4 people's sleeves fluttered, and there was a faint demonic aura on their bodies. 2 people walked towards Qin Wentian, and the other 2 walked towards Mo Qingcheng. Qin Wentian held the Fangbian Huoji horizontally, and a demonic light bloomed from his eyes, cold and piercing. The young man just now became charming in an instant, and the long gown on his body seemed to dance. There was a murderous aura in the air. The 2 people who walked towards Qin Wentian attacked at the same time. One of them had a palm as sharp as an eagle's claw, and smashed towards Qin Wentian. There seemed to be a terrible eagle claw phantom in the void, and a terrible demonic wind was raging, trying to tear Qin Wentian's body apart, while the other person blasted out a domineering giant palm, like a giant beast's palm print, smashing down with a bang. In their eyes, Qin Wentian was a dead man. Buzz! A wild wind swept out, and Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huoji exploded and attacked, directly attacking the eagle claw that had caught it. The speed was as fast as lightning. The terrifying power made the wild wind roar, and there was also a terrifying sharp sword energy. With a puffing sound, the Fangbian Huoji directly broke through the sharp claws, penetrated the opponent's hand, and pierced into the opponent's head. At the same time, he raised his left hand, roared with the falling mountain palm, and with a loud bang, the opponent's giant palm collided with the falling mountain palm, and the wild wind swept, but when he saw Qin Wentian's cold eyes, he felt a burst of fear. Qin Wentian took a step back, and the Fangbian Huoji swept out, like the feathers of the vermilion bird. The man felt the terrifying sharp energy next to him, roared, and attacked with both palms to the side at the same time, but saw Qin Wentian open his mouth and spit out a sword light, and the sharp swords directly slashed across the opponent's head and killed him. In terms of fighting, there are really few people who can compete with Qin Wentian in the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian. After killing the 2, Qin Wentian glanced at the figure in front of him, and his body suddenly turned around. He did not pounce on the other party, but went to Mo Qingcheng. The unstoppable force swept away, and the demonic energy was rampant. Soon, Fangbian Huoji pierced into the other party's head. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic energy burst out, and the man who had not moved before bloomed 3 star souls, all of which were beast star souls. The bright starlight shone out, and he was seen walking towards Qin Wentian, with demonic energy soaring into the sky. Roar! A demonic roar shook Qin Wentian's eardrums, and then he seemed to see thousands of beasts roaring towards him, wanting to swallow him up. A figure in the Yuanfu realm. Qin Wentian's heart trembled, and it was a very powerful figure in the Yuanfu realm, wanting to kill him with one blow. The other party also knew that the Yuanfu was sealed, and he consumed a lot of energy to use such a powerful magical power, so he simply killed Qin Wentian with one blow to avoid more consumption later. He noticed that Mo Qingcheng was also a figure in the Yuanfu realm. Qin Wentian felt his eardrums were about to tear. The beasts that devoured him made him feel a terrifying pressure. The wind swept through the void. Qin Wentian's blood seemed to be burning. The demonic energy on his body became stronger and stronger. Then he took a step forward gently. This step turned him into a phantom, blooming like a meteorite. The terrifying cold light pierced through everything and rushed into the terrible attack. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful force tore through Qin Wentian's body like a hurricane, but he was a demon beast, so powerful that the afterimage still moved forward, and the Fangbian Huoji would not retreat. Boom. The terrible force shook Qin Wentian's body and smashed 2 large trees in succession. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. The demonic energy in front was still raging wildly, but the body of the Yuanfu strongman did not move anymore. The Fangbian Huoji was inserted into his throat, and his eyes were wide open. Obviously, he did not expect that under such an attack, the other party could still stab the Fangbian Huoji into his throat at the critical moment. Mo Qingcheng also defeated her opponent. She came to Qin Wentian, took out a pill, and then fed it into Qin Wentian's mouth. Qin Wentian swallowed it, looked at the nervous Mo Qingcheng, smiled, and said, "I'm fine." Although he was smiling, Qin Wentian didn't dare to be careless in his heart. This trial road might not be easy. Awesome. Yang Kuangsheng looked at Qin Wentian deeply. The attack just now was very beautiful. He asked himself that if he wanted to kill the opponent, although he could not be injured, he might consume more star energy than Qin Wentian. However, the trial road is a race for life. Even if he was injured, he couldn't consume too much star energy. Qin Wentian obviously understood this truth, so he was willing to kill his opponent even if he was injured. What's more, Qin Wentian knew that Mo Qingcheng had some pills for healing injuries. Qin Wentian nodded to Yan Kuangsheng and said nothing. If I were outside, I would definitely try to find you, haha. Yan Kuangsheng smiled and left, obviously to find his own team. In this, even if Yan Kuangsheng is very confident in his own strength, it is absolutely fatal to go alone at the beginning of the trial road. It doesn't matter later, because only 7 people can get the fairy pool, so on this dangerous trial road, people will continue to fall, and it has always been like this. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng left this side. After all, there are corpses here. They changed a place and stopped to adjust their breath. Qin Wentian gave Mo Qingcheng a few meteorites. Here, he can only use the power of the meteorites to recover some strength in the gap. The rustling sound came out, which made Qin Wentian's mind tense and looked behind. Brother Qin, it's you. Yi Xiong appeared there and walked over with a smile. Qin Wentian found that there were quite a few people in Yi Xiong's group, and it seemed that they had formed an alliance. The leader was dressed in white, handsome, and carrying an ancient sword. It was Mu Beifei, the swordsman from Yanzhou, who was given a seat by the palace master of the Fairy Pool Palace. Brother Qin is with the people from Qingyuan Pavilion. How come he is injured? Yi Xiong glanced at Mo Qingcheng and said to Qin Wentian. Although Yi Xiong was a very enthusiastic person, Qin Wentian was still a little wary of him and nodded. I was ambushed and got a little injured. Without Qingyuan Pavilion, I'm afraid that Brother Qin and the other 2 will be in greater danger. So, I will help you and intercede for you to join our alliance. Yi Xiong said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian thought about it, glanced at Mo Qingcheng, and finally nodded. Even if he didn't care about himself, he had to ensure Mo Qingcheng's safety. It would be very dangerous for the 2 of them to act alone. Don't worry, we are destined to be together, leave it to me. Yi Xiong said proudly, then ran to Mu Beifei to communicate for a while, and then waved to Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng came to the crowd. The group had 18 allies, which was a strong lineup, but Qin Wentian knew that this was just the beginning of the trial, so they could form a strong alliance to ensure safety, but later on, the alliance would definitely fall apart. Mu Beifei had 3 casual Yanzhou swordsmen, all carrying ancient swords, and they were quite arrogant. They didn't even look at Qin Wentian. He didn't even care about these allies. It was just a temporary measure. The others knew this, but they still had some forbearance. Besides, the Yanzhou swordsmen weren't already very famous, so it didn't matter. With such a strong team, they did not encounter any troubles along the way. Occasionally, they saw a few corpses in the places they passed by. Finally, 2 days later, they walked out of the forest. However, what appeared in front of them were ancient mountain paths. The towering peaks stood in front of them, and there were ancient paths to walk on. Who will go to explore the way? A swordsman from Yanzhou beside Mu Beifei said with a cold tone and a sense of aloofness. Brother Qin, you have to work hard. Yi Xiong smiled at Qin Wentian beside him. Qin Wentian looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly, but it was only a moment before he returned to normal. Don't worry, Brother Qin, the 2 of them will accompany you. If you encounter an ambush, we will arrive immediately. Yi Xiong pointed at the other 2 and made the other frown. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. I'll go with you. Mo Qingcheng stepped forward and took Qin Wentian's hand. It doesn't take that many people. Yi Xiong smiled. Qin Wentian turned his head to look at him, then led Mo Qingcheng forward, ignoring the people behind him. He didn't want to stay with his ally. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiong narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes inadvertently. Yi Xiong, what are you thinking about? The woman who was traveling with Yi Xiong said a little unhappy. She had also seen Mo Qingcheng's true face, and Yi Xiong asked Qin Wentian to explore the way, but hoped that Mo Qingcheng would stay. It was hard not to let people daydream. Xianqi Palace, a cold palace, on a jade chair, a very beautiful and charming woman sat there, but her eyes were open with a sense of coldness, like a queen. Her beautiful eyes stared at the curtain in front of her, and the scenes there were surprisingly the scenes on the trial road. There were 2 people standing next to the cold queen. One was the palace master of Xianqi Palace, and the other was the cold woman who was not worldly. Her temperament was somewhat similar to the woman on the jade chair. At this moment, the cold queen's eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. This young man was said to be from the state of Chu. When King Kang disappeared, the palace of King Kang was in danger. Countless eyes were staring at everything in the palace of King Kang. Everyone was under close surveillance, but no one found what they wanted. Until recently, a little bit of news came out that King Kang had actually visited a place called Chu before his death. At this moment, a sneer appeared at the corner of Queen King Lang's mouth. Those self-righteous guys, do they really think they can find what King Kang left behind? Even if they find the scroll, what's the use? And she, guarding the last checkpoint. Will there be a new king in the palace of King Kang? Queen King Lang murmured, causing the body of the palace master of the Xianqi palace next to her to tremble slightly, but the beautiful woman's expression remained the same, without any change, as if she would always be like this. Chapter 184 Huangquan Monument. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang walked along the ancient mountain road and found that the road was surprisingly smooth and they did not encounter any danger. After walking for a long time, they found that many ancient roads gradually converged into one road. Going forward, many people stood there, looking forward. Yan Kuongshen, no wonder this road is so smooth. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang walked to the place where the ancient roads converged and stopped. If they continued to move forward, they would still see an ancient road, but under the ancient road, there were several corpses, who died very miserably, covered in blood, dyeing the ancient mountain road red. Boom! Qin Wentian only felt the blood in his body beating, and his heart suddenly trembled. He raised his head and saw that 10 meters above the ancient road, there was a stone tablet with the words Huangquan engraved on it. How wonderful! Mo Qingchang also felt a beating of blood, which made her heart tremble. The Yellow Springs ancient road. This time the test actually showed up the Yellow Springs Road. If you encounter the Yellow Springs, you can turn back. It is said that if you encounter the Yellow Springs Road during the Immortal Pond trial, you must turn back and find another way. Someone looked grim. The ancient mountain roads finally converged here, which meant that everyone who participated in this trial would come to this place. If you dare not pass through, you have to turn back and there will be other opportunities. This is what the so-called turning back means. But if someone has walked through the Yellow Springs Road, it will be a shortcut. I don't believe that this Yellow Springs Road is really so evil. One person said unconvinced, and then he stepped forward, but he was very cautious. Boom! The blood in his body was beating, and he felt the blood in his body begin to boil. He stepped again, and the blood vessels of the man were looming, and his face was ashen. The star soul bloomed, and the starlight enveloped his body. He still refused to give in and walked out. Boom! The blood kept beating, and his heart also beat wildly. His face turned bloody and he showed fear. The sound of thumping continued, and his heartbeat became faster and faster. Retreat. An idea came into his mind, and he retreated. However, the blood in his body was beating more and more terribly, and finally he screamed. The people behind him saw that his blood vessels burst, and blood was splattered on the ground. His heart exploded, and the whole person was lying on the ancient road in a bloody mess. Let's go back. Jiang Ting, who was beside Yan Kuongshen, said. If you can pass through Huangquan, you will definitely enter the fairy pool. I want to try it. Yan Kuongshen was full of heroic spirit and stepped forward. Jiang Ting's expression changed and said, Kuongshen, don't be impulsive. Jiang Ting, you changed the road, don't worry about me. Yan Kuongshen laughed and walked forward. The blood in his body also boiled and his heart beat. It seemed that a gust of wind blew on the ancient road. The power of Yan Kuongshen's blood rolled up. His steps were firm and his whole person was full of an indomitable temperament. What is the road and Huangquan? Once you go, you will never come back. Either you step through it or die on the road to Huangquan. The people of the Yang family and the Jiang family were very nervous, staring at this talented young master. Yan Kuongshen's shortcoming was that he was too arrogant and reckless. As long as he was determined to do something, no one could stop him. Even if it was the Yellow Spring Road, he would go. The road and the Yellow Spring, turning back is the shore, but he just didn't turn back. If I die, you will find a good family. Yan Kuongshen had already walked under the Yellow Spring steel, his expression unchanged, his long hair flying, and he was reckless. Jiang Ting's heart also beat with Yan Kuongshen's movements. She saw Yan Kuongshen's star soul blooming and his steps stopped. Her heart was in her throat, but she saw Yang Kuangsheng continue to step, as if it was extremely difficult. Gradually, Yang Kuangsheng slowly moved away from the yellow spring steel. Finally, he turned around, looked at Jiang Ting and others and smiled. Go. Yes. Jiang Ting and others nodded heavily, and then turned back to the ancient mountain road. What should we do? Mo Qingcheng looked up at Qin Wentian. I want to try. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng, making her stunned for a moment, but then she smiled and said, then I'll go with you. No, you wait here for me. If I can't get through, I'll come back. Qin Wentian pinched Mo Qingcheng's nose and said with a smile, not wanting to make Mo Qingcheng too worried. Okay. Mo Qingcheng nodded, and then saw Qin Wentian turn around and walk towards the Huangquan ancient road. His heart began to beat, and the power of his blood began to boil. The reason why Qin Wentian wanted to give it a try was because under the Huangquan steel, he felt his blood throbbing, and this feeling made him eager. The blood roared, and Qin Wentian's heart beat wildly. He didn't notice that behind him, Mo Qingcheng took a few steps forward. Qin Wentian felt that he could no longer control his blood power. The power was boiling. His long hair turned black and flew up and down. It seemed that there were waves of power surging and roaring in his blood. Finally, he walked to the bottom of the yellow spring steel. He stopped, closed his eyes, and sensed the blood power in his body. It seemed that there were strands of blood-colored runes jumping, very clear. These blood-colored runes contained terrible power and revealed a king's intention. Is this the materialization of blood power? Qin Wentian trembled in his heart. He actually sensed the power of blood. He had a feeling that he could mobilize this power at will in the future and cover his attacks. This was like a promotion of blood. Looking up, Qin Wentian's eyes were like blood, filled with a domineering intention. His blood was the blood of the king, so how could he allow this steel to interfere? Strands of blood-colored runes seemed to rush into the void and headed towards the yellow spring steel. At this moment, endless blood light bloomed in the steel and instantly surged towards Qin Wentian, as if they were fighting. This scene made Mo Qingcheng pale as paper, anxious. She bit her lips, blood oozed out, took a step forward, her heart began to beat, blood boiling. At this time, Qin Wentian didn't know what Mo Qingcheng was doing. He only saw the blood rune in his body roaring into the stone tablet, and gradually, the stone tablet seemed to be quiet. Mo Qingcheng felt that the power was getting weaker and weaker, raised his head to look at the stone tablet, and then he saw the stone tablet flying down, and landed in front of Qin Wentian. No longer violent power. Actually, I can control this stone tablet. Qin Wentian also showed a look of surprise. He felt that he had established a wonderful connection with the stone tablet, and then he moved his mind slightly, and put the stone tablet into the divine pattern ring. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flickered. This. Yang Kuangsheng turned his head to look at the scene here, and was also stunned. He actually subdued the Huangquan stone tablet? Qin Wentian regained his blood power, then turned around and came to Mo Qingcheng. Seeing that her lips were covered with blood, and that she had also come to the Yellow Springs ancient road, he was moved. Silly girl. Qin Wentian held Mo Qingcheng's cheeks with both hands, but Mo Qingcheng smiled and said, let's go. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and the sound of footsteps was heard. Several people walked out of an ancient mountain road nearby. When they saw Qin Wentian, they were stunned. Are you okay? Jin Mengai looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. She thought that the ambush would cause Qin Wentian to suffer. Good luck. Qin Wentian smiled and said, let's go, together. Looking at the three people behind Jin Mengai, Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. It seemed that they had suffered heavy casualties, and there were only 4 people left. Okay. Jin Mengai nodded, and the group walked forward towards the ancient road. She took a look at the corpse on the ground, and saw Yang Kuangsheng standing in front, so she thought it was Yang Kuangsheng who did it, and there was a bit of vigilance in her eyes. Yang Kuangsheng smiled bitterly. If you encounter Huangquan, you can turn back. People who pass Huangquan Road will definitely be able to step into the fairy pool, but this time it is afraid that it will be broken, because the freak actually cleared Huangquan Road directly, and this level will not affect the people behind it all. In this way, the Huangquan ancient road that could have blocked many people will now be unknown. Turning around, Yang Kuangsheng continued to move forward, hoping to be the first to rush to the fairy pool. Qin Wentian and the others also walked quickly, following behind Yang Kuangsheng, and walked out of this ancient road after a while. The people from Qingayan Pavilion pulled Jin Mengai behind Yang Kuangsheng and Qin Wentian for a distance, which made Jin Mengayu's expression condensed for a moment, and then she understood what the other party meant. She must be worried that Yang Kuangsheng would do something cruel. After Yang Kuangsheng and Qin Wentian walked out of the ancient road, they saw two ancient trees on both sides. There was starlight flowing on the ancient trees, and there were fruits. Haha, it's really a ray of light after a dark period. Yang Kuangsheng instantly went to an ancient tree, jumped up, and quickly picked the fruits on it. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang looked at each other, and then ran to another ancient tree and started picking fruits. Both of them were very fast. When Jin Mengayu and the others arrived, they had already picked half of them. Star fruit. The people from Xingayan Pavilion were shocked and instantly came to the ancient tree. What's the use of this star fruit? Qin Wentian looked at Jin Mengayu and asked. Star fruit is a fruit that can only be found in a specific space. It can quickly replenish star energy. It is a treasure on the road of fairy trials. Yang Kuangsheng had already picked all the fruits on the tree, and couldn't help but say to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes lit up, and then he looked at the people of Xingayan Pavilion and said, there are quite a few on this tree. Let's divide it equally according to the number of people. Why do we have to divide it equally? The woman next to Jin Mengayu looked at Qin Wentian with a sharp light in her eyes. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed, and he looked at the other party and said, what do you mean? We let you follow us, which is already taking care of you. Naturally, we will distribute it. You won't be left behind. The woman said coldly, looking at Qin Wentian with some contempt. This guy is really whimsical. He actually wants to divide it equally. In her heart, Qin Wentian following them is already a favor from their Xingayan Pavilion to Qin Wentian. If they hadn't stopped the joint efforts of the Beast King Palace and the Heavenly Demon Palace last time, would Qin Wentian still be alive? You mean you don't plan to divide it equally? Qin Wentian's voice was a little colder. He got the star fruit first and proposed to divide it equally, but it seemed that the other party not only did not appreciate it, but instead thought he was greedy. Yang Kuangsheng was also stunned, and then a hint of interest appeared at the corner of his mouth. They took care of Qin Wentian. Alliance is beneficial to both parties. If they encounter danger, they will share the responsibility. But from what the other party said, it seems that they are taking care of Qin Wentian and others. Brother Qin, if you want to divide it equally with us. At this time, another group of figures walked out of the ancient road. It was Mu Beifei and others. It was Yixiang who spoke. His eyes narrowed slightly. The importance of the star fruit on this trial road is self-evident. Qin Wentian glanced at Yixiang and others. These people are really not good people. Chapter 185, Fight. Qin Wentian knew that the matter of the star fruit could not be resolved peacefully. His eyes fell on Jin Mengayu. He was not very familiar with Xingayan Pavilion, but he knew Jin Mengayu. What do you think? Qin Wentian asked Jin Mengayu. Miss Mengayu, this person has been taken care of by us, so we should distribute the star fruit. Besides, as she spoke, she glanced at Mu Beifei and others. These people were also eyeing them covetously. Having the star fruit would undoubtedly make up for some of the disadvantages in numbers. With her cultivation in the Yuanfu realm, if she had enough star fruit, she could use some powerful magical attacks. Jin Mengayu did frown, looked at Qin Wentian's eyes, and whispered, forget it, we know each other, so let's divide it equally. Jin Mengayu didn't want to care too much. Besides, there were 4 of them, and Qin Wentian only had 2. Even if they divided it equally, they would get more. Perhaps, in Jin Mengayu's heart, she actually thought that they should be the ones to distribute it. After all, compared with them, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang were at a disadvantage. If it were someone else, they would probably not even think of dividing it, but would think of dealing with Qin Wentian and the other 2 directly. Qin Wentian was no longer as simple as he was before. He knew what Jin Mengayu was thinking when he heard her words, but he heard the woman next to Jin Mengayu say, no, miss, there are foreign enemies now. If we divide it equally with him, wouldn't it be giving it to others? Do we expect them to resist? The woman had a pretty face, but that look disgusted Qin Wentian. He grabbed a few star fruits and handed them to Jin Mengayu, saying, don't worry, I won't implicate Xingayan Pavilion. These star fruits are for you. He then looked at the other 3 people and said coldly, since you like to divide them so clearly, I got these star fruits. Why should I give them to you? If you want to take them by force, I will accompany you. Qin Wentian led Mo Qingchang away, and it was obvious that he was also angry. You are a profit-seeking person. If it weren't for us, you would not be alive. The woman's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she pointed at Qin Wentian, furious. Qin Wentian was too presumptuous. Shut up. Qin Wentian scolded, and said coldly, when we were surrounded, the two of us attracted 5 strong men to chase us. Didn't we solve it ourselves? When did we ask you to protect and take care of us? Brother Qin, put your affairs aside for now. I will introduce you to our alliance. Do you want to hand over the star fruit to us? Yi Xiong said coldly. When they encountered treasures, these people couldn't stand it. After all, no one knew what would happen in the next trial road of the Immortal Pond. Qin Wentian saw Yan Kuangsheng standing there, and no one bothered him. Moreover, Yan Kuangsheng had obtained a lot of star fruits by himself. These people regarded him as a soft persimmon and easy to bully. You think too much? Qin Wentian glanced at Yi Xiong, and then walked out with Mo Qingchen. Hand over all the star fruits on you. A Yan's house swordsman walked out beside Mu Beifei, looked at the people of Qingyuan Pavilion and Qin Wentian, and said calmly, his eyes were full of innate arrogance, and he looked down on everyone. Let's go. Qin Wentian led Mo Qingchen forward, not wanting to continue to entangle with these people. Let's go too. Jin Mengai also spoke up, and then they also ran forward. The Yan's house swordsman sneered, and then a group of people chased forward. Yan Kuangsheng stood there, his expression showing a hint of interest. I heard that every time the star fruit appeared in the fairy pool trial, it would cause disputes. In everyone's eyes, the star fruit is a treasure, but its existence is not a disaster, perhaps it is a test in itself. Looking back, Yan Kuangsheng saw many figures running over one after another. He saw people from the Beast King Palace, the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the Wang family of Bingzhou City. It seems that this dispute will be very lively. Yan Kuangsheng. Several people from the Wang family stopped. Wang Zhao, the leader, glanced at Yan Kuangsheng, and then saw a fruit tree. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. Did you get the star fruit? Yan Kuangsheng glanced at Wang Zhao. He knew that this guy was crazy, but everyone had to be cautious of him. A sneer flashed at the corner of his mouth, and Yan Kuangsheng also ran forward. On the wide avenue, strong men ran wildly. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen were at the front, but soon their expressions became unhappy, because in front of them was a huge mountain wall. This mountain wall went straight into the sky. It was unknown how high it was. There was only one road in the middle. However, at this time, the road seemed to have a terrifying suction force, and the hurricane that tore through the space was roaring. I don't know how terrible it was. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen stopped and looked at the sky-high mountain wall in front of them. Their expressions were not very good. Take it, be careful. Qin Wentian took out a few star fruits and stuffed them into Mo Qingchen's pockets. Mo Qingchen nodded gently. The two turned around and saw dust flying in the distance. The first to arrive were the people from Qingyuan Pavilion. When they saw the figures in the distance, their expressions were not good. There was actually a Tongshan mountain wall here. In this way, the strong men who came here would inevitably have a collision, and they who had the star fruits would be the first to be impacted. Mu Beifei and others arrived, but they were not in a hurry to take action. They also found that people were constantly running from the back. Not long after, many strong men came to the Tongshan mountain wall and stood in scattered places, each with their own thoughts in their hearts. Yan Kuangsheng glanced at the crowd, and then looked at Qin Wentian. This was all caused by Qin Wentian himself. If he hadn't taken away the Huangquan steel, I'm afraid few of these people would have been able to get here. Jin Mengayu of Qingyuan Pavilion, that thing cannot be kept, hand it over. Mu Beifei took a step forward and looked at Jin Mengayu, his voice was full of pride. The two Yan's house swordsmen beside him walked out at the same time, and a strong sword intent whistled out and pounced on the 4 people of Qingyuan Pavilion. We have to try it to know. Jin Mengayu's face was not very good. Mu Beifei and the other two continued to step forward, and the sword energy was stronger. Then, their star souls bloomed, and the brilliant sword intent filled the air. The star souls of Yan's house swordsmen are all sword star souls, but these sword star souls are different because they communicate with different sword martial arts stars. The 3 of them walked side by side, pointed their fingers forward, and in an instant, thousands of sharp swords roared and roared, killing everything, wrapped in a terrible sword storm, and killing anyone who blocked them. What a powerful sword energy. The crowd was deeply shocked, and a sword appeared in Jin Mengayu's hand. She was good at swordsmanship and the 9 swords of life. Her sword danced endlessly, strangling forward. At the same time, the woman beside her launched an attack at the same time, colliding with a terrifying sword storm. Swish, swish, swish. The strong whistling sound of the sword energy was particularly harsh. The battle space was shrouded in a storm. The 3 Yansao swordsmen continued to stroll forward. With every step they took, infinite sword energy bloomed on their bodies. Their fingers kept pointing, and the terrifying sword intent seemed to be superimposed and became stronger and stronger. Qin Wentian watched them fight, thinking in his heart that they were indeed swordsmen of the overlord level. Any one of these 3 Yansao swordsmen was enough to dominate the king's banquet of Chu, and was even stronger than he was when he participated in the king's banquet. However, now, Qin Wentian would not think that he was weaker than them. Today's Qin Wentian is much stronger than he was during the king's banquet. Brother Qin, you have seen the strength of the Yansao swordsman. A man of insight is a hero. It's not too late to hand it over now. Yi Xiong walked in front of Qin Wentian and said in a low voice with a mean look on his face. Qin Wentian glanced at Yi Xiong and then spat out a word, "Get lost." Yi Xiong's face darkened and became cold. He stared at Qin Wentian and then looked at Mo Qingcheng. Brother Qin, it's okay if you die, but don't let the beauty get involved. Qin Wentian stared at Yi Xiong. Seeing that face, a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes, which made Yi Xiong feel a little dreadful. When the peaceful young man frowned and got angry, his handsome eyes gave people an invisible pressure. We handed over. At this time, on the other side of the battlefield, Jin Mengayu and the other 4 were pressed into the corner of the mountain wall by 3 Yansao swordsmen. There was no way to retreat. The sword energy became stronger and stronger, so they could only agree to hand over the star fruit. Puff. Blood burst out, and the person behind Jin Mengayu was pierced by the sword light and died on the spot, making Jin Mengayu's face stiff and ugly. However, at the same time, the sword intent dissipated, and Mu Beifei said calmly, "If I had known this, why would I have resisted?" His voice was still proud, and he stretched out his hand to Jin Mengayu. Jin Mengayu took out the star fruits on her body with a sullen face, and then threw them to Mu Beifei one by one. This made those who arrived later know that it was a fight for star fruits. There shouldn't be only these. Mu Beifei said calmly, and then the woman next to Jin Mengayu pointed at Qin Wentian and said, "The extra ones are in his hands, and the star fruits on the other fruit tree are all with Yan Kuangshen. If you have the ability, go and get them." Qin Wentian frowned, and then saw Mu Beifei looking at him, and said calmly, "Where are the star fruits?" His eyes were still full of pride. He wanted all these star fruits, otherwise they would not be enough for them. "Haha, Brother Qin, if you really anger Brother Mu, I'm afraid you won't be able to save your life." Yi Xiong continued with a bit of bullying. "Believe it or not, I'll take your life first." Qin Wentian's eyes became more and more strange, and his calm voice made Yi Xiong's expression condense and become more and more ugly. "He must have a lot of star fruits on him, share them among you," Mu Beifei said to his followers, making those people's eyes flash. Obviously, Mu Beifei knew that in this situation, not only he wanted the star fruits, but also people from other forces. If he and the other 3 wanted to take them all by themselves, they couldn't do it. Those people were watching covetously. Moreover, with their pride, they disdained to kill an unknown person. Qin Wentian seemed to be a follower of Qingyuan Pavilion. P.S. It's a holiday. Wuhan would like to wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival and a good short vacation. Chapter 186 Zuanan Palace. Yi Xiong and the others all looked at Qin Wentian, and saw several people walking out and walking towards Qin Wentian. "Brother Qin, you are the one who doesn't know how to appreciate others' kindness. Don't blame us," Yi Xiong said lightly, and then he was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to see why Qin Wentian, an ignorant man from a small country, was so arrogant. He didn't even know about the transcendent forces in Jiuzhou City such as the Ouyang family, and he didn't know where they came from. Buzz! The figures of Yi Xiong and the others moved, and the star soul bloomed. Qin Wentian looked cold. There was no reason to hand over the star fruit in his hand. His long hair was flying, demonic energy was everywhere, and blood in his body was surging. The blood-colored runes jumped up, containing a terrifying power. Kill! The 2 people came at the same time. Mo Qingcheng wanted to move, but Qin Wentian whispered, "Leave it to me." As soon as the voice fell, his body turned into a residual image, and collided with the other party in an instant. He raised his hand and blasted out a terrifying palm print. The fourth style of the Thousand Hands seal, the Seal of Desolation. The moment the palm print was blasted out, the space was dead silent, burying everything. Even the terrifying huge palm print contained an extremely sharp sword state of mind. He used the power of the sword's divine essence to blast out the Seal of Desolation. The two people who attacked Qin Wentian had frozen expressions. They felt the oppressive palm print and felt suffocated. It was as if the ancient seal of killing and annihilation was the only thing left in the world, destroying everything. The crowd also stared at the seal, a little frightened. The power of this ancient seal was terrifying, and there was also a touch of blood-red light, revealing the king's intention. Yi Xiong and the other man had no way to retreat, and could only mobilize the strongest force to resist. However, with a loud bang, Yi Xiong's arm was instantly destroyed. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes, and then the terrifying Seal of Desolation submerged him, desolating everything. The bodies of the two were directly crushed into pieces, and no bones remained. So strong. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused there. The seal just now was probably at the level of the middle grade earth level magical power, and it exerted extremely strong power, destroying everything in its path. Yi Xiong and the other two were probably killed before they had time to reveal their trump cards. Staring at the young man standing there, he saw that his long hair turned black, and he was extremely strange. The whole person had a very strong demonic aura, and his blood was surging in his body, as if he was a king overlooking the world. But the boy was still young now. If he was more mature and powerful, I'm afraid that the king's temperament would be more impactful. His blood power might be very powerful. The expressions of Jin Mengayu and others in Qingyuan Pavilion became particularly exciting. Jin Mengayu thought to herself that it seemed that she had underestimated Qin Wentian's fighting ability. Qin Wentian felt a beating of the blood rune in his body, and felt that his whole body was filled with a surge of power. The blood power contained in the blood rune could be directly integrated into the attack of the magical power, and it exerted a terrible power. Even if you get the star fruit, what's the point? You don't see the current situation clearly. Will the swordsman of Yanzhou take you into the immortal pond? Look at how many strong men are behind you. Qin Wentian's eyes swept across the crowd in front of him, causing those people to freeze and look back, feeling uneasy. Don't be someone else's wedding dress. If you insist on doing it, you may end up leaving your life here. A Fangbian Huoji appeared in Qin Wentian's hand and stuck it on the ground beside him. What a big tone. Hearing Qin Wentian's words, Mu Beifei said lightly, and saw his white clothes fluttering, sword energy permeating, and his eyes swept over Qin Wentian. Catch him. Mu Beifei uttered another voice, still calm, the swordsman of Yanzhou, still proud. The two swordsmen beside him walked towards Qin Wentian, star souls blooming, sword energy violent, pointing directly at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at the two of them, holding the Fangbian Huoji in his hand, and also walked forward. With every step he took, his aura seemed to become stronger, and his pupils seemed to make people fall into it. The two white-clothed swordsmen stabbed out with their fingers, and the sword energy was crisscrossing, tearing the void, and thousands of sword beams swept out. Qin Wentian waved the Fangbian Huoji, and the shadow of the giant black tortoise shone, motionless. Humph! The two Yanzhou swordsmen sneered, pointed at the void, and then two bright swords fell from the air, trying to split the space. The blood-colored runes jumped and merged into the magical attack. Qin Wentian's defense became stronger, and the bloodlight shone in it. He stepped forward again, facing the monstrous sword power. Instead of retreating, he pressed the opponent. The Yanzhou swordsman snorted coldly, and also walked forward, slashing with both hands, and the crisscrossing sword beams became more and more powerful. At this moment, Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huoji burst out, and the giant black tortoise roared out. The blood flooded the world, and the sword energy was blocked. Qin Wentian's body followed forward, and the stabbing Fangbian Huoji turned into dazzling light, breaking through all obstacles. The two swordsmen put their palms behind their backs and drew their swords in an instant. The swordsmen's swords were unsheathed for the first time, shining with silver light, stinging people's eyes. The two swords stabbed out at the same time and collided with the incoming Fangbian Huoji attack. The terrible sword energy hurricane roared, and the surging power from the Fangbian Huoji made the swords hum softly. Their bodies were shaken and retreated, and their expressions could not help but condense slightly. The power contained in Qin Wentian's attack was so terrible. However, it was only a moment of adjustment. Their swords danced again, and the sword energy became stronger and stronger. The two people rushed out like a stream of light. Mu Beifei took a look at the Fangyan Huaji in Qin Wentian's hand. It was obviously a magic weapon, which further increased the power of Qin Wentian, who was already powerful. Mu Beifei's figure was like the wind, his sword hummed, and he drew his sword. His sword was like a shadow of light. His sword was released from behind, but it arrived at the same time as the other two swordsmen. 3 different angles and 3 rays of light were trying to take Qin Wentian's life. You are just a name for nothing. Yang Kuangsheng uttered a voice when he saw this scene, revealing a look of disdain. The swordsmen of Yansahao were good at attacking, but they were crushed by Qin Wentian. Now, 3 people fought against 1 person. Even if they won, it would be Mu Beifei who was embarrassed. Mu Beifei obviously knew that his attack this time was not very glorious, so he must kill Qin Wentian with this blow. Qin Wentian felt a strong sense of crisis. He saw the Fangyan Huaji in his hand dancing, without launching any magical attacks, but directly blocking in front. Sure enough, Mu Beifei's sword seemed far away, but it had already landed on the Fangyan Huaji. If he was a step slower, the sword would pierce his throat. With the help of the shock, Qin Wentian used the 9 heavens Kunpeng art. His steps were superb and he retreated like a phantom. The swords of the other 2 people pierced Qin Wentian's body. The terrible sword whistling energy scraped Qin Wentian's face, making him feel a little sticky. Qin Wentian touched his face as he retreated. There was a drop of blood, which was caused by the sword energy just now. Yansahao swordsman. Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the 3 people in front of him. A trace of sarcasm appeared on his handsome face, and he said coldly, nothing more than that. When he spoke, the expressions of the crowd became particularly exciting. Qin Wentian's strength was indeed very powerful. He actually blocked the attack of Mu Beifei and the other 2. Mu Beifei held his long sword horizontally, still calmly, and said, really? As soon as he finished speaking, the sword energy on his body burst out, becoming even stronger. Seeing this scene here, many people on the other side walked towards Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng was Qin Wentian's companion, and she should also have a meteorite on her body. However, a figure appeared in front of Mo Qingcheng. This figure was wearing black clothes, and her exquisite body gave people a stunning feeling. I wanted to see her face, but she was wearing a bamboo hat and a veil on her face, so I couldn't see her true face at all. Only a pair of bright eyes were exposed, but they were particularly moving. When this figure appeared, a group of people dressed in the same way came to her left and right, and appeared in front of Mo Qingcheng one after another, as if they were deliberately protecting Mo Qingcheng. However, except for the person in the lead, the others did not cover their faces, and their faces could be seen. Are the people from Zuan'an Palace going to join in the fun? Mu Beifei saw the situation over there and a strange color flashed across his face. The people in Zuan'an Palace have always been mysterious, and the skills and magical powers they practiced are quite strange, with a strong yin aura, so most of the disciples in Zuan'an Palace are female. The Zuan'an Palace in Yaozhou City is one of the dominant forces in Jiuzhou City of the Great Xia Dynasty. Qin Wentian was a little worried about Mo Qingcheng, but he was relieved when he saw the people from the Zuan'an Palace appear. However, he was also secretly surprised. Mo Qingcheng was from the Chu state like him, and it was impossible for her to have any intersection with the Zuan'an Palace in Jiuzhou City. A woman from the Zuan'an Palace. The Lion King of the Beast King Palace stared at Mo Qingcheng, his eyes lit up. Although Mo Qingcheng was hiding her true appearance at the moment, he had seen Mo Qingcheng's beautiful side. Now that he saw the people from the Zuan'an Palace guarding her, he thought that Mo Qingcheng was an important figure in the Zuan'an Palace, which made him even more excited. Go. The Lion King said coldly, and in an instant, the people from the Beast King Palace rushed out at the same time, and a terrible demonic aura swept through the air. A bunch of evil beasts. Someone in the Zuan'an Palace said sarcastically. In the Beast King Palace, many people were of half-orc blood. This sarcasm made them even more violent, and the two sides collided with each other in an instant. You are mine. The Lion King went straight to Mo Qingcheng, with demonic energy rolling. A cold light flashed in Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes. Her star soul bloomed and her beautiful wings shone with brilliance. She was in the Yuanfu realm. Even if the power of the Yuanfu was sealed, she still had some advantages compared to the strong men in the Lunmei realm. Qin Wentian looked at the Lion King, and a terrible cold light flashed across his frowning brows. In his heart, he had sentenced the Lion King to death. He opened his mouth and swallowed a star fruit into his mouth. A terrible sword energy tore through, and the Yanzhao swordsman walked over. "Stop now, it's not too late." Qin Wentian looked at the three people and said coldly. He was worried that Mo Qingchang would be in trouble. "Today, you must die," Mu Beifei said calmly, with a firm tone. The three people took action against Qin Wentian. If Qin Wentian didn't die, how could he have a good reputation? In front of these peers in Jiuzhou City, wouldn't he be unable to raise his head in the future? Now they have all stepped into the Yuan mansion. After growing for another year or two, Jiuzhou City will be the time for their generation to come to the fore. "You want to die? I'll grant your wish." Qin Wentian thrust the Fangtian Huiji directly into the ground beside him, and a terrifying storm of sword energy suddenly blew up from his body. The crowd was shocked to find that Qin Wentian's whole body was shining with brilliant star swords. Countless swords enveloped Qin Wentian's body, making a buzzing sound, and a terrifying sharp aura permeated. Chapter 187. Yu Yang joins the battle. Sword Key. Mu Beifei and the other two frowned. Qin Wentian was surrounded by endless sword auras, which turned into star swords, whistling and piercing. Each star sword seemed to be full of sharpness and unstoppable. What a surprise! The crowd looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. This guy was not from a dominant force, but his fighting power was so strong. Moreover, Qin Wentian's aura had not stopped rising. Blood-colored runes were jumping and covering the sword. The sword light was like blood, revealing a strange aura. Looking at Qin Wentian's aura at this time, he was like a blood sword king, and his demonic and handsome intentions were getting stronger and stronger. "You want to die? I will fulfill your wish." Qin Wentian's voice echoed, domineering, and he wanted the Yanzhao swordsman to die. Bang! Finally, when the three Yanzhao swordsmen led by Mu Beifei moved forward, Qin Wentian took a step. With one step, the sword roared, and the endless swords of the stars gathered together, turning into waves of swords and whirlpools of swords, which were about to swallow everything. Mu Beifei's expression finally changed, and he shouted angrily, sword chanting. As soon as the voice fell, the endless sword lights on the three Yanzhao swordsmen also gathered together. The divine swords in their hands were put together, making a terrible humming sound, and they kept trembling. The sword intent in the void gathered and turned into terrible sword humming, as if their swords were overlapping and had life. The Yanzhao swordsmen were forced to use the combined sword when facing Qin Wentian's attack. Kill! The sword spirit around Qin Wentian roared and killed, and the terrifying sword whirlpool swallowed forward. Thousands of swords guarded the surroundings and turned into the strongest sword, which made the people around them feel terrified. Not to mention that the human Yuanfu here was sealed. Even if it was outside, such a blow would be enough to kill the Yuanfu strong man. Kill! Mu Beifei and the other two shouted at the same time. Their swords hummed loudly, and they turned into a giant dragon of swords, roaring out. This was a very powerful magical power, but their individual swords could not bring out the power of the sword hum. Only when the three of them became one, and used their minds together, could they launch such an attack by letting the thousands of swords hum. This showed how much pressure Qin Wentian had put on them. The people around them stared at this scene in amazement. Thousands of guardian swords collided with the sword vortex and the giant dragon of swords. That space released a brilliant light, and the sound of the sword humming shook the eardrums of the crowd as if they were about to tear them apart. Infinite sword energy tore out, and the people around them dodged far away. On Qin Wentian's side, dust was flying, and the sword energy tore the earth apart. Mu Beifei and the other two were seen retreating. Their white clothes were torn into pieces, and spots of blood stained their clothes red. At this moment, their faces were extremely solemn, looking at the still domineering Qin Wentian in front of them. Such a strong combined swordsmanship could not suppress Qin Wentian's attack. Little did they know that Qin Wentian was also quite surprised at this time. He knew very well how powerful his attack was. The huge sword spirit turned into a terrible divine pattern, coupled with his strong physical strength and blood runes. This was the attack he prepared for the Yuanfu realm strongmen, but it did not kill Mu Beifei and the others. This attack consumed a lot of Qin Wentian. He swallowed another star fruit into his mouth and stared at Mu Beifei. The eyes of the three Yanzhao swordsmen were unprecedentedly solemn. They knew that this time they wanted to bully Qin Wentian to take out the star fruit, but they didn't want to kick the iron plate. They were swordsmen from Yanzhao City. They were very confident and proud of their strength, but an unknown person suppressed the three of them with his own strength. Not far away, Jin Mengayu and the other two leaning against a mountain wall looked particularly wonderful. Jin Mengayu showed a look of astonishment and shock. It turned out that he was so strong. It was ridiculous that she thought that Qin Wentian followed them to seek shelter. What was even funnier was that after Qin Wentian got the star fruit, he wanted to share it with them, but her people proposed to let the four of them distribute it, because Qin Wentian was just the person they protected and their follower. Although Jin Mengayu finally agreed to share it equally, she knew that she still had that idea in her heart. This idea made her feel hot on her face at the moment. It was Qin Wentian who proposed to share it equally with them. If Qin Wentian took it all by himself, what could they do? Mu Beifei and the other two crushed the four of them with absolute strength and killed one of them, but Mu Beifei and the other two were no match for Qin Wentian alone. The woman next to Jin Mengayu had been speaking rudely to Qin Wentian not long ago. Seeing Qin Wentian's strength, her face turned pale. However, Qin Wentian didn't care about their thoughts. He didn't continue to attack at this time, but stared at Mu Beifei and the other two. The previous attack consumed a lot of energy. He could still attack again, but if he did, it would be difficult to solve the big trouble later. However, I think the attack by Mu Beifei and the other three also consumed a lot of energy. On the other side of the battlefield, Mo Qingchang was not at a disadvantage in the battle against the Lion King, which was why Qin Wentian didn't attack immediately. The people of Xuanyang Palace had an advantage over those of the Beast King Palace. It was not that the overall strength of Xuanyang Palace was strong, but because the graceful woman with a light veil in Xuanyang Palace was very powerful. Her movements were like a shadow, making people feel unpredictable, and sometimes even giving people the feeling of non-existence, but when she appeared, the dark spear in her hand could pierce people's hearts, and many people died in her hands. This made many secretly frightened. Xuanyang Palace was the dominant force in Jiuzhou City. Their skills and magical powers were known for being eerie and strange. Few people were willing to provoke Xuanyang Palace. It was said that Xuanyang Palace's training of its disciples was also extremely cruel. It was almost abusive to train its disciples, making them sharp spears in the dark, killing people invisibly. But at this moment, Yao Sheng took a step forward, and the strong men of Xian'ai sect were ready to move. Yao Sheng and Shi Kui formed an alliance, but they did not help when the Beast King Palace was at a disadvantage. Instead, they waited until many people in the Beast King Palace died before he was ready to take action. This approach was worth pondering. Obviously, they did not want the Beast King Palace to preserve its full combat power, nor did they want their allies to fall completely. Kill. Yao Sheng said coldly, and glanced at the battlefield between Qin Wentian and the Yanzhou swordsman. It would be best if both sides were injured, which would be the most perfect ending. Qin Wentian frowned. He didn't know why the people from Xuanyang Palace helped him, but he obviously didn't want Xuanyang Palace to be in danger. However, at the moment, he had no strong allies. Yan Kuongshen, help Xuanyang Palace, I owe you a favor, how about that? Qin Wentian was still looking at the Yanzhou swordsman in front of him, while Yan Kuongshen was not far behind him. He spoke with his back to Yan Kuongshen. Xuanyang Palace was under siege, and he had to do something. Yan Kuongshen didn't expect Qin Wentian to speak to him. There was a hint of thought in his eyes, and then he smiled and said, "Okay, you don't have to owe me a favor, just consider it as making a friend of mine." After saying that, he stepped out, and suddenly, a terrifying flame suddenly shone on his body. A terrifying burning feeling spread from his body, and Yan Kuongshen was bathed in the terrifying flame. He punched out and killed the person in front of him. In an instant, his body was on fire. With a loud bang, he was crushed to death in an instant. Yan Kuongshen is arrogant and strong, but this guy is really a master who does whatever he wants. He doesn't know Qin Wentian at all, but he helped him just because of a word from the other party. This undoubtedly offended the people of the Beast King Palace and the Heavenly Demon sect. Many people thought in their hearts, but they also heard about Yan Kuongshen's character. When did this guy care about what others think? If he cared about what others thought, he would not have started practicing when other peers in the family had cultivated to the Wheel Meridian realm. It is conceivable that Yan Kuongshen had endured many cold stares at the beginning, but he didn't care. He dragged it until he was 16 years old, and was able to communicate with the martial life stars in the fourth heaven before condensing the star soul and making a big splash. This kind of indifference is a kind of arrogance in itself. He knows what he wants to do, and it is enough. Other people's ideas have nothing to do with him. Yan Kuongshen just witnessed Qin Wentian's strength. He fought against Mu Beifei and 3 Yancao swordsmen alone. With such fighting power, he was still willing to share the star fruit with several people from the Star Pavilion not long ago. It can be seen that Qin Wentian's character is not to be doubted. He is not a very selfish person. More importantly, he witnessed Qin Wentian conquering the Yellow Spring Steel. The rumors of the Yellow Spring Steel and the Yellow Spring Ancient Road have been circulating in Jiutian City for thousands of years. If you encounter the Yellow Spring on the road, you will turn back. A powerful person can step over it, but no one has heard of anyone who can conquer the Yellow Spring Steel. Qin Wentian is the first. Therefore, when Qin Wentian spoke, Yang Kuangsheng only thought about it for a moment and agreed. This friend is worth a making. Thank you. Qin Wentian could feel Yang Kuangsheng's generosity, and he was naturally willing to make such a friend. In this way, almost all the major overlord-level forces participated in this battle, and it was caused by Qin Wentian's not-so-famous person. It's just a pity that the people from Jiutian Pavilion don't even have the qualifications to participate in it now, and the people from Jiang Ting's Jiang family who were with Yang Kuangsheng have not arrived yet. In the end, only Wang Xiao from the Wang family in Bingzhou City was left. Many people looked at Wang Xiao, only to see him standing there calmly, witnessing everything happening in front of him. No one could tell what he was thinking, but according to what everyone knew, Wang Xiao from the Wang family was definitely one of the most terrifying people among these people, and the pressure he could bring was definitely no less than that of Yang Kuangshen. Now I don't know whether Wang Xiao will participate in this storm. But no matter what, at this moment, Qin Wentian can finally deal with Mu Beifei and the 3 difficult Yancao swordsmen with peace of mind. P.S. Today is Father's Day. I wish all fathers in the world good health and happiness. Chapter 188 Looking at the Immortal Pond. Qin Wentian drew up his Fangbian Huaji. The star fruit can quickly replenish the star force, which Qin Wentian had already sensed. But Mu Beifei and his men did not have star fruit. They defeated the 4 people from Qingayan Pavilion, Jin Mengyu, and then fought with Qin Wentian again. Especially the combined sword attack just now, it was also a huge consumption for them. Seeing Qin Wentian walking over, they could not help but be a little wary. Mu Beifei held a long sword and raised it again. The pride of the Yancao swordsman could not be defeated. The 2 people beside him also held swords, and their swords were sharp. The star soul brilliance fell down, making their swords seem stronger. Buzz! Qin Wentian's body turned into a shadow, and his Fangbian Huaji rushed out towards Mu Beifei in front of him. The mountain-breaking style was swift and powerful. The power of breaking the mountain with one blow was absolutely terrifying, and this blow was also released with his sword's divine essence. Mu Beifei was the leader of the 3 Yancao swordsmen and the strongest. He was definitely not a man of false reputation. He spun his sword slightly, and it seemed to dance out several brilliant streams of light in the air, and his killing intent was madly blooming. Boom! The powerful force repelled Mu Beifei, but the attacks of the other 2 came in an instant. The sword was like lightning. Qin Wentian spun his feet slightly, and at the same time, he blasted out the falling mountain palm, which was as heavy as a mountain and had infinite power, blocking the sword light on the left. At the same time, when the sharp sword on the right stabbed, he suddenly sent down the palm holding the Fangbian Huaji, and the Fangbian Huaji turned into a terrible light and killed Mu Beifei, while he himself gave up the magic weapon. Puff! Qin Wentian opened his mouth and spit out sword lights to the right, causing the opponent's sword to stagnate for a moment, but Qin Wentian's chakra boiled up and made a roaring sound. Kill! With a roar, Qin Wentian's arm seemed to contain an incomparable terrifying power. It blasted out with a terrible withered and solitude seal, revealing a terrible bloodlight hidden in it, turning into a blood-colored palm seal full of destructive power. With a loud bang, the opponent's sword flew out of his hand. Qin Wentian's speed was so swift, he had already prepared for this attack and used his 9 heavens Kunpang Jutaboli and rushed forward. The opponent looked ugly, and his fingers rushed out in a hurry, with a powerful sword intent hidden in his fingertips. But in close-range attacks, Qin Wentian was so tyrannical, staring at the opponent with his strange eyes, making the opponent feel like he was about to fall into an unreal dream, and then a blood-colored palm came over to destroy his attack. Qin Wentian pointed his finger, and the chenille sword containing blood-colored runes pierced into the opponent's head. This moment happened in a flash, but Mu Beifei and another person's sword came over again, making Qin Wentian feel a strong sense of crisis. In an instant, Qin Wentian adjusted his attack, and the terrifying divine essence burst out crazily, turning into a dazzling sword and heading towards Mu Beifei. Mu Beifei's threat to him was obviously stronger, but at the same time, another person's sword arrived. Qin Wentian's left palm trembled, and he slapped it horizontally. The sword light swept past, and a flash of blood flashed. Qin Wentian's palm was bloody. The opponent's sword was too sharp. Facing such an opponent, if you are not careful, you may die under the sword. Qin Wentian's body quickly retreated. Mu Beifei and the others knew that they had missed the best opportunity to kill Qin Wentian. They looked at the corpses of their companions next to them. Their eyes were solemn. When they stared at Qin Wentian, their killing intent became stronger. Qin Wentian looked back at Mo Qingchen. The lion leader was completely out of control, turning into half-human, half-demon, and madly oppressing Mo Qingchen. With his identity, he couldn't crush Mo Qingchen, which made him feel ashamed. However, there was no need to worry about Zuan'an Palace. Yang Kuangsheng was indeed very powerful. In addition, the people in Zuan'an Palace were already very powerful. They were not inferior to the people from Xian'aiao Sect and Beast King Palace. And those who were not the dominant forces were also happy to watch the fun. They were originally in a weak position. Of course, these people's crazy fighting was very beneficial to them. What a cold wind. At this moment, someone shivered and felt a gust of cold wind blowing on his body, and this wind was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone frowned slightly, and then their eyes looked in a certain direction. It was the only crack in the mountain wall. The suction force of the crack that could accommodate several people was getting stronger and stronger. It actually spread to the outside, and there was already a tendency of flying sand and gravel. What's going on? The crowd looked back, and then they were shocked to find that a terrifying storm was blowing in the distance, pressing in, and all went towards the crack, as if the crack in the mountain wall was going to swallow everything. It was only a brief moment. The clothes on the crowd rustled, they felt that their footsteps were unstable, and they were about to be sucked into the gap, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone stopped fighting. Qin Wentian was blown back by the strong wind, and he seemed unable to open his eyes to stabilize his body. This evil wind was very strange. Under this evil wind, some people's footsteps kept moving, and one person rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian took a step back, and suddenly, the man turned around, and a big axe flashed, like a giant axe that split the mountain, and fell towards Qin Wentian. If he was hit, Qin Wentian's body would be split open. Qin Wentian instantly broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, under this storm, his body was difficult to move, and dodging was naturally not agile, and it was even more difficult to gather strength to resist in a hurry. Moreover, the power of the opponent's axe was very terrible. This inconspicuous person was definitely a very tyrannical person, obviously for the star fruit on him. Boom! Qin Wentian suddenly relaxed his body and did not resist the evil wind. His body floated directly towards the mountain wall. The giant axe slashed, a terrible axe light flashed, and a sound of puff was heard. His clothes were torn, blood bloomed, and a long bloody wound was cut on his chest. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's body hit the mountain wall, and he felt severe pain all over his body. The wind was too terrible. Wentian! Mo Qingchen exclaimed. She had just witnessed the amazing axe and moved towards Qin Wentian with difficulty. I'm fine. Qin Wentian turned his head and smiled at Mo Qingchen. He felt the power of his blood rolling, and the bloody wound was slowly healing. This made Qin Wentian's heart move slightly, and then the blood runes in his body jumped towards the wound frantically. Sure enough, the wound healed faster, which made Qin Wentian feel the power of his blood. Here. Mo Qingchen stretched out her hand towards Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian also moved towards her against the mountain wall, holding her hand and saying, Qingchen, I'm afraid no one can resist this evil wind. We can only let it go and enter the mountain wall passage. Yes. Mo Qingchen nodded gently, and the two held hands tightly. Let's go. Qin Wentian did not take his Fangbian Huoji, nor did he think about looking for the strong man who had just chopped him with an axe. The most important thing at this moment was safety. He glanced at the people in the storm. Many people attacked by surprise. The people here were very cruel and would not miss any opportunity. The two of them completely relaxed, and suddenly the terrible evil wind instantly swept them into the gap in the mountain wall, and then they felt like they were flying in the clouds. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian knew that he had hit the stone wall next to him. He only felt a daze in his head, and the terrible evil wind blew his eyes so hard that he couldn't open them. Star energy permeated his body, and his blood vessels rolled, protecting his body. At the same time, Qin Wentian pulled Mo Qingchang into his arms, hugged her tightly with both hands, and soared in the wind. Mo Qingchang's internal organs were turbulent, but suddenly she felt a warm embrace, and she felt sweet, and hugged Qin Wentian tightly. The body kept hitting the mountain wall. Qin Wentian felt that it was a long time, and he and Mo Qingchang's body finally fell hard to the ground, rolling on the ground twice, and the two bodies were still tightly stuck. Opening his eyes, Qin Wentian looked at the bright eyes, and a smile appeared between Qin Wentian's eyebrows. He was still alive. Mo Qingchang also smiled sweetly. The two sat up with difficulty, and felt that their bodies were about to fall apart, and the wind and sand rolled around. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, they were in a storm. However, soon, their eyes froze and they looked forward. The reason why they could still feel such a strong storm was because there was a cold wind as sharp as a knife in front of them. There was a terrible storm in front of them. However, when their eyes penetrated the storm, they saw a beautiful picture. The stone pillars that reached the sky seemed to communicate with the stars in the sky. The starlight poured down from the sky and fell into the starlight pool covered by the stone pillars. There was the fairy pool. As long as they walked through the storm in front, they could bathe in the fairy pool. At this time, the crowd had been blown here by the evil wind one after another. When they got up, they also found the fairy pool opposite the storm. They saw many people raising their feet and running towards that site and stepping into the storm, but soon they slowed down, as if they felt the horror of the storm, and the star energy enveloped their bodies. Continuing forward step by step, more and more people stepped into the storm. Finally, the person in front had walked through 1/3 of the storm, but his star energy seemed to be exhausted. Then, blood rain flew past, and the crowd clearly saw his body being torn into pieces by the storm. Such a scene made many people's hearts beat, especially those who had entered the storm. Their hearts trembled slightly, but they could only bite the bullet and continue to move forward. The bloody scenes appeared one after another, causing the crowd's hearts to shake constantly. Those people were all dead. The person who walked the farthest did not walk half of the storm. Star fruit. Many people's eyes suddenly looked at Qin Wentian and Mu Beifei. In addition to Yan Kuangshen, the people who had the star fruit were Qin Wentian and Mu Beifei. That section of the road, without enough star energy to protect the body, it is impossible to walk through it. The existence of the star fruit is to be able to pass through this storm smoothly and lead to the fairy pond. The crowd moved rapidly, and soon blocked the way of Qin Wentian, Mo Qingchang, Mu Beifei and others, preventing them from stepping into the storm. Even Yan Kuangsheng was blocked. They were determined to get the star fruit, so they had to take risks. The wind was blazing, and someone took action. What was quite shocking was that the first person to take action was Wang Xiao from Bingzhou City, and the target of his attack was the Yanzhou swordsman, Mu Beifei. Qin Wentian looked at another Yanzhou swordsman besides Mu Beifei. Now, of the 3 Yanzhou swordsmen, he was the only one left. When he saw Qin Wentian's cold eyes shooting at him, he finally felt a trace of fear in his eyes. P.S. It's so tiring to conceive the plot. Sometimes I feel unhappy with the idea and have to overturn it. Wuhan asks for a few monthly tickets, and it will get better and better. Chapter 189 Bingzhou City Wang Xiao. At this time, no one would easily step into the storm. They knew very well that once they entered, they would need to consume the star energy to resist the terrible storm. When you find that the star energy may not be able to support you to walk through, it would be too late to retreat. This is also the reason why the first batch of people died in the storm. Now, even if they try again, they will not go deep inside, but will just take a few steps to feel it. But more people think about seizing the star fruit. Only in this way can they reach the other side. However, at this moment, the Yanzhou swordsman who was with Mu Beifei was thinking more about his own life than the star fruit. Seeing Qin Wentian coming step by step, the strong wind blew on his face, and he was really scared. The figure of the young man walking towards him gave him unprecedented pressure. Not long ago, the 3 of them joined forces to deal with Qin Wentian, but they still couldn't do anything to him. Now, he was the only one left. Qin Wentian's body skills blossomed, and he instantly descended in front of the opponent. The divine essence in his chakra roared, and the blood-colored seal of desolation crushed out with the power of annihilation. The Yanzhou swordsman was pale, holding his sword to resist. The sword light shone, but it was dim under the dazzling blood-colored palm print. With a loud bang, his footsteps retreated in the yellow sand, and he felt his footsteps unstable. Then a cold wind blew, and he felt cold all over. Then a bright sword light flashed past, and his throat was so cold, so cold. He threw away the magic weapon in his hand, covered his throat with both hands, and was soon stained red with blood. Despair appeared in his eyes, and his legs knelt down weakly. Drops of blood dripped into the yellow sand. With fear and despair, the proud Yanzhao swordsman laid down softly. This made the people around him look at Qin Wentian with a little more vigilance. Although he had the star fruit on him, it was not easy to get it. When Wang Xiao walked towards Mu Beifei, he launched a terrible attack. His whole body seemed to be a weapon, indestructible. One after another, the star-flying knives turned into silver light and kept killing Mu Beifei. Mu Beifei resisted with a sword, but Wang Xiao's fists were like steel. Sometimes he saw terrible divine weapons blooming. During the battle, a diamond ring suddenly appeared, fierce and domineering, breaking everything, or a chain swept through, with a sharp blade, oppressing Mu Beifei so much that he had no temper and kept retreating. Boom! Wang Xiao stepped in front of Mu Beifei, his hands covered with silver armor, and after swinging the opponent's sword, he hit Mu Beifei's body hard, causing Mu Beifei to explode and spit out blood. "I'll give you the star fruit," Mu Beifei said to Wang Xiao with a pale face. Wang Xiao stopped and walked towards Mu Beifei. His expression was cold and expressionless, but he gave people a sense of toughness and dominance, just like a magic weapon, cold and sharp. He stretched out his hand to Mu Beifei, and Mu Beifei put the star fruit in Wang Xiao's hand, but Wang Xiao frowned and said coldly, "Take them all out." Mu Beifei's expression froze. The humiliation of the proud man at this moment can be imagined, but at this time he could only bite the bullet and take out all the star fruits and give them to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao turned around, and then several people came to his side. Wang Xiao distributed the star fruit to them. Obviously, these people were all brought by him. He not only wanted to go there himself, but also took his people to bathe in the fairy pool together. If Qin Wentian looked over here, he would find that the person who attacked him with a giant axe also accepted Wang Xiao's distribution. "We need to prepare more." Wang Xiao frowned and looked at Qin Wentian and Yuyan Kuangshen. Yuyan Kuangshen was with the people of Zuanayan Palace, because not long ago Yuyan Kuangshen helped Zuanayan Palace, and now they seem to have formed an alliance to resist the pressure from Xian'ai sect and Beast King Palace. As for Qin Wentian, he had just killed a swordsman from Yanzhao, and many people were eyeing him covetously, but no one had taken action against him yet. Because many people died, there were only more than 40 people left in this space. Wang Xiao looked around, and then saw his finger pointing in the direction of the mountain wall. Just now, the people were swept by the hurricane from the gap between the mountain walls. "Those who don't want to die, go over." Wang Xiao pointed at the mountain wall. His voice was as stiff and cold as ever, and his indifferent expression was as if he was saying something that was normal. Many people froze and showed surprise, and then their eyes narrowed slightly. They vaguely discovered an interesting thing. There were exactly 6 people around Wang Xiao, plus Wang Xiao himself, which was 7 people. The Immortal Pond only had 7 places, and only 7 people were qualified to bathe in the Immortal Pond. The Wang family of Bingzhou City had only 7 people, and the significance of this was self-evident. Especially at this moment, when they heard Wang Xiao's words, the crowd felt deeply that it was really crazy. Wang Xiao was not just crazy, and he had great ambitions. He wanted the people from Bingzhou City he brought with him to monopolize the Immortal Pond. However, at this point, although many people knew that they probably didn't have much hope of competing for the Immortal Pond, people still had a glimmer of hope after all. They were reluctant to give up, and there was even a person who thought that he had plenty of star energy in his body. He stepped into the storm ahead and wanted to make another attack. "Clear the battlefield," Wang Xiao said coldly, and the people around him gathered together and stood in a row. A murderous aura suddenly bloomed. At this moment, they all seemed to have turned into cold divine weapons, revealing a sense of coldness. They walked out towards a few people, and the faces of those people condensed, and then they saw various divine weapons blooming. "Kill!" With a roar, the murderous aura shook the sky. The magic weapons of the Wang family burst into terrible murderous intent at the same time, slashing out angrily, and the terrifying beam instantly killed one person. Just as Wang Xiao said, they began to clean up the battlefield. The Wang family, who had always kept a low profile, finally showed a terrible and ferocious face after looking at the fairy pond, and appeared in a posture of sweeping everything. The murderous aura swept through this space like a gust of wind, and soon 4 people died under the killing of the Wang family's magic weapons. Jin Mengayu and a few others stood there, and seeing the people of the Wang family walking over, her face turned slightly pale. Jin Mengayu's mood at this time was particularly complicated. She was usually quite conceited, but today at this last moment, she didn't even have the qualifications to compete, and would be eliminated. It was cruel, but it was also a fact, and she had to face it. She knew very well what today's confrontation meant. It meant that she had been suppressed when she clashed with people of the same generation from other hegemonic forces in Jiuzhou City. Moreover, the hegemonic forces that came were only a part of Jiuzhou City. Even so, she was eclipsed. How could she fight for a place on the big stage of Jiuzhou City in the future? If the situation remained like this in the future, she would be eliminated by the times and become mediocre. In the countless years of Jiuzhou City, which of those dazzling figures had not been dazzling in the competition among their peers, and finally emerged step by step? With a sigh in her heart, Jin Mengayu walked towards the direction of the mountain wall without even looking back. Today, she was defeated by Mu Beifei first, and then Qin Wentian fought Mu Beifei and 3 Yancao swordsmen by himself. Then, Wang Xiao crushed Mu Beifei with an absolutely strong attitude. It is conceivable how miserable she was defeated. Seeing Jin Mengayu leaving with the people from Qingayan Pavilion, many people looked gloomy and gave up the dispute. Participating in the Immortal Pool trial is mainly for the Immortal Pool, and secondarily for experience, but saving life is always the most important. Although it is a pity that they cannot get the opportunity to bathe in the Immortal Pool, this experience has also benefited them a lot. In the future, they will definitely work harder to practice and strive to compete with these dazzling figures in the future. Wang Xiao, Yan Kuongshen, Mu Beifei, and the unknown guy, these people are remembered by people, and they may leave a strong mark in the history of the great Xiao dynasty in the future. Although the man who stepped into the storm was unwilling, he still felt that he could not go through, so he did not go deeper, but chose to retreat. However, when he was about to come out, his star energy was exhausted, his body was torn apart, and he died in the storm, which made many people who saw it quite emotional. Without the star fruit, I am afraid that no one present would be sure to walk through directly. Wang Xiao glanced around, and there were almost no people left. Now the only ones left were the Xian'ai sect, the Beast King Palace, the Zuan'an Palace, and Yang Kuongsheng, who had already started the war. Yang Kuongsheng's strength was indeed powerful. He fought against the runaway Lion King and the crazy attacking Yao Sheng with his own strength, but he was not weak at all. No matter how violent the storm was, he remained unmoved, and his attacks were as violent and overbearing as ever. Seeing their duel, people watching from a distance realized that although Yang Kuongsheng was frivolous and arbitrary, he was so stable in both attack and defense during the battle. It can be seen that he was steady on the road of cultivation, and his magical attacks were extremely solid. Apart from those who were fighting, only Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, who had the star fruit, were left. Even Mu Beifei had given up the fight. Wang Xiao walked towards Qin Wentian, and the people behind him followed him, as if the 7 people from the Wang family in Bingzhou City were really here to clean up the battlefield, one by one, to take control of the last 7 spots. Wang Xiao waved his hand, and the people behind him stopped. He walked towards Qin Wentian alone. He had always believed that only Yang Kuongsheng was qualified to be his opponent in this trial, but after seeing Qin Wentian, he wanted to try how strong this young man who could fight against Mu Beifei and 3 Yancao swordsmen alone was. "I'll deal with her." A person behind Wang Xiao looked at Mo Qingcheng and said. They understood what Wang Xiao meant, but they couldn't let Mo Qingcheng affect the fight between Wang Xiao and Qin Wentian. As he spoke, the man walked towards Mo Qingcheng. This person was the one who had just sneak attacked Qin Wentian with an axe. Wang Xiao's pace quickened, and he seemed to be running. Yellow sand rolled, and a terrible killing intent bloomed. Qin Wentian's footsteps spun slightly, and then his body also ran towards Wang Xiao. Both of them were burning with arrogant fighting spirit, but the difference was their temperament. Wang Xiao was cold and sharp, like a magic weapon, while Qin Wentian was a demon, like the king of demons, arrogant. P.S. On Monday, please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, The Power of the Stone Tablet. Wang Xiao and Qin Wentian finally collided with each other. They both raised their hands to attack at the same time. A terrifying divine weapon aura burst out from Wang Xiao, and his arm seemed to have the sharpness of divine weapons. Qin Wentian blasted out the falling mountain palm, and the terrifying palm force was like a terrifying mountain peak that rolled down, with infinite power. With a loud bang, the falling mountain palm seemed to be crushed. Wang Xiao's palm and Qin Wentian's palm collided together, and the cold and sharp meaning rushed into Qin Wentian's body. He stared at Wang Xiao's pupils, which were extremely cold. A dream burst out from Qin Wentian's pupils, causing Wang Xiao's pupils to shrink slightly, and then his eyes seemed to turn into silver white, cold and domineering. Puff! Qin Wentian opened his mouth and spit out sword beams, but Wang Xiao's body spun, and a dazzling silver flying knife shot towards Qin Wentian like lightning. Those silver lightnings burst out from his palms, and in an instant, endless silver light danced in the void. Qin Wentian's expression froze for a moment, then he raised his hand to attack frantically, roaring with his dragon fist, attacking continuously to resist the silver flying knife. Buzz! A bright halo flew out along with the silver flying knife. The terrifying brilliance was dazzling, and the whistling roar made Qin Wentian feel a strong sense of danger. It was a diamond ring, with terrifying power. Withered seal! Qin Wentian's palms blasted out like a tidal wave. With a loud bang, the diamond ring was shaken back and flew back into Wang Xiao's hand, and at the same time a sharp silver chain rolled over, trying to lock Qin Wentian, and the diamond ring roared again, with terrible power. The Wang family of Bingzhou City, a family of weapon refiners, all kinds of powerful magic weapons are just like ordinary weapons to them, and they may hide many of them at any time. Blood-colored light filled Qin Wentian's palm, demonic energy rolled, and he saw his big handprint rolling out, actually holding the chain tightly, and at the same time, his other hand blasted the diamond ring back again. At this time, Qin Wentian seemed to be filled with endless power. A brilliant white light rose from Wang Xiao's body, as if the power of blood was rolling, and a sharper breath enveloped his body. His eyes were glowing with a terrible white light, and his body seemed to be covered with armor, and his arms were covered with silver, cold and indestructible. Bang! As he took a step, Wang Xiao seemed to have turned into a magic weapon. His pupils stared at Qin Wentian, and the diamond ring in his hand blasted out. At the same time, his fist rolled towards Qin Wentian, and his fist seemed to have terrible sharp edges. Wang Xiao of Bingzhou City, his whole body is like a magic weapon, so scary. Everyone who saw this battle was shocked. I'm afraid that among the people present, Wang Xiao, Yan Kuangshen, and Qin Wentian are the three strongest people. Wang Xiao had come up with all kinds of tricks, but he still couldn't do anything to Qin Wentian. Now, he was finally angry. Qin Wentian's palm was still holding the opponent's chain. Seeing the opponent pulling the chain towards him, endless sword light burst out from his body, and the sword spirit in his body began to bloom without hesitation. That sharp spirit wanted to kill everything. Boom! Qin Wentian took a step and loosened the chain. His palm pressed forward, and the magic swords turned into a terrifying vortex, and thousands of swords whistled in the air. Kill! With a roar, Qin Wentian went forward, and the blood-colored light merged into the sword. His sword had the meaning of the King of Swords. The attacks of the two collided with each other, and the dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes. Then the crowd saw Qin Wentian and Wang Xiao retreat, especially Wang Xiao. His indestructible body like a magic weapon actually had blood dripping down. This scene made Wang Xiao stunned for a moment, then he raised his head and released a colder breath. Both of them took out a star fruit and swallowed it into their mouths, staring at each other, knowing that they had met the strongest opponent. Qin Wentian glanced at his side. Mo Qingchang was fighting with a man holding the big axe, but she was completely suppressed. Her opponent was also a person from Yuanfu. He had 3 divine weapons and star souls, and his attack power was terrifying. At this moment, he raised his big axe and chopped down madly. Mo Qingchang's face was slightly pale. She tried her best to resist, but she was still shocked to spit blood and breathe rapidly. However, she tried not to make a sound, not wanting to interfere with Qin Wentian's battle. Buzz! Qin Wentian raised his foot and ran in that direction, but he saw that the people of the Wang family directly blocked him. At the same time, A sense of crisis came from behind him. Wang Xiao walked towards him step by step, and a dazzling silver light appeared in front of him. Kill! Wang Xiao shouted coldly. A silver sphere appeared in his palm. When the sphere burst out, it released endless silver fragments. Each fragment contained terrible attack power and swept towards Qin Wentian like a ray of lightning. A blood-red light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. The overwhelming blood power burst out crazily. In front of him, a stone tablet appeared. It was the Huangquan stone tablet. He had just obtained the stone tablet and didn't know how to control it, but he had to use it at this moment. As soon as he stepped on the ground, Qin Wentian's demonic energy soared into the sky, bloodlight danced, and the dazzling Shinun sharp sword burst out crazily, resisting the flying silver fragments. At the same time, he communicated with a Huangquan stone tablet, and the blood power rushed into it. He felt a terrifying blood energy in the Huangquan stone tablet, which could be activated by the blood power. Boom! A sudden sound came out, and the hearts of the crowd seemed to beat, and the blood energy in their bodies rolled up. The yellow spring steel was seen floating above Qin Wentian's head. On Qin Wentian's body, blood-colored light continued to rush into it. His eyes were fixed on Wang Xiao, which made Wang Xiao feel frightened. Buzz! The yellow spring steel flew towards Wang Xiao. Boom! Wang Xiao's heart was shaken again, and his blood vessels were out of control. He felt that his blood vessels were about to burst. He didn't care about attacking, and his footsteps quickly retreated. His face was livid. The yellow spring steel flew back. Qin Wentian turned around, and his body ran out wildly, heading towards Mo Qingchen. Boom! Boom! The hearts of the people in the Wang family in front of him began to beat. Their faces were ugly, and they avoided him one after another. Even Mo Qingchen was affected. As for the person opposite Mo Qingchen, his expression was solemn. He chopped out an axe, and then his body exploded back. "Qingchen, follow me," Qin Wentian said, and his body chased after the man holding the axe. Mo Qingchen followed behind Qin Wentian, but kept a certain distance. The man holding the axe ran away frantically, but saw Qin Wentian, who was chasing him, constantly hitting the yellow spring steel. Boom! His heart beat, and his face turned red. Boom! His heart beat faster, and his veins were exposed. Roar! The man roared, and his body was protected by the star power, but Qin Wentian chased him relentlessly, and the yellow spring steel chased him without stopping, making that regular and terrifying sound. Boom! There was another tremor, and the man finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Boom! 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 His heart beat rapidly when he stopped, and he turned around, and then he saw the yellow spring steel directly printed over and hide him. Ah! A miserable sound came out, and he saw the blood in his body burst, his heart broke, and blood flew and fell on the yellow spring steel, but was directly sucked away, and his body lay softly, and his death was very miserable. The crowd stopped fighting at the same time. They all looked at the stone tablet floating above Qin Wentian's head in horror. Their expressions were particularly wonderful. The yellow spring stone tablet. This is the yellow spring stone tablet rumored in the Immortal Pawn Trial Road. How could it be controlled by Qin Wentian? This guy can actually control the yellow spring tablet to attack. Yang Kuangsheng knew it, but he was still a little shocked. Subduing it is one thing, but Qin Wentian can really control it. It must be forced by Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao is from the Wang family in Bingzhou City. He has many magic weapons on him, and they are very powerful. He forced Qin Wentian to use the yellow spring stone tablet. However, the yellow spring stone tablet in Qin Wentian's hands seems to have lost its previous power. This is probably because Qin Wentian's own strength is weak. Here. Mo Qingchen walked to Qin Wentian and handed him a pill. She had just taken one herself. When Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingchen, his cold eyes softened. That smile made other people feel strange. This guy who was full of bloody demonic aura and had a domineering temperament actually had such a tender side when facing Mo Qingchen. After swallowing the pill, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen each took a star fruit. The two smiled at each other, probably because they felt that it was not easy to get to this point. Qin Wentian glanced at Yang Kuangsheng again, and saw that there were only 3 strong men left in the Zuan'an Palace, which showed how tragic the battle just now was. Of course, the Beast King Palace and the Heavenly Demon Sect also suffered heavy losses. At this moment, the people of the Beast King Palace and the Heavenly Demon Sect actually gathered together with Wang Xiao and the others. Obviously, after seeing the yellow spring steel, they knew how strong the threat of Qin Wentian was. Yang, are there enough star fruits to share? Qin Wentian looked at Yang Kuangshen. I have 4 people here. The star fruits on us should be enough to support us through. Yang Kuangshen said. Now their goal is to cross the storm to the other side. After crossing, the star fruits will be of no use. Naturally, they will not be stingy with their allies. Okay, let's go in. Qin Wentian said. Yang Kuangshen distributed the star fruits, and then the 6 of them walked into the storm one after another. This made everyone's eyes freeze there. These 6 people will occupy 6 places. Moreover, except for the star fruits they have, the rest are on Wang Xiao. At this moment, many people stared at Wang Xiao, even the people from the Beast King Palace and the Heavenly Demon Palace. There is still one last place. Hope, it is on Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao's expression sank, and his indifferent eyes became even colder. He was holding the round ball in his palm, and a sharp aura permeated his body, giving people a strong sense of crisis. No one dared to act rashly. Wang Xiao originally planned to take the 7 people of the Wang family to bathe in the fairy pool together, but now it is obviously impossible. Looking at Qin Wentian entering the storm, his eyes were extremely cold. Jin Mengai leaned against the mountain wall, looking at Qin Wentian and the others, not knowing what she felt in her heart. Qin Wentian had always taken the initiative to become an ally with him. If there had been no friction because of the star fruit, then Qin Wentian should have given her the remaining spot. Chapter 191 9 Mansion Star Decision. After Qin Wentian and his companions stepped into the storm, they immediately felt a cold wind as sharp as a sword, and they all released their star energy without hesitation to protect their bodies. The bodies of martial cultivators are relatively weak, but monsters are an exception, with strong bodies. It is obviously impossible to resist this storm with one's body. Perhaps Qin Wentian's strong body can resist it a little, but it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to walk through it without the help of star energy. In the storm, Qin Wentian always held Mo Qingchang's hand. The two walked side by side, and the stars were shining all around them. Moreover, as the storm blew, the star energy was consumed very quickly, which was also the reason why those people died tragically just now. Fortunately, Qin Wentian and his companions prepared star fruits. Qingcheng, take the star fruit in advance. Qin Wentian said loudly to Mo Qingchang beside him. Mo Qingchang nodded and took a star fruit after walking 1/3 of the way, so that the body could always keep the star energy full. Half an hour later, with exhausted bodies, Qin Wentian and his companions finally stepped through the storm. They couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling extremely relaxed. So beautiful. Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes looked ahead, at the 7 fairy pools, each of which was surrounded by star stone pillars that reached the sky. The tops of the star stone pillars seemed to be connected to the stars in the sky, and the bright starlight seemed to pour down like a waterfall, which was magnificent. This scene was like a dream, so beautiful. Fairy pool. The people from Zuan'an Palace and Yang Kuangshen also arrived. They looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. After all, it was not easy for them to come to the fairy pool together as an alliance this time. Qin Wentian took Mo Qingchang to the 3 people in Zuan'an Palace, looked at the woman with a veil, and smiled, "Thank you." When Qin Wentian looked at the other person, he felt that the pair of eyes exposed were very bright and clear, as if they were carrying a special emotion, which made Qin Wentian feel a little surprised. These eyes seemed to contain emotions. "It's okay." The woman lowered her head and said softly. Qin Wentian nodded gently, and looked at Yang Kuangshen again. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yang Kuangshen smiled and said, "Yang Kuangshen from Kingzhou City, as a friend, we must get to know each other again. I am a Chu person under the jurisdiction of Jiutian Palace, Qin Wentian." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded to Yang Kuangshen. His expression was calm, without the demonic tyranny just now. His eyes were clean and clear. The people of Chu under the jurisdiction of Jiutian Palace are really surprising. Yang Kuangshen had never heard of Chu, but he knew Jiutian Palace. He didn't expect that such a person would appear in a small country under the jurisdiction of Jiutian Palace. It was rare. Okay, business is important. When you come to the fairy pond, you must appreciate the scenery of this legendary fairy pond. Yang Kuangshen looked forward and said with a smile. Everyone nodded and walked forward. The 7 fairy ponds were all filled with starlight. "I'll go in first." Yang Kuangshen stepped into a fairy pond next to him. The moment he stepped into the fairy pond, The star-stone pillars covering the fairy pond seemed to shine with brilliant light and actually moved. Then, a terrible star power covered the entire fairy pond. Yang Kuangsheng's figure could no longer be seen, only a series of gorgeous star patterns. "Let's go in too," Qin Wentian said to Mo Qingcheng, and the two of them stepped into fairy pond respectively. The two people from Zuan'an Palace also stepped into the fairy pond one after another, but the girl covered with a veil was still standing there, looking at the fairy pond that Qin Wentian stepped into. A tear slid down from her beautiful eyes, but she was smiling, tears of joy. "Brother Wentian." A crisp voice came out, clean and smart. This was the voice of the girl. The masked girl raised her little hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was really happy that she actually helped Brother Wentian. In the past year, she had a really hard time. She left her hometown and was brought to Zuan'an Palace in Yaozhou City by her master. The requirements for her were very harsh. Although she knew that her master was for her own good, she had no relatives around her and suddenly stepped into this kind of life. She was very tired. It felt really good to see Brother Wentian again. "Brother Wentian, although I really want to chat with you, my master is so strict with me. She will definitely check it out. I can only secretly let Guxing go to Chu to see you. I am very happy to know that you are doing well and have won the first place in the Genlin banquet. You are really starting to shine as I imagined." The girl seemed to be talking to herself. She wanted to talk to Qin Wentian, so she could only do it this way. Yes, you will be even better in the future. Not only in Chu, but also in Jiuzhou City and in the Great Xiao Dynasty, there will be stories about you." The girl whispered happily and finally stepped into fairy pond. Soon she was covered by the starlight in the fairy pond and disappeared. Qin Wentian naturally didn't know that there was a girl talking to herself outside. After he stepped into the fairy pond, he deeply felt how abundant the star energy here was. Looking up at the sky, the starlight was like a waterfall pouring down along the star-stone pillars. This feeling was too wonderful, especially compared to the feeling in the storm not long ago. It was like two extremes. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged and gradually fell asleep. He practiced a dream casting technique, and the speed of practicing in his sleep was faster. The star soul suddenly bloomed, and a ray of starlight fell on the star soul. Then, after being tempered and filtered by the star soul, it turned into star energy that matched him and entered his body. Gradually, the star energy in his body became full again, impacting the wheel meridians and the acupoints all over his body little by little. There was a clattering sound, and the 9 wheel meridians kept roaring. Here, the star energy seemed to be inexhaustible. How could he be worthy of himself if he didn't absorb it crazily to practice and impact the realm? Qin Wentian knew very well that for martial life cultivators, in the 2 levels of body refining and wheel meridians, the promotion to the realm was the most dependent on the star energy. Although it did not depend entirely on the star energy, as long as there was enough star energy, it was easy to help break through the realm. Once entering the Yuanfu, the dependence on the star energy to break through the realm was not as strong as it is now. After all, after a martial arts cultivator forms the Yuanfu, the capacity of the Yuanfu is there. No matter how much star power is, the Yuanfu can only be filled up. The excess body cannot absorb it. If you want to advance, you need to increase the capacity of the Yuanfu. This is not enough to just absorb the star power. This is also the reason why the Xianqi is not so attractive to people in the Yuanfu. Qin Wentian practiced for 3 days. He only felt that his 9 star chakras and acupoints had been open to the extreme. The Yuanfu seemed to be only 1 step away. At this moment, he opened his eyes, and there seemed to be starlight shining in his eyes. I have passed the Xianqi trial and stepped into the Xianqi. However, where's the secret of Emperor Kang? Could it be that I really have to go find Fairy King Mei? Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, but Fairy King Mei would not see him. Touching the divine pattern ring, Qin Wentian took out the map scroll and looked at the marked location. It should be the Xianqi Palace. However, is this scroll just to guide himself to the Xianqi Palace? At this moment, Qin Wentian saw the ancient characters. His heart trembled suddenly, and then he turned the map scroll over. Rays of starlight fell down and spread on the scroll. On the star-stone pillars, it seemed as if starlight was projected. In an instant, on the scroll, ancient characters floated out and floated in the void. Those were the ancient star characters. Qin Wentian's heart trembled fiercely. This was the real scroll. The map was carved by Emperor Kang later. The map was the reverse side, and the side without words was the front side. Only when bathed in the strong starlight of the immortal pond would the ancient words appear. How could Qin Wentian not be shocked by such a discovery? The secret of Emperor Kang finally surfaced. 9 Palaces Starju. Qin Wentian looked at the floating scroll. A line of ancient stars and characters were suspended above the scroll. It was really a set of exercises, a demonic exercise to cultivate the 9 Yuan palaces. The secret of Emperor Kang, the Kang King, was real. After reading the ancient stars and imprinting them in his mind, Qin Wentian's heart was greatly stirred. Others only cultivated 1 Yuan palace, but the 9 Palaces Starju required the cultivation of 9 Yuan palaces. Moreover, it could only be cultivated during the Wheel Meridian realm. According to the 9 Palaces Starju exercises, one should first cultivate a single Yuan palace, and then break the Yuan palace, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. The number of Yuanfu corresponds to the star soul. This means that if your lifetime achievements are limited and you can only condense 3 souls, then you can only cultivate 3 Yuanfu at most. In addition, after the star soul corresponds to the Yuanfu, that Yuanfu can only absorb the corresponding star Yuanli. For example, Qin Wentian's Skyhammer star soul will correspond to 1 Yuanfu, so this Yuanfu can only absorb the star Yuanli that falls from the Skyhammer star, or the star Yuanli that has been tempered by the Skyhammer star soul. After cultivating the 9 Palace Starju, I will immediately have 3 Yuanfu, while others only have 1 Yuanfu. At that time, the star Yuanli I have will be at least 3 times that of others. Qin Wentian was quite excited. This was only the most obvious benefit. He was already a little impatient. After he entered the Yuanfu, it should be easy for him to kill the Yuanfu masters of the same level in seconds. At that time, it would be as easy for him to crush Yuwook to death as to crush an ant. It was really exciting. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian immediately began to practice. He knew very well that there was no place more suitable for practicing the 9 Palaces star art than the immortal pond. Perhaps this painting was originally discovered by Emperor Kang from here, so Fairy Queen Mei would later live in seclusion here and occupy the immortal pond. In this case, it seems that Qin Wentian's guess can be confirmed that Emperor Kang and Fairy Queen Mei have never broken up. What kind of cruelty did they experience to make others believe that Fairy Queen Mei hated Emperor Kang? I guess this story is also very touching. Qin Wentian didn't know that Fairy Queen Mei was paying attention to everything about him at this time. After waiting for thousands of years, she finally waited for a suitable successor to appear. Chapter 192 Kinger. After Qin Wentian and Yu Yang and others entered the storm, the others had a devastating collision for the star fruit on Wang Xiao. In this battle, all the people of the Wang family who followed Wang Xiao died in battle, but the others also paid a painful price, and more than 20 people were killed. Even Yao Sheng of the Heavenly Demon Sect and Shi Kui of the Beast King Hall were severely injured. The end of the battle was tragic. After all, they did not stop Wang Xiao from entering the storm. Seeing Wang Xiao looking back at the crowd in the storm, everyone felt a chill on their bodies. All the people who followed Wang Xiao died in battle. It is conceivable that Wang Xiao was angry. Now, I am afraid that Wang Xiao hated them and wanted to kill them as soon as possible. Wang Xiao also came to the fairy pool and stepped into the last fairy pool. As for the others, they all looked for a way back. 7 people had already gone to the fairy pool, and the others had no chance. This fairy pool trial was over. Qin Wentian was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world and was completely immersed in practice. On the 6th day after he entered the immortal pond, the expansion of the 9 star chakras in his body finally reached its limit and began to spin wildly. Endless star power poured in, and the place where the 9 chakras intersected turned into a terrible storm, causing a terrible rumbling sound in his body. In the center of the storm, there was a vortex that gradually evolved. Finally, the star power of the 9 chakras through the vortex condensed into droplets, dripping towards the vortex drop by drop. The vortex gathered and formed, and turned into a container. The droplets kept dripping down. Finally, the star pool gathered and was born. That was the birth of the Yuanfu. The evolved Yuanfu gradually took shape, but the storm showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became more and more intense. At the same time, in the immortal pond, the terrifying power frantically attacked the 3rd star gate in Qin Wentian's mind. At this time, Qin Wentian was doing 2 things at the same time. He not only had to condense the Yuanfu, but also had to attack the star gate, because he needed to communicate with the 3rd star soul. Only when the third star soul is condensed just after breaking through the Yuanfu realm, and then the Yuanfu is divided into three, can the most perfect three Yuanfu be cultivated. Qin Wentian does not want to miss such an opportunity. Such a huge star force is undoubtedly the most suitable for impacting the Stargate. The success rate is much higher than relying on the meteorite. Qin Wentian did not take too long to open the third Stargate, and then his perception began to drift towards the void along the starstone pillar. Because of the beast spirit, Qin Wentian quickly sensed the existence of several martial stars in the fifth heaven. Qin Wentian had already chosen the third martial star, the Emperor Demon Star, ranked first in the Battle Beast list. For this martial star, Qin Wentian did not even try to impact a martial star in the sixth heaven. The Emperor Demon Star soul ranks first in the Battle Beast list, which shows its tyranny. For Qin Wentian, who is practicing the demon god transformation, this martial star is undoubtedly the best choice. Soon, Qin Wentian's perception came to the Emperor Demon Star. The violent star energy was filled with terrible demonic energy. The Emperor Demon Star that stretched across the starry sky was like an ancient star war beast, full of majesty. Qin Wentian chose to communicate with it without hesitation. A little bit of starlight poured down and shone on Qin Wentian's body. It didn't take too long. Above Qin Wentian's head, the third star soul bloomed with a rich red gold brilliance. Then, the three star souls bloomed at the same time. Above the 9 heavens, the light of the 3 martial stars poured down at the same time, directly into the Yuanfu that was opened up in Qin Wentian's body. The vortex where the 9 star wheel veins converged was frantically tempering the star energy, turning it into droplets and flowing into the Yuanfu. The 3-color liquid dripped into the Yuanfu, and the Yuanfu expanded little by little. The 3-color liquid, 3 different powers, were clearly separated and located in the 3 directions of the Yuanfu pool, constantly oppressing the Yuanfu. This change continued. Qin Wentian secretly sighed. If it were not in this fairy pond, it would be difficult to find such conditions to practice the 9 palaces star art. After an unknown number of days, Qin Wentian opened his eyes. Although he was in the fairy pond, he was extremely tired at this time, and he had consumed too much of his mind. Success. Qin Wentian showed a bright smile on his face, then put away the scroll, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and in his body, the 3 Yuan palaces were located there, and the 3-color droplets were filled with strong energy. Moreover, the Yuan palace was connected to the 9 meridians, making him feel full all over. His mind moved slightly, and suddenly his body gradually floated up, and he was able to fly in the air. What a wonderful feeling! Qin Wentian smiled. This trip to Yaotian City was perfect. Now, he needs to spend some time to familiarize himself with the realm and consolidate his cultivation. Qin Wentian wanted to continue practicing, but he saw that the light of the stars around him gradually faded, and the star power covering the fairy pool dissipated. Looking up at the surroundings, Qin Wentian found that Yang Kuangsheng and Mo Qingcheng had come out and were looking at him. On one of the starstone pillars, there was a figure who was out of this world. It was the beautiful woman next to the master of the fairy pool. She was still so cold, standing there casually, as if she was not an ordinary person, but she was somewhat in line with the beautiful scenery of the heavenly pool, as if she wanted to blend into it. The time is up. Her voice was cold, and she lowered her head and glanced at Qin Wentian. It's here. Qin Wentian showed a sense of loss. He felt that the time was too short. He still wanted to stabilize his practice, and at the same time hoped to use the huge star power here to peek into the memory of the Star Man, but what made him depressed was that the time was up just after he finished practicing. He really wanted to stay here to practice for a while, so that he could gain more in 1 day than 10 days outside. However, seeing the cold look on the woman's face, he knew it was impossible. After leaving the fairy pond, Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng and smiled. How is it? Have you made any progress? Yes, I have reached the 2nd level of Yuanfu realm. Mo Qingcheng smiled and nodded. Haha, it seems that everyone has improved this time. Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile. He also entered the Yuanfu level and was quite excited. Qin Wentian looked at Yang Kuangsheng and the people in Zuanayan Hall, all of whom smiled. But Wang Xiao has also been promoted to Yuanfu. He left not long ago. You should be careful of him in the future. The power of the Wang family in Bingzhou City is very strong, and as Wang Xiao grows up, it is very likely that the Wang family will gradually have the right to speak. Yang Kuangsheng said to Qin Wentian. The major hegemonic forces in Bingzhou City, whether they are sects or aristocratic families, are huge, and there are many outstanding young people among them. However, not everyone in the upper class will pay attention to every young person. Only those with outstanding talents can occasionally attract the attention of the people above. If you want to get the real right to speak in the sector family, you must continue to grow, eliminate your peers, and attract the attention of the people above. Otherwise, even if you die, perhaps only your parents and immediate family will care. As for the top people, they will just pay attention to you casually, but will not care too much. Survival of the fittest. The struggle among the big forces is far more cruel than imagined, and Wang Xiao, with his current talent, is likely to grow into a representative of the younger generation of the Wang family in the future. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and he temporarily remembered the name Wang Xiao. Let's go. The cold girl still said coldly, cherishing words like gold, and then she jumped in front and led the way, leaving the Strau land. It was difficult to come here, but it was smooth all the way when leaving. Not long after, they came to the palace at the entrance of the fairy pool. Yang, Jiang Ting and others were waiting for Yang Kuangsheng outside, and smiled when they saw him come out. Jiang Ting, my fiancé. Yang Kuangsheng smiled at Qin Wentian. Jiang Ting, this is my friend Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded at Jiang Ting. He had learned from Wu Yang that Jiang Ting was from the Jiang family of Fengzhou City. The Jiang family was also a dominant family with great influence in Fengzhou City. Jiang Ting looked at Qin Wentian. She knew Yang Kuangsheng's character. That guy was very proud. Since he became friends with Qin Wentian, it was enough to prove that Qin Wentian must be extraordinary. She also smiled and nodded politely at Qin Wentian, with an elegant posture and the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Thank you for the hospitality of Xianqi Palace this time. Goodbye. Yang Kuangsheng turned around and smiled at the cold woman, but the other party was still cold and did not reply. They had no choice but to leave with their monsters. Outside the Xianqi Palace, everyone said goodbye. Qin Wentian looked at the figures of Yang Kuangsheng and others leaving, nodded slightly to the people of Zuanayan Palace, and then left with Mo Qingcheng on a white crane. The girl who led the Zuanayan Palace looked at the figure of Bai He going away, and there was a trace of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Let's go. The girl said softly, and then they also flew into the air on the monster and gradually went away. In a palace, the figure of Fairy Queen Mei was sitting there, the palace master of Xianqi Palace was still beside her, and the cold woman also came. Do you like it? Fairy Queen Mei asked in a low voice when she saw the cold woman appear. I don't know. The cold woman shook her head gently, as if she was a little obedient, and she would only be like this in front of Fairy Queen Mei. It doesn't matter if you don't like it, you go to him first, just take care of his safety, Kinger, take care of his safety. Fairy Queen Mei said with a smile, which made the palace master of Xianqi Palace next to her show a hint of jealousy. The master would only show such a tender sight in front of junior sister Kinger. She knew that Fairy Queen Mei loved junior sister Kinger the most, but now, she asked junior sister Kinger to protect the boy, which shows how much Fairy Queen Mei valued the boy. Master's feelings for King Kang are really deep. Okay. Kinger was cold even when facing Fairy King Mei, and she was very frugal with words. However, Fairy King Mei's eyes were always so gentle. She was familiar with Kinger's character, so she naturally wouldn't blame Kinger. Remember, don't help him with everything. If he uses sweet words to deceive you, ignore him. Only when his life is really in danger, you can take action. Fairy King Mei smiled and instructed, also, don't reveal your identity. Kinger knows. The extraordinary woman nodded and took note of Fairy King Mei's words. However, can men really use sweet words? Go. Fairy King Mei nodded, and then a pair of beautiful wings grew out of Kinger's back, flapping slowly. Her figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. I don't know how terrifying her speed was. Chapter 193 Return. Over the imperial city of Chu, the sky was clear, and the warm sunshine fell on the earth, with a few white clouds floating by occasionally. A white crane swooped down from the clouds and then flew over the land above Chu. A handsome man and a beautiful girl stood side by side on the white crane, their clothes fluttering in the strong wind. I'm back. Qin Wentian looked down at the imperial city. 2 months seemed like a long time. During this long journey, he crossed many countries and went to the Yaoshan city of the Great Xia dynasty. He had an extraordinary experience. This might be his first real adventure outside, and it was also his first step to the stage of the Great Xia dynasty. In the Immortal Pond trial, he understood what it meant to have a higher level outside. Some outstanding figures in the Chu dynasty were really ordinary if they were placed outside. Whether it was Zhu Yang Kuangsheng or Wang Xiao, any one of them would be absolutely invincible under the Yuanfu realm in Chu, and might even be able to fight against ordinary Yuanfu figures. Even the three swordsmen from Yanzhou, Mu Beifei, could easily deal with Sikun Mingyu and Hilo Chen. Moreover, Qin Wentian found the secret of Emperor Kang during this long journey, which was undoubtedly the biggest gain. In short, the experience of the Immortal Pawn trial might be an important part of his life. A white crane flew in the sky, circling over the Emperor Star Academy. Many people looked up at the sky and saw Mo Qingcheng's white crane appear, and their eyes froze. After Qin Wentian caused a huge wave in the imperial city of Chu, he disappeared for 2 months. It turned out that he was with Mo Qingcheng. Because Mo Qingcheng rarely appeared in the Emperor Star Academy, no one noticed. The reason why Qin Wentian was considered missing was because he had attracted too much attention some time ago, and it was during this turbulent period. Otherwise, if it was in the past, it would be normal to go out for training for a few months. Emperor Star Academy, how did it become like this? Qin Wentian on the white crane saw that the Emperor Star Academy was now completely unrecognizable, his expression was ugly, and he felt as if there was a sense of anger all over his body. The white crane landed in Qin Wentian's courtyard. After a while, Gu Lao, Mo Shuang, Ruo Huan, Fen Li, Qin Yao, all appeared in the courtyard. I'm back. Gu Lao saw Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, and a smile flashed in his vicissitudes of life. Now he seemed much older than before Qin Wentian left. Grandpa. Mo Qingcheng naturally noticed it, and couldn't help but tremble slightly in her heart. Teacher, what happened to the academy? Qin Wentian looked at Mo Shuang with a puzzled look. Why is the current Emperor Star Academy completely unrecognizable? Many buildings are gone, as if razed to the ground. Yu Hanshan and the people of the King Palace did it. After Yu Qingfeng died, Yu Hanshan couldn't find what they wanted, so he had to vent his anger on the Emperor Star Academy. Unfortunately, he poked a hole in the Emperor Star Academy, but still couldn't find anything, and couldn't find the murderer who killed Yu Qingfeng, so he could only leave in disgrace. Mo Shang responded, and a cold light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. Kang Wang Palace, Yu Hanshan, he remembered them. Yu Hanshan did not doubt Qin Wentian, because he was very unfamiliar with Qin Wentian, and was not familiar with him at all. He just saw Yu Qingfeng injuring Qin Wentian, and subconsciously thought that Yu Qingfeng was stronger than Qin Wentian, so how could he make such a connection? As for whether he suspected the Emperor Star Academy, only Yu Hanshan himself knew. He made the Emperor Star Academy like this, and even if he did not doubt it, he was probably venting his anger. What is the situation in the Imperial City now? Qin Wentian asked again. Before he left, the situation here was very serious. Sure enough, Mo Shang frowned when he heard his question, and said in a deep voice, it's not very good. The army led by the Qin mansion is oppressing the royal family very tightly, so the royal family hopes to completely eliminate the threat of the Emperor Star Academy as soon as possible, and with the obstruction of the Jiutian Palace, the Emperor Star Academy is now in crisis at every step. Not only that, in addition to the Jiutian Palace, I suspect that there are people from other forces of the Great Xia dynasty in the Imperial City, but they have not shown up yet. Old Gu took over the conversation. Since he said so, he was obviously sure of it. Now there was a sense of urgency in the Imperial City, as if a dark cloud was covering the city. Qingcheng, come with me to meet my family first. Gu Lao said to Mo Qingcheng, as for Wentian, don't worry about the outside world and practice with peace of mind. Okay. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng nodded, and then Mo Qingcheng and Gu Lao left together. Mo Shang's eyes seemed to be shining with stars. He stared at Qin Wentian, and there seemed to be a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Then he nodded slightly, as if he was somewhat relieved. He didn't say much, patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and left. Qin Wentian looked at Ruohuan. Sister Ruohuan was still so sexy and beautiful, but it seemed that something was missing from her, as if she was angry. That's right, Ruohuan was obviously not as passionate as before. She used to be cynical, perhaps full of yearning for life. However, her old friend Dashan, who had been with her for many years, died. Then, the Imperial Star Academy faced an unprecedented crisis and was bullied by the King Palace. However, as a member of the Imperial Star Academy, she was powerless to resist. This feeling really made Ruohuan very uncomfortable, but what could she do? It seemed that she could only force a smile. Sister Ruohuan. Qin Wentian felt the dullness of senior sister Ruohuan and sighed in his heart. He felt a little uncomfortable. He still remembered the first time he saw Sister Ruahuan. On a wall of Xianyang City, Ruahuan's sexy body was running there, making people feel full of sunshine. Walking forward, Qin Wentian gave Ruahuan a hug. When she let go, Ruahuan's beautiful face showed a playful smile. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, "You stinky boy, you dare to take advantage of senior sister blatantly. Who made senior sister so beautiful?" Qin Wentian said with a silly smile. "You are so sweet." Ruahuan rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian. Her junior brother has really transformed year by year. His temperament is different. Senior sister. Fanel walked towards Ruahuan, opened his arms, his eyes were soft and clear, and he also wanted to give Ruahuan a hug. "Fatty, you dare to come up and try," Ruahuan said suddenly, looking at Fanel with a smile, and the fat man immediately showed a wronged look on his face, saying, "Senior sister, don't be so biased. Who told you not to be handsome like junior brother Qin?" Ruahuan chuckled, then raised her feet and left here. Seeing Qin Wentian was safe, that was enough. Fanel smiled bitterly, but when he looked at Qin Wentian, his eyes lit up again, and said, "Boss, where have you been? Is there any progress with a beautiful Mo?" Seeing the fat man's wretched eyes, Qin Wentian cursed, "Fatty, what is your current cultivation level?" "I'm at the peak of the wheel meridian, but I'm slower than you again." Fanel shrugged, which surprised Qin Wentian a little, but he was relieved when he thought of the fat man's ability to easily peek into other people's cultivation. This fat man must have seen that he had entered the Yuanfu realm. "Then go back and practice," Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Don't worry, Fatty, I'm a genius, so why should I be afraid of not being able to catch up with you?" Swinging his fat body, Fan Li swaggered away. Qin Wentian then looked at Qin Yao and said softly, "Sister." As he said that, Qin Wentian gave Qin Yao a hug. "You are still not serious at this age. I will go get you something to eat." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian. She was still so young and beautiful. A white phantom ran over, and the little bastard rushed into Qin Wentian's arms. "The little guy is getting faster and faster." Qin Wentian rubbed the little bastard's head, but this guy didn't seem to be tall. I don't know if it was only reflected when he transformed. Qin Wentian, who returned to the Emperor Star Academy, was very low-key and practiced quietly in the courtyard. Now that he has entered the Yuanfu realm, he needs to consolidate his cultivation and adapt to the realm of Yuanfu. Few people in the Imperial City even know that Qin Wentian is back, or they don't know what Qin Wentian is doing during this period. This name seems to have not been heard for a long time, and gradually faded from the memory of the crowd. No matter how brilliant a person has created, time will still dilute the memory of the crowd. After all, everyone has their own life, and they have too much to pay attention to. Unless one day he appears again, others will remember that there was such a person. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Bloody battles occurred from time to time in the Imperial City, and the most common one was the bloody battle between the royal family and the Imperial Star Academy. Sake Street is a restaurant street in the Imperial City. This street is tens of thousands of meters long and very wide. There are all kinds of restaurants on both sides, at least 2 stories high. Many people like to drink at the balcony tables of the restaurants, drinking and chatting, and watching people coming and going below. Isn't it a kind of fun? Sake Street is very close to the Imperial Star Academy, and now this place is occupied by the disciples of the Royal Academy. They even live here directly to monitor every move of the Imperial Star Academy. At this time, a restaurant is no longer as noisy as before, and it seems particularly quiet. At the balcony table, Yi Ran of the Yi family and Elder Yu, the elder of the Royal Academy, are drinking. There are also several young men at the same table with them. One of the young men is wearing white clothes. It is Yu Wook. He is still so graceful and outstanding. "Wook, congratulations on entering the 2nd level of Yuanfu." Elder Yu saluted Yu Wook, secretly admiring the young man in front of him. He was already ranked 4th in the top 10 beauties in the capital, squeezing Chu Mo out. Now his strength has gone one step further and he has entered the 2nd level of Yuanfu, which is precious. It took so long to break through a realm, there is nothing to congratulate, but Sikan, he has now entered the realm of Yuanfu, so he should be congratulated. Yi Wook looked at Sikan Mingayu next to him and said with a smile. Sikan Mingayu did not show a happy expression, but was very calm. He raised a glass of wine with Yi Wook and the others, but his eyes were slightly sharp. In order to let him recover from his injuries, Xiao Lu paid a huge price, and after his injuries recovered, Sikun Mingayu turned out to be a blessing in disguise and entered the realm of Yuanfu. His injury was caused by his defeat to Qin Wentian. How could he forget the humiliation of that day? He really wanted to fight him again. Now, the third martial star he communicated with was a very powerful star. Even if Qin Wentian also entered the realm of Yuanfu, he was confident that he could fight. It was hateful that Qin Wentian disappeared. There were rumors that he was back some time ago, but I didn't know whether it was true or not. Chapter 194 The Wind Rises. Qin Wentian has been practicing quietly these days, keeping a low profile. After the last assassination, he knew that even if some people secretly wanted him dead, the Imperial Star Academy could not even know who wanted Qin Wentian dead. Jiutian Palace? The royal family? The Yi family? Or the Huo family? There was no way to find out. The shadow that almost killed Qin Wentian was killed on the spot, and all the clues were cut off. For Qin Wentian, the most important thing now is still to practice. In the courtyard, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, with a touch of demonic temperament. Now he has communicated with the Emperor Demon Star, and the star energy he absorbed contains powerful demonic energy, allowing him to practice the demon god transformation better. Boss. Family came over. Qin Wentian looked at him and asked, "Are you not going to practice again? Teacher Mo Shuang wants to take his disciples out to clean up a street. Do you want to go?" Family asked Qin Wentian. "Clean up the street?" Qin Wentian's expression froze. "Well, recently our Imperial Star Academy has been attacked from all sides. The power of the royal family has even extended beyond our academy. Before, the people from the King Palace were here, and the academy had been forbearing. Now the teacher is a little impatient and wants to launch a surprise attack to clean up all the people in King Jiu Street." Family said. "How dare the royal family be so bold and active near our Imperial Star Academy?" Qin Wentian's eyes fixed. "It's because there are several powerful people here. I don't know where they came from. Each of them is responsible for an area. Our Imperial Star Academy dare not act rashly. The teacher said that these people may be from the Jiutian Palace. They want to force the academy into a desperate situation." Family responded, and Qin Wentian stood up. "I'll go with you." "Well, don't worry," the teacher tacitly agreed to let me come. He said that this action will teach the royal family a profound lesson. Family grinned, with some expectation. "I guess the academy's senior management will participate in this action." Qin Wentian and the others soon gathered at a place in the Imperial Star Academy. Mo Shuang looked at them and said, "Go separately and meet up at King Street. Wentian, you come with me." "Okay." Everyone nodded, and then they went out one after another, so as not to attract attention in a short time. On King Jiu Street, Yi Wook, who was drinking, looked down with a puzzled look. The people coming here seemed to be quite frequent. Yi Ran and Elder Yu beside him narrowed their eyes slightly, as if they also smelled a ray of unusual breath. "Notify them that the people from the Imperial Star Academy have arrived." Yi Wook looked at the restaurant and said. His order was issued, and soon this King Street began to bustle. Some people who were drinking quietly hid in the restaurant and watched, and did not dare to cause trouble. They had to be spectators. Across from Yi Wook's restaurant, a group of people appeared there, which made Yi Wook and Sikun Mingai look frozen. "Don't hurt Qin Wentian." Sure enough, Qin Wentian's injury has long been healed. Just as the news said, he has appeared again after disappearing for 2 months. There was a sharp light in Sikun Mingayu's eyes, piercing Qin Wentian, but seeing that Qin Wentian didn't even look at him, Sikun Mingayu sneered in his heart. Figures kept coming out of the restaurant. Soon, the street between the 2 rows of restaurants formed a situation of confrontation between the 2 sides, and a strong fighting spirit permeated. "Kill!" A low voice suddenly came out, and the 2 sides killed each other. The lowest of these people was the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian realm, and the powerful ones were even at the 2nd level of the Yuanfu realm. Without saying much nonsense, they started fighting directly. Seeing this situation, Qin Wentian knew in his heart that the current situation was a fight to the death. Senior sister Ruahun has also entered the Yuanfu realm. Qin Wentian saw that Ruahun was like a female demon, and she wanted to kill her when she attacked, without mercy. In her heart, she suppressed a strong killing anger. "Wook!" Yi Ran looked at Yi Wook. The other side was obviously well prepared for this battle and had the upper hand. Although they had people coming from afar, new strong men from the Imperial Star Academy also joined the battle. Boom! Above a restaurant, a strong figure descended, and a terrifying aura permeated. This person was wearing a black robe, looking down at the sky, with a strong killing intent. However, after he appeared, a figure appeared on the top of the restaurant opposite him, standing there calmly, but giving people a strong feeling. Neither of them moved, just staring at each other. Obviously, they both felt threatened by each other. There was a cracking sound, and the restaurant under their feet seemed to be unable to withstand the oppressive aura. It gradually broke and cracked, and then collapsed and turned into ruins, but they still stood there, very calm. The terrifying momentum spread to the surroundings, as if a terrible cold wind was blowing. Boom! The black-robed warrior took a step forward and punched out with a simple punch. A black storm appeared in the void. However, the calm old man was still standing there, with his long white beard fluttering. When the opponent approached, he blasted out a palm print. The moment this palm print blasted out, thousands of handprints suppressed the world, and the energy contained in the opponent's terrible black storm also exploded. The terrible destructive airflow raged around, and the restaurants collapsed madly. This street was about to be destroyed. Many onlookers retreated to the distance, looking at the ruins and shocked. The three-level warriors in the Yuanfu realm, both sides are going to play for real this time. The crowd was shaking in their hearts. Monsters were flying in the void, and warriors kept rushing here from afar. Not only the Royal Academy, but also the strong men of the Emperor Star Academy were rushing here madly. A small-scale battle seemed to be causing a chain reaction, gradually turning this place into a battlefield of confrontation. The restaurant where Yu Wook was staying did not collapse. He looked towards Mo Shuang with sharp eyes, drank a glass of wine, and said coldly, "Mo Shuang, are you going to provoke a decisive battle?" Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned and looked at Yu Wook. He had heard of Yu Wook's name a long time ago. It was more than a year ago that Bai Kibuksu broke off the engagement with him. It seemed that it was because the Yi family proposed a verbal engagement to Bai Kibuksu in the name of Yu Wook. After that, he met Yu Wook several times. This person was indifferent to things, and that indifferent attitude seemed to show his inner pride. Mo Shuang ignored Yu Wook. Although Yu Wook was powerful, according to seniority, he was still a junior. Speaking to him like this was not polite at all, so he naturally didn't need to pay attention. "You are quite good at pretending." Yi Ran smiled faintly and said to Yu Wook, "Wook, with your strength at the second level of Yuanfu, it won't be long before the elder of the Emperor Star Academy will not be your opponent." He was referring to Mo Shuang, but Qin Wentian was a little surprised to hear that Yu Wook had already entered the second level of Yuanfu. Compare with him. Yi Wook smiled and glanced at Mo Shuang, saying, "It's meaningless." "It's really meaningless, you are a whole generation lower than him." Yi Ran's words were a bit flattering. After all, in the Yi family, Yi Wook's status was extraordinary. As an elder of the side branch, his right to speak could not be compared with Yi Wook, especially now that Yi Wook's strength was not weaker than his. Mo Shuang smiled indifferently, looking at Qin Wentian in front of him. He was very pleased. Mo Shuang had the Sky Eye Star Soul, so he could naturally see that Qin Wentian was now in the Yuanfu realm. When Qin Wentian was in the Lunmei realm, he was always able to fight against geniuses like Sikun Mingyu and Luo Qiangqiu. Now that he has entered the Yuanfu realm, even if he can't compete with Yu Wook for a while, judging from Qin Wentian's growth experience, it won't take long before he can trample Yu Wook under his feet. As for Sikun Mingyu, he has been ignored by Mo Shuang. "I'm old, and my achievements are limited. But Wentian, you're different. You shouldn't take those self-proclaimed geniuses in the state of Chu too seriously. Just treat them as ordinary people. You need to have a broader vision and don't limit yourself to comparing yourself with these people." Mo Shuang said to Qin Wentian, with some meaning of admonishing Qin Wentian, but it was also a response to the other party. He told Qin Wentian not to even compare himself with these people. Obviously, he was saying that Yu Wook and others were not qualified to compare with Qin Wentian. Sure enough, after hearing Mo Shuang's words, Yu Wook's indifferent eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of sharpness. As for Yi Ran, he looked directly at Mo Shuang and said coldly, "You are so arrogant and ridiculous. Time flies. When I went to Xianyang City, you had just started practicing. At that time, the people of the Yi family went to the Bai family to propose marriage. In fact, I noticed you that night when you were still at the Bai family. I followed you to the Qin mansion. Now you have reached this level. It's a little unreal to think about it. The Bai family must be regretting it now." Mo Shuang was touched. Qin Wentian seemed to be able to feel a faint sadness when he heard Mo Shuang's tone. He suddenly thought that maybe teacher Mo Shuang wanted to seek revenge on the people of the Yi family. Dashin was raised by teacher Mo Shuang, and when he was chasing, he was blocked by Yu Wuke. Teacher Mo Shuang knew about it. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. Today, teacher Mo Shuang wanted to kill Yu Wuke. Yes, it must be like this. Teacher Mo Shuang came for Yu Wuke today. Thinking of the death of Dashin and Zijin, Qin Wentian's eyes gradually became sharp. The battle here was getting more and more intense. More and more strong men were coming one after another. It had evolved from a small-scale duel to a large-scale battle. Qin Wentian even saw Xiaolan and others had arrived. Xiaolu, Wu Zhuang, Wang Teng and others were all here. As for the people on the street, they were all rushing away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Sikun Mingayu's body slowly stood up, walked out, and stood in the air. This undoubtedly proved that he had entered the realm of Yuanfu. Sikun Mingayu burst out with terrible murderous intent, pointed directly at Qin Wentian, and said coldly, "Qin Wentian, come out and fight." Chapter 195 Sikun seeks death. Sikun Mingai was full of fighting spirit and rushed to the restaurant where Qin Wentian was. In the battle, he must personally wash away the humiliation Qin Wentian gave him. At the same time, he must restore his self-confidence and untie the knot in his heart. Xiaolan, Yu Wuke, Xiaolu, they all looked at Qin Wentian. Although it was not their order to kill Qin Wentian was really lucky. He was stabbed in the heart but did not die. He disappeared for a while and came out again. However, after hearing Sikun Mingayu's arrogant voice, Qin Wentian still sat there quietly, drinking quietly, and treated Sikun Mingayu as heir. "Teacher, let the past go. We should look forward." Qin Wentian felt Mo Shuang's depressed mood and advised him. He was really afraid that the teacher would be impulsive. Mo Shuang looked up at Qin Wentian. He didn't expect that this disciple could see through his thoughts. He smiled and said, "Well, look forward, but some debts must be paid." The two of them talked as if no one else was around. The battles in the sky and on the ground didn't seem to attract their attention at all. Even Sikun Mingayu's invitation to fight was ignored. This made Sikun Mingayu look unfriendly, and his fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. His palm trembled, and in an instant, an ancient word of killing whistled out and hit the sky above Qin Wentian and Mo Shuang's heads. With a loud bang, the restaurant was directly smashed to pieces, and the sky was above Qin Wentian and Mo Shuang's heads. I saw several figures appear beside Qin Wentian and Mo Shuang, all floating in the air. Su Muayu, who was elegant and beautiful in white, was among them. They were some Yuanfu realm students from the Emperor Star Academy. They saw Xiaolan and others staring at Qin Wentian with a covetous look, and they all came to protect this side. With a lesson learned last time, Emperor Star Academy will not let Qin Wentian be in a chaotic battle situation again, so as to avoid being killed by the strong in the crowd. It seems that I overestimated you. Sikun Mingayu glanced at the people around him and showed a calm smile. He was not angry. Since Qin Wentian did not dare to fight, he would not make himself angry. However, in today's situation, even if Qin Wentian wanted to not take action, it would be difficult. Qin Wentian seemed not to hear Sikun Mingayu's words. In fact, seeing Sikun Mingayu come out to challenge, he did not care about the other party. Although Sikun Mingayu's strength is very strong, with Qin Wentian's current understanding of his own strength, he should be able to easily deal with Sikun Mingayu. Therefore, now he did not regard Sikun Mingayu as his opponent at all. Of course, this is not the reason why Qin Wentian did not take action. Even if he did not regard Sikun Mingayu as an opponent, he could still deal with him by the way. He did not take action just because he wanted to sit with teacher Mo Shuang and drink together. The gloomy tone in Master Mo Shuang's words made Qin Wentian a little sad. He seemed to be incompetent as a disciple. If it weren't for Master Mo Shuang, there would be no Qin Wentian today. Teacher. Qin Wentian didn't persuade him anymore, but poured wine for Mo Shuang. The master and disciple drank it mouthful by mouthful, very happily. The proudest thing in my life is to have you disciples, although I didn't teach you a lot, especially you, I didn't even do what a teacher should do. Mo Shuang put down the wine glass and smiled at Qin Wentian. Then he slowly stood up, his eyes suddenly became sharp, sweeping towards Yu Wuke, Wu Zhuang, Wang Teng, Xiaolan and others. At this moment, Mo Shuang's eyes were extremely sharp, as if they could penetrate people, and there was a strong killing intent in him. He not only wanted to kill Yu Wuke, but also Wu Zhuang, Wang Teng, and Xiaolan. If it weren't for Xiaolan, The royal family wouldn't dare to turn against the Emperor Star Academy so quickly. But Mo Xiang knew how difficult it was to kill Zhao Lan. Not to mention how strong he was, the power he represented made the Emperor Star Academy very secretive. The Zhao family of the Jiutian Palace was like a mountain pressing on him. He knew that even if the Emperor Star Academy dared to issue a killing order to Chu Xianjiao, it still didn't dare to do too much to Zhao Lan, even if the other party came to destroy his Emperor Star Academy. This was very sad, but it was the fact. Zhao Lan often relied on himself to deal with the Emperor Star Academy. The Jiutian Palace stood in the dark. If Zhao Lan was killed, the Emperor Star Academy would be greeted by the anger of the Zhao family of the Jiutian Palace. Many buildings around collapsed one after another, which made the shop owners on the Yuanli side heartbroken. However, facing these two behemoths, they could only admit defeat. In the void of Sake Street, in addition to the two powerful warriors who were extremely powerful, there were also two old men who were confronting each other. They were both extremely powerful figures. Standing there, they gave people the feeling of looking up to the mountains. They had always been in this area. The royal family was ready to attack the Emperor Star Academy at any time, but now the Emperor Star Academy broke this situation in advance. The preparation is really sufficient. Zhao Lan glanced at the four powerful men in the void, and heard his footsteps stomping heavily on the ground. In an instant, spider-web-like cracks appeared in the restaurant, and the cracks began to spread wildly. In an instant, there was a constant rumbling sound, and the restaurant he was in collapsed and turned into ruins. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Well, since the Emperor Star Academy had already arranged this battle, let's fight. He also hopes to resolve it as soon as possible. The departure of King Wengang made Zhao Lan gradually lose his patience. Is it true that the Emperor Star Academy does not have the secret of King Wang? Qin Wentian must be kept alive, and the others must be killed without mercy. Zhao Lan said calmly. He had a vague feeling that Qin Wentian must be hiding some secrets. As Zhao Lan finished speaking, the people around him walked out. In an instant, the dazzling star souls shocked people deeply. The Crown Prince Zhao Lu of Jiutian Kingdom took action. This was his first time to take action. Several star souls above his head were particularly dazzling. They were actually Qin star souls. A melody suddenly spread out. In just an instant, a bleak and murderous melody spread. This melody enveloped his people, and the excitement seemed to enhance their fighting spirit. Wang Teng, Wu Zhuang, and Sikun Mingai all entered a wonderful state of mind, but Qin Wentian and the others only felt the murderous intent. The strong wind swept past, and a strong man came to support from afar. It was Zhu Langfeng, the leader of Xianxia League, and Du Yidao, the leader of Shur League. They had been paying attention to Zhao Lu, and soon the two sides collided with each other. Du Yidao has also broken through. Feeling the breath on Du Yidao's body, it was the breath of the third level of Yuanfu realm. Mo Xiang stood up, and his star soul burst out. He walked towards Yi Wuke. Yi Wuke also released his star soul. Although he was proud, he would never underestimate his opponent, especially since Mo Xiang was a teacher at the Emperor Star Academy. Even if his talent could not be compared with his, he had been immersed in the Yuanfu realm for many years, so he must have some special means. Moreover, Mo Xiang's realm was the third level of Yuanfu, the same realm as some top students. The two collided with each other in an instant, both releasing terrible killing intent. Mo Xiang's attack was more experienced, and Yi Wuke's attack was more unstoppable. Of course, Yi Wuke was obviously at a disadvantage. Qin Wentian stood there, watching the fight between Mo Xiang and Yi Wuke. Seeing that teacher Mo Xiang risked being seriously injured several times to kill Yi Wuke, he understood his teacher's thoughts. He did not move, but just stood there watching Mo Xiang fight. He did not want to see any accidents happen to his teacher. Many people in the distance were watching the fight here. Although they were not the strongest, they had the two most famous people in the imperial city. Jiutian Palace, Zhao Lan, Emperor Star Academy, Qin Wentian. Jiutian Palace is no longer a secret in the imperial city of Chu. Zhao Lan is from that terrifying force. And now, Zhao Lan ordered that Qin Wentian must be killed alive, and the others must be killed without mercy. You really have the leisure time. Sikun Mingai had not made a move. He had a strong obsession in his heart, and this obsession was Qin Wentian. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Qin Wentian, silently, as if he had always been there. Obviously, he would not allow the incident that almost killed Qin Wentian last time to happen again. Sikun Mingayu's eyes fixed on the black shadow, and his eyes were not very good. Could it be that Qin Wentian really could not be touched today? Sikun Mingayu smiled, with a hint of irony hidden in it. He didn't know that at this moment, Qin Wentian looked at him with a bit of strangeness in his eyes, as if he was looking at a person who was looking for death. Then, under Sikun Mingayu's gaze, Qin Wentian's body slowly floated up, just floating in the void. Yuan Fu. The crowd trembled slightly when they saw this scene. Qin Wentian officially entered the realm of Yuan Fu. This cultivation speed is really fast. Many people sighed. In this case, Qin Wentian should have the strength to fight Sikun Mingayu. That's good. Sikun Mingayu's star soul burst out, and his third star soul had a faint red-gold brilliance. That was from the fourth heaven. This star soul was the beast star soul, the Sword Eagle. Ranked 316th in the War Beast list, Sword Eagle, main attack. Qin Wentian whispered when he saw the demon beast star soul. The first and second star souls were 7 killing star soul and sword star soul, from the third heaven, and the third star soul Sword Eagle, from the fourth heaven. No wonder Sikun Mingayu wanted to fight so much. The attack power of this combination of star souls was indeed a bit scary in the true state. You have some knowledge. In today's battle, I will wash away the shame of the past. Sikun Mingayu took a deep breath. The 3 star souls seemed to be transformed into entities. They were much clearer than when they were in the Wheel Meridian realm, and the amplification was also stronger. A terrifying killing intent spread wildly from Sikun Mingayu. The terrifying sharp aura rushed towards Qin Wentian frantically, and then the crowd saw a stream of killing light flashing past. At this moment, Sikun Mingayu was shrouded in a killing aura, so dazzling. In just a moment, the stream of light crushed Qin Wentian. His body was like a sword, killing and slashing. The pupils of the crowd couldn't help but shrink. Under this blow, would Qin Wentian's body be cut in half? A demonic light flashed in Qin Wentian's pupils, and a terrifying strong wind blew his long hair. A bloody meaning filled his palm. Now he can easily use the power of blood. In his body, the Yuan Fu connected to the Emperor Demon Star Soul roared, and the terrifying Star Yuanli rushed out with a fierce roar. The crowd only saw Qin Wentian raise his hand and a palm power print went out, shocking many people. Qin Wentian was too arrogant. Boom. Sikun Mingayu, who was full of terrifying killing energy, cut on Qin Wentian's palm print, but his body stopped. The huge palm seemed to have infinite power, making it impossible for him to move forward. What kind of palm was this? It was more terrifying than a mountain. At this moment, Sikun Mingayu was shocked and looked up at Qin Wentian. He saw that the other party was still calm, except that his eyes became a little weird, and there were not many waves. Sikun Mingayu seemed to understand what this indifferent eyes meant. It was like looking into the eyes of a dead person. You really want to die? Qin Wentian said calmly. Sikun Mingayu's body suddenly trembled, as if he realized the crisis, and his body retreated. Qin Wentian raised his hand again, and there was a terrifying violent demonic energy in his palm. His palm was like a monster's palm. He suddenly slapped it out. The withered and silent seal, with Qin Wentian's terrifying body and violent star energy, how terrible would it be? Withered and silent, truly crushing and shattering, Sikun Mingayu's palm was directly crushed, and the palm print hit him. Then the crowd saw Sikun Mingayu's body trembling weakly in the void, and then slowly fell to the sky below. Sikun Mingayu, one of the 2 prides of Jiutian country, a demon genius, the third star soul came from the fourth heaven, today, want to wash away the humiliation? When the crowd saw the withered and silent print crushing down and directly slapping Sikun Mingayu to death, the impact was beyond words. Chapter 196 Imperial Justice. In the void, Qin Wentian was quietly suspended there, as if what he did was just a trivial matter. The gap between the two was too big, just like when they were both at the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian. Sikun Mingayu was vulnerable on the battlefield of the 10-person duel at the Royal Academy, and now, it is still the same. Qin Wentian, even whose star soul has not bloomed. Many people are thinking in their hearts that the martial stars that Sikun Mingayu communicated with are from the third heaven, and the fourth heaven. What about Qin Wentian? His first 2 star souls are from the third heaven and the fourth heaven respectively, and what about the third star soul? Yuan Fu realm, that unyielding boy, is finally going to usher in his era. Someone sighed in his heart. Stepping into the Yuan Fu, it means that Qin Wentian has opened his way to become a strong man. From now on, No one in the Chu state will dare to look down on this boy again. At this moment, above the Emperor Star Academy, a figure stood, who was the Dean of the Emperor Star Academy, D. Yi. He witnessed a battle over there with his own eyes. He also saw Qin Wentian easily kill Sikun Mingyu. At this moment, he felt extremely complicated. Turning back, he looked at a woman behind him. This woman was wearing a pure and flawless feather dress, with a light veil covering her face, and her long black hair flying gently. Her graceful body was enough to make any man crazy. She stood there casually, but people did not dare to have blasphemous intentions. Di discovered that there was such a strange woman in the Emperor Star Academy a long time ago. She came to the Emperor Star Academy with Qin Wentian, but she never showed up. After seeing her, Di understood that the 3,000 years of waiting finally had the final ending, and the mission of generations was finally completed. From now on, he will be handed over to you temporarily. Di turned around and said to the strange woman in front of him. Kinger still had no expression, cold, as if she would always be like this. Okay. She nodded gently, with only one word. She was as frugal as ever, but one word gave people a sense of peace of mind. As if she would definitely do what she said. Adoptive father. Below, Ren Qianxing looked at Di with red eyes and said, "Do you really want to do this?" Di slowly turned his eyes and looked at Ren Qianxing below, with a gentle smile in his eyes. He suddenly remembered many past events, including the time when he was young and frivolous. At that time, he followed the orders of his elders and came to the Imperial Star Academy. He was also unruly. In the end, he took over the scepter to protect the Imperial Star Academy and knew his mission. As the hidden lineage of King Kang, they have never really appeared in the Kang Palace. Except for the people in the Kang Palace, no one else knows of their existence. The mission of their lineage is to either obtain the inheritance of King Kang, or to guard it and wait for that person to appear. Now, he has waited. Qianxing, Emperor Star Academy has cultivated too many talents over the years, and has always stood at the top of Chu State, and finally reached this point. Di looked at Ren Qianxing with a smile, and said, "This is already the best ending." Is it really the best ending? Ren Qianxing sighed deeply. He really was reluctant to leave. Well, let's take a look at the final battle of my Emperor Star Academy boys. Di said with a smile, looking into the distance. There, the battle was still fierce. From the initial street battle, it evolved into a real big showdown. Even Xiaolan did not expect this. You go deal with the people behind him. Xiaolan said to an old man beside him. The old man nodded gently, then strolled out and walked towards Qin Wentian. The shadow behind Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the two of them moved at the same time and went to the side. If they started a battle directly here, it would inevitably affect their own people, which was obviously something they did not want to see. In this way, Qin Wentian was completely left with no one around him. Xiao Lu's figure flashed, and he rushed towards the direction where Qin Wentian was. However, he saw Zhu Langfeng, the leader of Xianxia League, intercepting his figure. The two of them collided madly, but Zhu Langfeng was suppressed by Xiao Lu, who was at the same level. Qin Wentian still did not make a move. He had been watching the battle between Master Mo Xiong and Yi Wuke. Now, Master Mo Xiong was completely in the upper hand and launched a crazy attack on Yi Wuke. Yi Wuke retreated step by step. His expression was not very good. Mo Xiong wanted to fight him to the death. Every attack was extremely fierce, and he wanted to kill him regardless of his own safety. At this time, a cold light flashed in Yi Wuke's eyes, and murderous intent burst out. Mo Xiong's sharp palm power was more terrible than a sword, and it blasted towards Yi Wuke's heart. At this moment, Yi Wuke did not hide, but let Mo Xiong's attack hit him. With a crackling sound, Yi Wuke's clothes were torn to pieces, and the palm print was directly printed on his heart, but the terrifying power could not be printed into Yi Wuke's body, because he was wearing a magic weapon armor, which was a third-level middle-grade magic weapon cast for him at a great cost by the Yi family, which could greatly weaken the attack. Die! Yi Wuke shouted angrily, and the violent killing sword rushed towards Mo Xiong's head. However, Mo Xiong was so experienced that he waved his palms at the moment of the attack. The wind rolled up, and a row of palm prints appeared in front of him. Yi Wuke's sharp attack pierced into it crazily, but it only pierced Mo Xiong's body shallowly, shocking him back. However, at the same time, Yi ran next to him was already ready. At the moment when Mo Xiong was forced to retreat, he came with violent flames and blasted Mo Xiong's body. Mo Xiong's face was livid. He hastily slashed his palm, and a flash of cold light flashed past, killing him. However, the violent flames still hid him, causing him to groan. Die? Yi Wuke pointed his finger at him, and the five-colored sword light was about to break Mo Shuang's head. But at this moment, a terrifying palm print blasted out from behind Mo Shuang, and the withered and lonely seal surged wildly, drowning the sword light, and rushed towards Yi Wuke frantically, causing Yi Wuke's face to sink and his steps to drift back. Qin Wentian. Yi Wuke saw that the person who made the move was Qin Wentian, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Really tenacious. Not far away, Xiaolan looked at Qin Wentian and smiled lightly, then he walked out and went towards Qin Wentian like a breeze. Qin Wentian suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and then he looked at Xiaolan who came, and suddenly, he felt a lightning blast into his head, causing Qin Wentian to close his eyes. Be careful. Mo Shuang shouted. Qin Wentian also felt the crisis and gathered terrifying power. The blood-colored runes surged crazily, and the demonic energy burst out. His palm prints rushed forward crazily, revealing the meaning of being indestructible. Xiaolan's attack also arrived, like thousands of lightning bolts, rumbling past. Qin Wentian groaned, and felt a force that destroyed everything rushed into his body, even rushing to his mind. He only heard him groan, and Qin Wentian's footsteps exploded backwards. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Xiaolan looking at him calmly, with a look of indifference and arrogance. Xiaolan, a genius of Jiutian Palace, was at the third level of Yuanfu realm. He could easily crush Zhu Langfeng, who was at the third level of Yuanfu realm of Emperor Star Academy. It was obvious that his strength was so tyrannical that he was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people at the third level of Yuanfu realm. In a hurry, Qin Wentian was naturally completely suppressed. He was only slightly injured, which surprised Xiaolan. I thought you would never appear again after escaping this time, but I didn't expect you to come back by yourself. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Xiaolan said indifferently, his clothes fluttering in the wind, arrogant and domineering. Many people gathered around Qin Wentian, and many powerful people also appeared beside Xiaolan. You want to kill him? At this moment, a voice floated over, and then the crowd raised their heads, only to see several figures walking towards the direction of Emperor Star Academy. The leader was none other than Emperor Star Academy's president, Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi looked down into the air, his eyes met Xiaolan's, and he said indifferently, when can you kill him? Xiaolan frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in Emperor Yi's eyes. In Emperor Star Academy, did anyone dare to speak to him like that? As long as I want, I can do it any time. With his strength, how can he resist if I want to kill him? Xiaolan's eyes gradually became sharper, and he said arrogantly, you mean with your strength of the third level of Yuanfu, you want him, who is at the first level of Yuanfu, to fight you one-on-one? The people of Emperor Star Academy won't intervene. Emperor Yi said coldly. Even if you want to stop me, I want to kill him. Can Emperor Star Academy stop me? Xiaolan looked at Yi, still so rampant. In this true state, what did he want to do? Could anyone really stop him? He was planning to make Emperor Star Academy surrender, not to mention Qin Wentian. Really? Yi's expression was still calm. No one knew what he was thinking, and even few people recognized him. Then I'll tell you now, as long as you dare to take another step forward, there will be no Xiaolan in Jiutian Palace. Yi uttered a voice calmly. When his voice fell, the whole void suddenly became quiet. Countless people looked up at Yi and then at Xiaolan. Yi said that as long as Xiaolan took one step forward, he would die. Xiaolan also looked at Yi. Since the other party knew his identity, why did he dare to say such arrogant words? Threat. Xiaolan, was actually threatened in this small true state. Take a step forward, will he? What if the other party is a Xiangang realm being? As Yi's voice fell, Xiaolan's arrogant heart seemed to waver. After all, this is not Jiutian Palace, it is true state, outside the Daixing Academy. If he dies, even if Jiutian Palace eventually destroys Daixing Academy, what can it do? Isn't it very arrogant? Why don't you talk? Yi continued to say calmly. At this time, the battle had stopped. Everyone was carefully looking at Yi, the Yi that no one had seen. Perhaps, Luo Qianqiu had seen him in Xianxing Pavilion. Not far behind Yi, there was a masked woman. The woman stood casually in the void, like a fairy, which made the crowd guess, who is she? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197: Xiaolan's Death. Silence. At this moment, the void was dead silent. Di just stood there, overlooking Xiaolan. Xiaolan also looked at Di, but did not dare to move a step. An old man walked out. He did not walk towards Di, but towards Qin Wentian. At this time, the aura bursting out of his body made people feel horrified. The aura released by this old man was obviously the third level of the Yuanfu realm. Qin Wentian looked at the old man walking towards him, but did not move a step. When Fan Li asked him to watch the fun today, he did not expect that this would be a decisive battle between the Emperor Star Academy and the royal family. Of course, behind the royal family stood the Jiutian palace headed by Xiaolan. And since teacher Mo Shang acquiesced to his coming out, then he believed in the Emperor Star Academy. Therefore, he just stood there lightly. The figure of the old man whistled towards Qin Wentian, and suddenly a terrible killing intent broke out. However, he was also alert to Di in the void. The palm of Emperor Yi's hand trembled, and in an instant, the crowd saw a huge hand coming down from the sky, so fast that people couldn't keep up with their eyes. The old man suddenly looked up, and a powerful storm of breath burst out, but the terrifying hand fell directly on him. The hand suddenly clenched, and in an instant, the old man's body was held by the hand, and he couldn't escape the 5 fingers. The old man struggled frantically, with a look of horror in his eyes. At this time, he was no longer a terrible strong man, but just a poor old man, being held there by the golden hand, at the mercy of others. In the void, Emperor Yi's palm also stretched out, as if it had the same posture as the golden palm below, slightly clenched. "Don't know whether to live or die," Emperor Yi said lightly, and then his palm suddenly clenched, and the golden giant palm also clenched tightly. A click sound came out, and the crowd saw that the old man's figure disappeared directly. The golden palm opened, there were only drops of blood, nothing else, it was directly crushed into pieces, moving with the wind. The powerful Yuanfu figures were like ants in front of Di, and were easily slaughtered. This was a huge shock to everyone. Is this the legendary Xiangang realm powerhouse? His strength is too shocking. So strong. Qin Wentian was also trembling in his heart. Is that huge golden star palm the Wuming Xiangang? Qin Wentian never dreamed that the sleeping old man covered in dust on the stairs of the Xiangxing Pavilion would be so powerful. Moreover, he was very low-key when facing Yuhanshan last time. Now, in Qin Wentian's view, he is not without strength, but he has been forbearing. As for why he forbeared, Qin Wentian didn't know. He would never think that it was because of him. Xiaolan's heart was also strongly shocked. There was such a strong man in the Chu State Emperor Star Academy. He stared at Di, trying to keep himself calm, and said, "Do you really have no scruples about dealing with people from Jiutian Palace like this? If you say one more word, you'll die." Di looked at Xiaolan and uttered another voice, which made Xiaolan's expression stiffen and his face twisted. Just now, Di told him not to move forward, now, Di told him not to speak again. Otherwise, he would be killed. Xiaolan had never been humiliated like this before, but at this moment, he could only endure it. Jiutian Palace has stretched its hand too far. Do you really think that Daixing Academy can be bullied by you? Di's palm trembled, and in an instant, the terrifying Wuming God-King palm turned into golden lightning, rushing towards another old man, who was also one of the strongest people here. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he mobilized his strength frantically. However, when Wuming God-King rolled over, he still had no resistance and was directly killed. His body turned into nothingness and disappeared between heaven and earth. He really killed people without leaving any trace. However, Di still did not stop his actions. The golden lightning continued to dance in the void. With several terrifying shocks, 2 more terrible figures fell. The void was silent, and no one dared to move. Especially the people on the side of the Royal Academy. They didn't expect that today would be such a situation. As long as Di wanted, he could wipe them all out. The golden palm was suspended in the void, and they didn't dare to breathe. Xiaolan was extremely angry, but he still kept his mouth shut and didn't dare to say a word. Buzz! I saw the golden palm whizzing past and holding Xiaolan's body. At this moment, Xiaolan's heart trembled fiercely, revealing a look of fear. He witnessed the other party killing without blinking an eye. He was really scared. Everyone's heart was tense. The hand lifted Xiaolan in the air, but Diyi's expression did not change at all. He said to Xiaolan, "If you leave Jiutian Palace, you will not know how you died. You are still showing off your pride here. If you are really capable, you should not show off in Shu. Today, I will temporarily spare your life. However, if you do something to anger me again in the future, I promise that unless you never appear in Jiaxiao City again, you will not be able to sleep or eat well." Diyi's voice fell, and the golden palm suddenly swung out. In an instant, Xiaolan's body was thrown out. "Get out of Shu!" A cold voice directly resounded in Xiaolan's mind. His body rolled in the air many times before it stabilized. Xiaolan's face was ashen at this time. The humiliation made him want to go crazy, but now he had no choice but to endure it. Emperor Star Academy. Xiaolan's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. After all, he did not dare to look back, but went away. He left with endless humiliation. Diyi looked at the others, the royal family and the people of the Royal Academy. At this moment, everyone was trembling with fear. As long as Diyi had a thought, they would die. "Go away," Diyi said calmly, and the royal family members were as if they had been pardoned. They rolled away like smoke and disappeared in a flash. Let them go after all. Mo Shang clenched his fists and sighed. He looked up and looked at Diyi in the void and said, "Dean, why don't you kill him?" There was even some anger in Mo Shang's tone. "I hope you can live safely." Diyi looked at Mo Shang, causing Mo Shang's expression to tremble. Then he took a deep breath, bowed slightly to Diyi, and said, "Mo Shang knows his mistake. It's okay. The royal family has always had an old monster. Let's go back to the academy," Diyi said lightly. Other people in Shu might not know, but how many years he has lived and how many years he has stayed in the imperial city. Although very few people know him, Diyi, no one knows the grass and trees in the imperial city better than Diyi. Diyi knows who the strongest people in the imperial city are better than anyone else. He also always knew that there was an old monster in the royal family who had been in seclusion for many years. If he really started a killing spree and could get a temporary pleasure, he would be fine. But what about the people in the Emperor Star Academy? The people of the Emperor Star Academy returned one after another, and the weaker students in the academy also gathered together, looking at the legendary figure in the void. This was their dean, who killed the world with a wave of his hand. What a courage! Diyi looked at the crowd below with a gentle smile on his face. Having guarded the academy for so many years, his feelings for this academy were no less than anyone else's. However, today, he had to make a decision. Emperor Star Academy has a history of more than 3,000 years and has gone through too many hardships. However, in these 3,000 years, Emperor Star Academy has always stood at the top of the Chu state and has had too many glories. I am proud of it, Emperor Yi said calmly. There was silence in the void and everyone listened quietly. However, today, I have to make a major decision. From today on, Emperor Star Academy will be disbanded. What? Why? As soon as Emperor Yi's voice fell, everyone changed color. Confused and puzzled, they all showed stunned expressions. Disband? Why disband? Diyi waved his hand, and the noise gradually quieted down. Diyi continued, I also know that you are reluctant to leave. I am just as reluctant as you are. However, under the current situation, Dizing Academy is indeed no longer suitable for existence in Shu. I have carefully considered disbanding Dizing Academy. But don't be discouraged. You all have good talents to stand here. The outside world is huge, and there are countless forces stronger than Dizing Academy. You will all have a broader sky. Qin Wentian listened to Diyi's words calmly, and he didn't know what he felt in his heart. Beside him, Mo Shang, Ruo Huan and Fan Li were all there. Teacher, did you know it before? Qin Wentian murmured inside. Dean Diyi wanted to protect the students. If they continue to fight with the royal family, the unlucky ones will be these students. They will bleed to death. In addition, the dean had to kill people from Jiutian Palace today to deter the other party, but this is doomed to fail. Mo Shang sighed. Diyi killed several strong men from Jiutian Palace. There was no need for Xiaolan to come forward. Jiutian Palace had too many ways to plot against the students of Emperor Star Academy. The reason why Xiaolan was spared was because Diyu knew that once Xiaolan died, even if Emperor Star Academy was disbanded, the Xiao family of Jiuxian Palace would find out those who disbanded. If Xiaolan didn't die, Jiuxian Palace would not dare to do anything too drastic if he threatened. Diyu's behavior was obviously well thought out. In fact, Diyu had other considerations. Because of Di Kang's secret, Diyu knew that there were many eyes watching here. Under such a situation, disbanding Emperor Star Academy was a helpless move. Of course, the reason why Diyu stood up today and made such a decision was because of Qin Wentian. He had ended the mission of Emperor Star Academy. You will all have a better future, kids, take care. Diyu smiled, then he walked out and headed for the back mountain of the Dixing Academy, leaving the people of the Dixing Academy still in a daze. Qin Wentian watched Diyu go away, took a deep breath, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes, saying, I am unwilling to see the Dixing Academy disappear like this. Outside the Chu Imperial City, in the sky, Xiaolan was riding a monster. He was really ready to leave. He had no face to stay in this humiliating place. Xiaolan also had a strong unwillingness in his heart. Beside him, there were several strong men guarding him. They didn't dare to speak for fear of angering Xiaolan. Who? At this moment, a guard's expression condensed, but when he finished speaking, a terrifying figure flashed by, and with a light sound of puffing, his head exploded in an instant. In an instant, several other guards released their breath frantically, but there was only a continuous sound of puffing, and one guard after another fell. Xiaolan's body trembled slightly. He looked at the figure in front of him with a sullen face. What do you want to do? Kill you. The man spoke calmly. Xiaolan's eyes showed a hint of despair. He turned around and ran away instantly. He now had only one thought, to escape, even though he knew he was in the other party's hands and he couldn't escape at all. Sure enough, a big hand came over, and Xiaolan's eyes showed desperate fear. Then his body was crushed and his hut fell to the ground. Before Xiaolan died, there was only one thought in his mind. I'm afraid no one would know who killed him. Xiaolan, he hated it. Chapter 198, Life and Death Letter. The news of the disbanding of Emperor Star Academy quickly spread throughout the Imperial City, causing a huge wave for a while. The academy that stood at the top of the Chu state for 3,000 years was now disbanded, which made many people feel lonely inside for Emperor Star Academy. Everyone also understood that the disbanding of Emperor Star Academy was probably a helpless move. The crazy suppression of the royal family and the support of Jiuxian Palace. The Dean of Emperor Star Academy, Di Yi, killed the strong men of Jiuxian Palace with a strong attitude, which might anger Jiuxian Palace, so Emperor Star Academy had to disband. At this moment, countless people in Emperor Star Academy said goodbye to each other and left, revealing a faint sadness. Qin Wentian stood on an attic, looking at the figures saying goodbye to each other in the distance, and he didn't know what he felt in his heart. Why, sad? Ruahun walked to Qin Wentian's side, her beautiful eyes looking into the distance, and the faint smile on the corner of her mouth seemed to contain a hint of helplessness. Sister Ruahun, what are your plans? Qin Wentian looked back at the beautiful face and forced a smile. Let's go. I plan to go to Qingzhou City. I heard that Jiuxian Palace is there. I want to see how powerful Jiuxian Palace is. Ruahun smiled and said, what about you? Where are you going? Do you want to go with me? No, I still have some things to do. Qin Wentian whispered. Ruahun looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes were clear and profound. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. This guy has really grown up. Ruahun walked forward and stretched out her hands to hug Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian stunned. The beautiful eyes were close at hand, and the plump parts pressed against his chest, making Qin Wentian's face a little hot. Little guy, you are still shy. Ruahun giggled, and then kissed Qin Wentian's forehead with her sexy lips. Sister, don't you know that you are very charming? Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Ruahun giggled and then separated, saying, little guy, sister has watched you grow up. In the future, you must become a man who stands tall and proud. I will. Qin Wentian nodded heavily. He never wanted to encounter the situation of the dissolution of the Emperor Star Academy again. Okay, you two don't have to be intimate. Elder Ren is waiting for you, Wentian. Ma Xin walked behind the two and said with a smile. Teacher, I am trying to build a good relationship with junior brother Qin, otherwise this guy will not recognize me as his senior sister in the future. Ruahun said with a smile. You are the one who has many tricks. Ma Shan glared at Ruohan, but he was quite happy in his heart. After Dashan's death, Qin Wentian and Ruohan were undoubtedly two of the disciples who had the best relationship with him, as well as Yu Fei and family. I hope these guys can be fine. However, Yu Wuke, Wu Zhang, Wang Teng and others are not dead. Ma Shan, he is still unwilling in his heart. Dashan's hatred has not been avenged. Qin Wentian followed Ren Qianxing to the palace in the mountain and met Di Yi. Di Yi smiled, motioned to Qin Wentian, and said, "Sit down." Qin Wentian nodded and sat opposite Di Yi. He glanced at Ren Qianxing, and then saw Ren Qianxing leave. On the mountain overlooking the Emperor Star Academy, only Di Yi and Qin Wentian were left. I asked the teachers of the academy to copy down the many skills and magical powers of the Qianxing Pavilion and distribute them to the disciples. Here are a few magical books, which are original. They are left for you to practice in the future. As for the skills, I won't give them to you. You can find the ones that suit you. Di Yi took out a few magical books and handed them to Qin Wentian. He looked at Qin Wentian with a very kind look. "Thank you, Dean." Qin Wentian took it without being polite. He really hadn't had time to go to the 6th floor of the Qianxing Pavilion to practice the upper-grade magical powers of the Earth level. "How many Yuanfu do you have now?" Di Yi looked at Qin Wentian, and a hint of hope flashed in his eyes. Qin Wentian's expression condensed, and a strange light flashed, and then he understood that Di Yi knew it. "Sunitun Mansion." Qin Wentian responded. Immediately, Di Yi took a deep breath, patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder heavily, and said, Okay, King Kang has a successor. Senior, have you been guarding the Daixing Academy all the time? Qin Wentian asked curiously. Yes, Di Yi nodded and said to Qin Wentian, you should already know about Kangwang Palace. After Kangwang died, Kangwang Palace was invaded by external forces who wanted to get everything from Kangwang. Kangwang's lineage had no choice but to endure it and at the same time, sent a group of babies out in secret. Now, thousands of years have passed, and the invading external forces have become the representatives of Kangwang Palace, while the orthodox Kangwang has been suppressed, but fortunately, our ancestors had foresight. After those babies grew up, they multiplied and became the hidden lineage of Kangwang Palace. It was unknown before until a few years ago, and it was gradually exposed. The cause was the conflict between Jiutian Palace and Daixing Academy caused by Luo Xianaya. Senior, are you saying that it was the hidden lineage of Kangwang Palace that took action back then? Qin Wentian was quite surprised. Well, I was still guarding the Qianxing Pavilion at that time. As long as the inheritance of King Kang was not taken away by others, I didn't want to expose it. But later it seemed that the outsiders of the Kang Palace knew about it, but fortunately they didn't know enough. Di Yi smiled. In fact, in recent years, the hidden lineage of the Kang Palace has always had people practicing in the Emperor Star Academy, just like me, but no one knows it, but they all failed to pass the test, and finally the inheritance fell into your hands. Qin Wentian showed a look of surprise, and then he understood some of the hidden secrets. I saw Di Yi took out a token with the word Kang engraved on it, handed it to Qin Wentian and said, although I am in charge of this token, I have no right to use it. Now, there is finally an heir. As Di Yi spoke, he grabbed Qin Wentian's hand and ran his fingers across it. In an instant, a drop of blood dripped from Qin Wentian's fingertips. Di Yi placed the token there, and the blood dripped on the token. In an instant, a burst of light shone, and then Qin Wentian was surprised to find that a series of maps appeared above the token. From now on, it's yours. The locations marked on these maps are where the hidden lineage of the Kang King is stationed. I hope that you can lead them back to the Kang King Palace and become the orthodox Kang King Palace, and no longer fear the covetousness of any forces in Jiuzhou City. Di Yi solemnly handed the token to Qin Wentian, causing a huge wave in Qin Wentian's heart. How strong is this force? Qin Wentian asked. Di Yi smiled and said, I don't know much, but at least, it must be much stronger than the Zhao family lineage of Jiuxian Palace. But you have to remember that the hidden lineage of the Kang King needs to be low-key. There were too many forces involved in killing the Kang King. Most of them are the overlord-level forces in Jiuzhou City. They don't want to see the Kang King Palace rise again. Yes. Qin Wentian took notes seriously. One more thing, you are not a direct descendant. If you want to completely control this power, you have a long way to go. Di Yi patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder, which made Qin Wentian a little surprised. Yes, with his current power, it is not easy to make those people in the Xiangang realm obey his orders. But you can rest assured that even if you can't control them, at least they will never deal with you. They will only watch you grow until you are recognized by them. I will try my best. Qin Wentian calmed down his fluctuating mood and smiled. No one can remain calm when encountering such a thing. The hidden lineage of Kangwang Palace will be controlled by him. Of course, he will also shoulder the mission of reviving Kangwang Palace. I heard that you and the girl from the Mo family like each other. This girl has extraordinary talent in elixirs and spiritual herbs, but it has not been discovered in Chu. Before I leave, do you want me to matchmake for you first? Di smiled again, making Qin Wentian look embarrassed. It's still early. Qin Wentian smiled tremblingly. Haha, that's right, then I won't get involved in the affairs of you young people. Di smiled and looked at a beautiful figure not far away. She just stood there, as if she had never existed. This made Di not tell Qin Wentian to pay attention to his safety. He knew the Fairy King Mei had already done it. Qin Wentian was actually also surprised. Of course, he found that the beautiful woman appeared beside him, but the other party didn't say a word to him, which made him speechless. The disbandment of the Emperor Star Academy has made the Chu royal family secretly happy. Although they were shocked by Emperor Yi, from now on, the Emperor Star Academy no longer exists. The royal family has lost a force that has been pressing on them for 3,000 years, so they naturally feel relieved. Moreover, in recent days, because of Qin Wentian, the Emperor Star Academy has been standing on the opposite side of the royal family. The people of the Emperor Star Academy left one after another, and the royal family did not intervene. They were happy to see such a situation. However, today, a life and death letter was posted outside the door of the Yi family, challenging Yi Wook of the Yi family to a life and death battle. The location was Chu Wangtai, where the king's banquet was held, and the person who signed it was Qin Wentian. This news quickly fermented in the imperial city. The appearance of Emperor Yi attracted too much attention. It seemed that some people had forgotten that the number one person in the king's banquet had already stepped into the realm of Yuanfu, and killed Sikun Mingyu, who was also a genius, with an extremely domineering attitude. Now, the most dazzling person at the Junlin banquet has surpassed his level and challenged Yi Wook, who has broken through the second level of the Yuanfu realm. Such news is undoubtedly exciting. How strong is Qin Wentian after entering the Yuanfu? The 3 words of life and death battle allow people in the Chu Kingdom Imperial City to feel the strong confidence that Qin Wentian gushed out. However, this is not over yet. Next, the royal family has another news that the 2 geniuses of the merged Royal Academy, Wang Teng and Wu Zhang, have received life and death invitations at the same time. The challengers are all Qin Wentian. Yi Wook, Wu Zhang, and Wang Teng are all in the second level of the Yuanfu realm. At the beginning, they went to the Emperor Star Academy with Xiaolan to challenge the 5 Yuanfu masters. The 3 of them all defeated their respective opponents. At that time, their opponents were Chu Mo, the leader of the Shur League Du Yidao, and the leader of the Qingyuan League Ling Hua. After the Junlin banquet, the Chu Wangtai once again attracted the attention of the imperial city. Can that unyielding young man still be as dazzling as he was at the Junlin banquet and continue to trample on and surpass those strong people with the aura of genius? Chapter 199 Wang Teng's death. The Chu Wang Terrace was open to the people of the imperial city today. On the stands, people from all walks of life in the imperial city gathered. They certainly knew why the Chu Wang Terrace was open. Qin Wentian sent a life and death letter to the 3 powerful men of the second level of the Yuanfu realm. Could Yi Wook and the others refuse? If Yi Wook was afraid of fighting, all the halo on him would fade from then on. He was Yi Wook, the most dazzling younger generation of the Yi family, the hope of the Yi family's future. Of course, he had to fight in the second level of the Yuanfu realm. Qin Wentian arrived earlier than the people of the Yi family. He sat on a battle platform, closed his eyes, very quiet, as if he had no idea how many people's attention his decision had attracted. Mo Shang, Ruo Huan, Fen Li and the others were all here. How could they be absent from such a battle? Even Chu Xianjiao was here. He sat on the green jade dragon chair, looking at the figure. He wanted to see how Qin Wentian defeated Yi Wook, Wu Zhang and Wang Teng. Bai Qingsung and Bai Kibuksu also arrived. Bai Kibuksu looked at Qin Wentian, and she didn't know what it felt like. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have dreamed that today, Qin Wentian would challenge Yi Wook. Can she win? For some reason, at this moment, Bai Kibuksu was actually willing to believe that Qin Wentian might defeat Yi Wook. Humph, How much energy did the Emperor Star Academy spend to protect him? Now that he has issued a life and death battle, if he dies, it would really be a joke. Chumo's expression was a little cold below the battle stage, staring at Qin Wentian and said. He had friction with Qin Wentian in the past, but seeing Qin Wentian getting stronger step by step now, he felt bad. Ruahun smiled lightly, looked at Chumo, and said with a smile, yes, Chumo, you ridiculed junior brother Qin at the beginning. At that time, you were in Yuanfu, and junior brother Qin was still in Lunmei realm. Now, I'm afraid junior brother Qin can slap you to death with one palm. Chumo's expression froze, his face was ashen. He was still in the first level of Yuanfu, and Qin Wentian slapped Sikun Mingyu, who was also in the first level of Yuanfu, to death with one palm. He could only snort coldly, feeling a little jealous. At this moment, several figures walked in the void. They were Yi Wuke, Wu Zhong, and Wang Teng. Yi Wuke was still so handsome in a white dress. Wu Zhong had a violent demon temperament, and Wang Teng released a fierce and domineering intention. The three of them stood in the void, overlooking Qin Wentian with cold eyes. They were originally geniuses in the second level of Yuanfu, but now being challenged by Qin Wentian, who is in the first level of Yuanfu, was not a very face-saving thing. Are you sure that today is a life and death battle? If you die, no one will hold you accountable. Wang Teng stared at Qin Wentian and uttered a cold voice. Wang Teng was of course referring to Di Yi. If Qin Wentian died and Di Yi wanted to take revenge, Hun Chu could stop him? If he dies in battle, no one will hold him accountable. But if your forces dare to interfere in this duel, you will bear the consequences. Under the stage, Ren Qianxing shot his cold eyes at the three people in the void and said that since Qin Wentian had issued a life and death letter, he would absolutely trust him. Okay, here are three people. How do you want to die? Wang Teng was still domineering and his voice was cold. Qin Wentian was too arrogant. Their Yuanfu second level strength was definitely not in vain. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and stood up. He was very calm. There was not even a trace of ripples in his eyes. He looked up slightly, looking at the three figures in the void, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Such a cold and indifferent attitude made Wang Teng release a fierce aura, and he rushed towards Qin Wentian in the air below. In Qin Wentian's body, the Yuan force in the Yuan palace began to boil, his blood began to roll, and the blood-colored runes were madly active. Qin Wentian's temperament was changing. His black hair flew up, his eyes became strange, his figure seemed to be more majestic, and there was even a touch of blood-colored light in his handsome eyes. You, come together. Qin Wentian's voice was still calm, but it fell into the ears of the crowd, like a muffled thunder, shocking them all to open their eyes. Did they hear it wrong? Yi Wuke, Wang Teng, Wu Zhong, any one of them is a leader in the second level of the Yuan Palace. Now, Qin Wentian wants them to come together? This made some people who had confidence in Qin Wentian feel that Qin Wentian was too arrogant. This was simply unreasonable. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Chumo's eyes were cold. Qin Wentian, is he looking for death? Mo Shang looked at Qin Wentian's figure. For some reason, he felt his eyes were a little red. Yi Wuke, Wu Zhong, and Wang Teng were the culprits of Dashan's death. Qin Wentian did not choose to challenge them one by one, because if he defeated and killed one of them, the other two would definitely not fight again. As for why Qin Wentian directly asked the other three to come together, Mo Shang, deep in his heart, he actually had absolute confidence in Qin Wentian. Since he opened his mouth, then he must be able to do it. This is the impression Qin Wentian has always given him. It was like this during the Xianyang City assessment, and it was still like this on the battle stage of the Junlin banquet. When he wanted to be the first, nothing could stop him. Today, it is the same. Ruahun and Fanel also had this feeling, absolute trust. The young man had unconsciously made his friends develop this blind trust in him. It was an unreasonable trust, but it was a true inner feeling. Yi Wuke, Wang Teng, and Wu Zhong were all stunned. Even Yi Wuke, who had always been indifferent, laughed at Qin Wentian for not knowing what he was talking about. Your stupidity will cost you your life? Yi Wuke said sarcastically, then looked at the other two and said, since he wants to die so much, then, let him do it. Three people, 9 star souls, burst out at the same time. The dazzling starlight, the brilliant star power, made the crowd feel dizzy. Kill. Yi Wuke's low voice sounded, and the tyrannical killing intent rolled down crazily. The three people reversed their bodies at the same time and pressed towards the air below. In an instant, an invisible storm of killing rolled towards Qin Wentian. Yi Wu's attack was like a sword, and the sword light of several colors was dazzling and boundless, penetrating everything. Wu Zhong's attack was like a demon, violent and boundless, and he was like a demon beast, crushing all opponents. Wang Teng's attack was like a killing chariot, crushing anyone who stood in his way. The storm seemed to converge, and the endpoint was Qin Wentian. The hearts of the crowd were beating. They seemed to see Qin Wentian being shattered by this terrible storm. The storm was roaring. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped on the battle stage, and a monstrous breath burst out from his body. In an instant, demonic energy and blood light rose up, as if he was covered with a halo. His black long hair was as straight as a sword. Qin Wentian looked up, and a terrifying blood-colored demon light burst out of his eyes, which made the three people in the sky feel depressed, but the killing power would not stop. They wanted Qin Wentian to die. Roar! A terrifying roar came out of Qin Wentian's mouth, as if to break the world. His palm slapped out at the same time. The crowd only felt that Qin Wentian was like an ancient demon at this moment. Those palms gave people a sense of indestructible power. The last move of the Thousand-Hand Seal, the moment when the great Thousand-Hand Seal erupted, the world was filled with endless and violent huge palm prints, and at the same time, the attacks of the three people came at the same time, and their attacks collided with each other. The terrible storm turned into a strong gale that blew on the faces of the crowd, and they only felt hot, and the space where they clashed made crazy explosions. Qin Wentian held the sky with both hands, and his footsteps trampled on the earth again. His body actually held the three strong men and rushed straight into the sky. Kill! With a crazy roar, endless sword light spit out from Qin Wentian's mouth, and at the same time, his palms trembled, and another huge palm print spit out, each of which contained terrifying star energy. The scene of Qin Wentian holding the figures of the three people and soaring into the sky had a severe visual impact on the crowd. They had an illusion that Qin Wentian was a person of high realm. He gave people the feeling that he was filled with endless power. Wang Teng, die! The rolling sound waves hit the eardrums of the crowd. Qin Wentian held up the sky with one hand, and the attack he launched was actually just the dragon capture hand of the dragon subduing fist, a top-grade human-level magical power. However, when this dragon capture hand was used in his palm, it was as if a real king wanted to capture a demon dragon. The blood-colored palm seemed to turn into a terrible dragon claw and grabbed Wang Teng. Yi Wu, Wu Zhong and Wang Teng looked ugly. They all roared, and their yuan fu boiled up. The star power ran wild, and all kinds of terrible magical powers once again rolled out and blasted towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian slapped his left hand, and a terrifying blood-colored mountain roared towards Yi Wu and Wu Zhong. The falling mountain palm was used more and more perfectly in his hand, especially when he condensed the Sky Hammer Star Yuan into the Mountain Divine Yuan and burst it out. It was like a real mountain blasting out from his palm. Yi Wu and Wu Zhong's attacks frantically broke through the obstruction of the mountain, while at the other end, Qin Wentian's palm grabbed Wang Teng. Get out of here! Wang Teng roared, and the shadow of the star soul fell. The attack he launched with both hands was like a galloping horse, but Qin Wentian's palm had a terrible blood-colored sword light that tore everything apart, and all the attacks were shattered. The dragon capture hand vibrated in the void, and Wang Teng's body retreated, but the arm seemed to be a demon's arm, and it suddenly extended out, and the terrible claws grabbed his head. No! Wang Teng's face changed drastically. He looked at Qin Wentian's eyes again, as if he saw a demon king, ruling the earth. Die! A crisp sound came out, and the dragon capture hand crushed Wang Teng's head. The bloody scene shocked people's hearts and made countless people lose their minds. Is this really an attack that only people in the first level of the Yuanfu realm can launch? At this moment, how many people in the second level of the Yuanfu realm are trembling? If they were in Wang Teng's position, this grab would also take their lives. Too strong. When they looked at Qin Wentian again, they no longer looked at a teenager. The former teenager now truly possessed the capital to look down upon all the geniuses in the Chu state, and entered his own era. Chapter 200 The past is gone with the wind. Yi Wu, Wu Zhong and Qin Wentian separated. Seeing Wang Teng's death, they felt a strong fear in their hearts. The three of them surrounded Qin Wentian, and it had not been long since they fought. Wang Teng was dead. When they looked at Qin Wentian again, their eyes were full of fear and their expressions were extremely ugly. Even in the direction of the Yi family, many people stood up and stared at the void, obviously shocked by this scene. Qin Wentian, how did he become so powerful? In this case, Yu Wuke would not be. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and swept towards Yu Wuke and Wu Zhong. The two looked at each other and showed a ruthless intention. Roar! The violent demonic energy was boiling, and Wu Zhong's 3 beast star souls were roaring. He rushed down from the sky like an ancient demon, and rushed towards Qin Wentian with a bang. There were thousands of beasts running in the void, as if a terrifying demon beast launched a terrifying attack on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's arm seemed to be covered with demon armor, and his pupils became more demonic. Now he was practicing the second level of the demon god transformation, the demon appearance realm, and with the power of his blood, he was like a terrifying demon king. The dragon subduing fist was furiously released, and there were waves of dragon roars. It seemed that there was a demon dragon roaring in the void, violent and boundless, colliding wildly with the galloping beasts. At the same moment, Yu Wuke's wings shone behind him, drawing a gorgeous arc, and he saw gorgeous swords of several colors appearing in his palms, slashing towards Qin Wentian's throat. Qin Wentian didn't even look at Yu Wuke. He raised his left hand, and the sword energy roared, and Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and pointed, and in an instant, thousands of sharp swords turned into killing lights and rushed towards Yu Wuke. Yu Wuke's expression changed drastically, and he changed his moves instantly. At the same moment, Qin Wentian's right palm trembled several times in a row, and with an extremely powerful attack force, he smashed Wu Zhong's attack. Several blood-colored lights rushed into Wu Zhong's mind, and then everyone saw Wu Zhong's eyes were dull and his body fell towards the sky. When Qin Wentian looked at Yu Wuke again, Yu Wuke's expression became a little unnatural, his wings shone, and his body suddenly turned around and flew away quickly. He had already understood from the previous fight that he could not defeat Qin Wentian. At the moment of life and death, who can still care about face? Life is the most important. Qin Wentian saw the feathers of Kunpeng on his back, passing through the void, like a real Kunpeng, and the dragon-catching hand buckled forward, and Yu Wuke's body could no longer move forward. The direction in which Yu Wuke fled was facing the people of the Yi family. At this moment, the people of the Yi family looked at Yu Wuke's eyes. In his eyes, there was a strong desire to survive, and fear. No. The people of the Yi family looked extremely unhappy. They could not accept such an ending. The dragon-catching hand lifted Yu Wuke's body into the air. Qin Wentian faced the people of the Yi family, his expression as calm as ever. This is the genius that your Yi family has always been proud of. Before I even started practicing, his halo had already descended on Xianyang City, oppressing the Qin mansion and me. Qin Wentian looked at the people of the Yi family and also at Bai Qingsong. Now, it's only been more than a year. Qin Wentian seemed to be talking to himself, but his calm voice had a huge impact on everyone. Yes, it's only been more than a year, and Qin Wentian has defeated Yu Wuke, who once looked down on him. Bai Qingsong looked at Yu Wuke's eyes for help, and felt that he couldn't believe that all this was true. Let him go. At this moment, a voice came, and the person who spoke was the man on the green jade dragon chair, Chu Xianjiao. He was still so calm, no one knew what he was thinking, but when he said these 4 words, he still seemed to have weight. Yu Wuke had a ray of hope again, and the people of the Yi family also had a glimmer of light in their eyes. Yes, as long as Chu Xianjiao spoke, the most important person in the Chu state spoke, then there was still hope. Qin Wentian did not look back, he still looked ahead, only to hear a click, and in an instant, the light in the eyes of the people of the Yi family turned into dead gray. They were stunned and horrified. The charming and handsome young man slowly loosened his hand, and Yu Wuke's body fell to the ground. Without even a word, Qin Wentian directly used his actions to destroy their last glimmer of hope. Chu Xianjiao showed a strange color, his eyes were stunned, although he thought Qin Wentian might refuse, but he did not expect Qin Wentian to be so decisive, and directly wiped out after he pleaded for Yu Wuke. It was as if he had accelerated Yu Wuke's death. Qin Wentian, undoubtedly, slapped him hard in front of the Chu state. Let him go. Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically. Dashan, he is just a student of the Emperor Star Academy. Who has he offended? Has the person who killed him ever thought of letting him go? Has anyone among the students of the Emperor Star Academy ever thought of letting them go? When the Yi family was besieging the Qin mansion in Xianyang City, how many people died? Has anyone ever thought of letting them go? Qin Wentian's words were cold and indifferent. He didn't even look at Chu Xianjiao. The area around the Chu Wangtai was extremely quiet. No one spoke. They seemed to be able to feel the anger burning in Qin Wentian's heart. Otherwise, he would not have killed Yu Wuk and the other two so forcefully. Chu Xianjiao, if you have the chance to kill me, I think you would not even think of the word let go in your mind, right? Qin Wentian asked lightly. Chu Xianjiao did not answer, but it was indeed as Qin Wentian said. If he could kill Qin Wentian, he would never show any mercy. Me too. Qin Wentian said quietly, causing everyone's eyes to suddenly focus. Me too, these four simple words, but they announced Qin Wentian's determination. Qin Wentian looked at Bai Qingsong again. At this moment, Bai Qingsong was scared. Once upon a time, the Yi family came to Xianyang City and revealed to Bai Qingsong the marriage between Yu Wuk and Bai Qixu. At that time, Bai Qingsong was so excited. He saw the rise of the Bai family and saw hope. He kicked Qin Wentian away without hesitation and betrayed the Qin mansion. Now, Yu Wuk died on the boy he kicked away. This feeling was like a dream. No one could understand Bai Qingsong's mood. Regret? He didn't know. What could regret do? At this moment, he seemed to have aged a lot. He was a little jealous of Qin Xuan for having such an outstanding adopted son, while her two daughters, the genius Bai Qixu gradually fell, and the other little daughter who was once not favored by him communicated with a martial star in the fourth heaven, but looked down on him for repaying kindness with hatred, broke up with him, and now there is no news. After experiencing these blows, he witnessed the strong rise of Qin Wentian. Who can understand this feeling? Qin Wentian. At this time, Bai Qixu spoke, and she smiled at Qin Wentian, as if she had removed the huge stone that was pressing on her heart. I know that the Bai family has let you down, and I have let you down too. Sometimes I regret my original choice. After all, it was you who made me a remarkable genius, but what I got was betrayal. After that, the Bai family took unforgivable actions and participated in dealing with the Qin family. I know that I am not qualified to ask for your forgiveness, but I still want to say it. Bai Qixu let go of everything at this time and said calmly, no matter how you want to deal with me, even kill me, I am willing to accept it. This is what I asked for, but please let my father go. He is old. I am no longer a remarkable genius. My sister Bai Qing left because of you. He is really old. You know, Bai Qing, she is more powerful than me. Her first martial star came from the fourth heaven. She told my father crying that day, revealing her star soul. But because of her brother Wentian, she severed a relationship with my father, ran away from home, and has no news. You should know how much she depends on you. So, I am not qualified to ask you, but I ask you to let my father go for Bai Qing's sake. Otherwise, how will she face you in the future when she knows that her brother Wentian killed her father with his own hands? The crowd was quite moved when they heard Bai Qixu's sincere narration. It turned out that the rumors were true. Bai Qixu could become a dazzling genius because of Qin Wentian's gift, and the Bai family betrayed Qin Wentian. Bai Qing, the little girl of the Bai family, actually communicated with a martial star on the fourth heaven. This was a bit terrifying. Qin Wentian's heart was also trembling slightly, and the figure of a young girl echoed in his mind. He still remembered that the girl handed him the dagger and asked him to take her as a hostage to escape from the Bai family. At that time, Qing was so heartbroken. Brother Wentian. The girl's crisp voice echoed. Qin Wentian took a deep breath. He was going to kill Bai Qingsong today, but after hearing Bai Qixu's words, he wavered. If he killed Bai Qingsong, how could he face Qing in the future? Qin Wentian looked at Bai Qixu again. She was still smiling, but there were drops of tears in her smile. In her mind, she was also recalling the past, but everything was gone with the wind, leaving only scars all over her body. Bai Qingsong, give up your cultivation and be an ordinary person. Qin Wentian finally spoke, and finally did not want Bai Qingsong to die. Bai Qingsong's expression froze, then he nodded gently, raised his palm, and saw him suddenly blasting towards her body. The chakra in her body was broken, and he vomited blood. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a dozen years, and even grew a few strands of white hair. Father. Bai Qixu, supported by Qingsong, raised her head, and looked at Qin Wentian again. However, she only saw Qin Wentian slowly turn around and walk away, and he didn't do anything to her after all. Bai Qixu sat on the ground, burst into tears, and stared at the figure that was going away. She was freed, but why was she still so sad? Looking at the back, Bai Qixu felt that she had gone through a reincarnation. Qin Wentian didn't do anything to her, but why was her heart so painful? Qin Wentian left, and this past will be blown away in his heart. Only that innocent girl King can still remain in the warm memory. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.